All right, we're back. Saturday night, Shoot the Breeze is the Bitter Medicine podcast. Glad you guys are tuned in. Those of you who are here, those of you who will be on the way. Tonight, what are we doing tonight? First off, let's wish Kevin Curry 42 a happy birthday. Today is his birthday. He won't be with us tonight on the show. He's out celebrating. But let's just keep him in our mind, and wish him happy birthday on your way into the chat. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Tonight we will be discussing. What will we be discussing? We'll be discussing the bodega killing that was viral a couple of days ago because of the T-shirt the victim was wearing. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about white on white crime. We're gonna talk about who created black on black crime. We're going to talk about twerking to get votes. I'm sure you guys saw that viral tweet from Tiara Mack, twerking. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how the CIA uses social media. I'm sure they'll be tuned in for that. We're going to talk about Haitian vodou practices a little bit further. We're going to talk about the fact that a warrant was found for the woman Carolyn Bryant, who was responsible for Emmett Till's kidnapping and killing and murder. There was a warrant that was served that, there was a warrant that was issued but never served. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about exercising black power. And we're going to talk about innovation and mass production, leapfrogging into the 21st century. We're going to talk about all those things tonight. I hope to have folks join the panel tonight. If not, it's a short show. I'm going to drop the link now for those who are interested in joining the panel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the show up. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. And later in the show, I have a big announcement to make. I teased it last week. We're going to get to it this week. So you guys stay tuned. On the other side, we'll begin the discussion of Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine podcast, where it's all about black empowerment. Our show focuses on black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. I see we have some folks in the chat here. The Pro-Black Perspective says peace. He agrees. CIA tuning in. Daily affirmation by Pauline is here saying good evening, as well as Janelle saying good evening. So good evening to all of you who are here. Let me welcome in the old boy, Mr. Untouchable. How are you this week, Mr. Untouchable?
What's going on, bro? I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm hoping we have a great show tonight.
Yes,
I
sir.
invited some people and hopefully they'll come in tonight as well. So we're gonna have a great show. Yeah.
Okay. I imagine the hometown is geared up for independence, huh?
Yeah. The whole place. A lot of people wearing, the flag colors and everyone excited about it. It's gonna be a long weekend. People getting wasted. So you know how it is.
Yeah. Well, I will celebrate from a distance.
Yeah, man. Another time, go through. Bahamas ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. So I'm here. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. This was an interesting story. I saw it. It trended for the wrong reasons. You guys take a look at this. Let's welcome in Oni. Oni, how are you this week?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Right.
Legs are tired, but I'm good.
Yeah, I see you were talking about that. So if you guys didn't know, Oni had two live streams earlier today. You guys should check that out. Oni apparently was on a walkabout yesterday, so he's tired, I guess. Should the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is: should this man be charged with murder, and should vigils be held in the honor of the quote-unquote victim? What are we talking about? Well, let me share the screen. Let me load this up. Then I'll share the screen, and you guys let me know what your thoughts are.
Begin.
Hold on, let me share the screen. Where is it? Okay, here we go. So again, this was an interesting story. Again, I feel like it trended for the wrong reasons, but you guys can be the judge. Let's take a look.
With a Manhattan bodega worker who was charged with second-degree murder after allegedly stabbing a man to death who'd confronted him and pushed him behind the counter.
But today, many are defending the worker's actions, including the mayor, with some calling it self-defense. CBS News' Allie Bauman is live in Hamilton Heights with new information tonight. Allie. Well, Alice and Dana, the 51-year-old deli clerk here is accused of stabbing and killing 37-year-old Austin Simon. But the surveillance video is not so black and white, and the mayor says it shows the suspect was doing his job when the victim approached him inappropriately. Surveillance video shows 37-year-old Austin Simon push the clerk behind the bodega counter and then stand over him. Moments later, a struggle ensues. The two wrestle, and the clerk stabs Simon multiple times.
It's obvious this gentleman was here, working, providing for his family, and someone came behind the counter, and what I viewed was inappropriate.
This happened late Friday night in the Blue Moon convenience store off West 140th Street. Police were called for an assault in progress and found Simon bleeding from 2 stab wounds in his chest and 1 in his neck. He later died at the hospital, and police arrested the deli clerk, 51-year-old Jose Alba, for second-degree murder. In his arraignment, the district attorney's office claims it began when the victim's girlfriend was trying to buy a snack from the deli clerk with her daughter, but her card was declined. Prosecutors say the clerk then took the snack back from the child and they left. Minutes later, Simon walked in and went behind the counter of the store to confront the clerk. Prosecutors claim Simon pushed the clerk and attempted to steer the clerk out of the area behind the counter, but the clerk picked up a kitchen knife that was stashed behind the counter and stabbed the victim multiple times. City Councilman Robert Holden tweeted his support for the suspect, writing, "Career criminals are let right out of jail without bail, while a store clerk who apparently acted in self-defense is on Rikers Island."
What I saw on the video was a New Yorker that was doing his job, and that disruption of the job happened because someone was aggressive.
And we've just learned that the district attorney's office and defense counsel together requested that the suspect's bail be reduced from $250,000 to $50,000, which the judge granted. And prosecutors say Alba will be released after posting partial bond and surrendering his passport. He's due back in court later this month. We're live in Hamilton Heights. Allie Bauman, CBS 2 News.
Thanks, Allie.
Yeah, interesting. I had a couple of different ways I looked at this, but I'll be I'll be interested to see what the panel thinks about this. The one thing I'll say up front about this is where that tough guy stuff doesn't make sense, man. Like, just lay off the tough guy stuff, Mr. Untouchable. What say you to this?
There are a few things going on here. The guy, he shouldn't have been in the back of the counter. Well, let me say this first. I agree with Eric Adams, and I usually don't agree with him on many different things.
Me too.
But I agree with him on this position because there's several things going on here. First of all, that young guy shouldn't have been behind that counter. Why is he behind the counter?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then he pushed the old man down, and he was kind of like menacing him. You know, so sort of I felt like my man acted to a degree, he acted in self-defense. Now, I mean,
But see,
huh?
I'm sorry to interject there, but
Okay.
I felt similarly. But then when I looked at it again, I was like, his life wasn't threatened at that time.
Yeah, but he was menacing him. He was standing over him to try to intimidate him. Now, you know how lawyers work their magic. You know, they could make something what is just, possibly trying to an act of intimidation and an act of threat. You know what I mean, or harm to yourself. And we really don't know what was capable of happening. And a man could honestly say that he was probably in fear for his life. I mean, the problem I have with this video is that Eric Adams, on looking at the video, he made a judgment call.
Yes.
And this is the same mayor when he saw the death of young men in New York. I think Eric Garner by Pantaleo, and another guy I think was murdered in New York City. On looking at the videotape, you know what he said? We don't have enough evidence yet.
Yes.
That's the problem I have. Got the hypocrisy in that. They are quickly able to jump behind him based on just the videotaped evidence of what they seen, but they didn't do the same things or when the police officers was harming black men on the streets of New York. I have an issue with that. That's why I call hypocritical. The other thing what's going on is sometimes we shouldn't let people put batteries in our back.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that, the lady is the person who actually started this whole incident.
Yep.
Because she was in the shop first, and then she went home and probably put a big time battery in this dude back, and he's all gassed up and angry now, not knowing all the full information. Because sometimes women can be very emotional, especially when they express a story. Because really, she was in the wrong. If you don't have enough money, why should the man give you the potato chip? He have a right to take that potato chip back. That's not yours.
So let me just interject there quickly. In something that I was reading, the word was, and this is how you have so many black men in jail or in prison, right? The word was that this guy, this old fellow behind the counter, that he snatched the snack out of the child's hand disrespectfully. So, by the time she ran home or ran out to the car and tell him that this guy disrespected the little girl, that put the battery in his back. But continue, Mr. Untouchable.
But Coco, to see the issue with that is it becomes a matter of he say, she say, because she could have felt like the potato chip was grabbed out of the little girl's hand, but that probably, but he may have his own version of what actually happened. Right. So it falls really that he say, she say. She could have took it away based off of the fact that her card was declined. You know what I mean? So she could contrive any kind of story because her pride was hurt a little bit. The fact that the little girl had to give the potato chip out, or he took the potato chip out and say sorry. You know what I mean? The story kind of like based on who telling the story, you could spin it however you want to spin that. I feel sometimes I understand, we love the women we with and the children we have with them, but sometimes when people give you third-hand information, you know what I mean, you need to have a level head and deal with the situation in a level head, because if you deal with it out of emotion, these kinds of things can happen. And unfortunately, they happen over and over and over and over again in our community. That's what I believe.
Mm-hmm. So again, when I saw it, this story was actually trending on Twitter, but it was trending for the fact that this guy in the video is wearing a certain brand shirt, and people were kind of clowning. You can't pay for a snack, but you wear this certain brand shirt. and you getting killed and all this kind of stuff. But what I saw in the whole thing, what I took from it, similar to what Mr. Untouchable is saying, is there's a lack of manhood in this video on both sides. One thing I'll say too, the knife that guy used, that's not a regulation knife. He's supposed to go to jail for that. Because in New York, there's laws about knives longer than, I think, 3.5 inches or something like that. He pulled some kitchen knife and stabbed this kid in the neck and killed him. But there's a manhood discussion in here where, as a man, just like what Mr. Untouchable is saying, you're supposed to go down there as a man and inquire. So what really went on here? My daughter feels disrespected, or my lady feels disrespected, and have a discussion with this guy. That's what men do. But dusty dudes is the kind to run down there and run behind this thing, and this man now could, at least he can claim to feel threatened. So if he takes your life in that situation, or you take his, either way you messed up, right? Either you're dying or you're going to jail. So as a man, and I think the guys on the panel here and those of you in the chat, like Coach Pete and them, as men, I think we would have gone down there and inquire as to what really went on here. Not going down there being the tough guy with the battery in our back, as Mr. Untouchable put it, right? Trying to pop off something. Go down there and ask this guy, stand up as a man and ask him, what was the deal with that? What happened here? But that's not what happened. Oni, you saw the video. I don't know if you saw this when it was trending on Twitter. What say you?
Yeah, I was going to talk about this. I'm planning on playing the video tomorrow. But yeah, my take is, first off, I didn't know he was 37, but if you're 37 and you a black man and you getting taken out by a 52-year-old Arab man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, something to me, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, you supposed to have, when I thought you said tough guy, I'm saying to myself, like, this is a dude who's bragging and boasting about, like, they're the menace in the community. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to have better hands than that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And another thing is that, like that's the issue. That's the thing that I realize with a lot of our people is that if you're going to go into a fight, you better fight to win. Mm-hmm. You better fight to kill. Because the reality is this: you don't fight to kill, that's fine. Now you got to explain that, in front of the pearly gates or whatever. I don't know, but whatever the iconic guy, like, you got to explain. Well, I'm a good guy. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You dead though. Mm-hmm. You try to protect your daughter's honor somehow. Well, you dead now. Mm-hmm. And then here's the kicker: the woman he was with, a whole white woman.
Is a white woman?
Can't afford a bag of chips. White woman. That's what the Twitter sphere is saying. I mean, I didn't verify, but they was all like, shit, this white woman had her, and the card declined was the EBT card. Come on. Her food stamps was declined, and that's why that's the rhetoric. I don't know if it's 100%, but that's the first story that came out.
That's the word on the street.
Yeah, that's the word on the street. And usually the word on the street got it, they don't always
white woman. Hey, Oni, my man, he protecting white girls' honor, so he's the most dangerous black man in the United States.
Well, he wasn't dangerous enough for this Arab, that's for sure. This Arab was like, okay, I got you. I'm gonna play weak.
My God.
How you get bodied by this old ass man? I didn't even know the dude was 50. I thought he was older than that. How you get bodied by this old man? And then you all walking around like you big and bad. Well, there you have it. There you have it. Shaking my damn head. Yeah, like weaklings. That's my issue. My issue is that black folk be on that weak stuff. I don't know if you saw. I was showing the guns off. On today's podcast, but you supposed to, but like this video actually inspired me to, get me, like you said, get you a regulation blade. You know what I mean? Because you want to, like the way how this Arab did this, man. You got. I mean, I wouldn't defend this dude. That's the thing I don't like about this right here, this video. Real talk. The way how Eric Adams is come behind this Arab, I would never defend an Arab. You know, I'm not going to. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say that the dude was wrong. I mean, somebody trying to fight with you, of course you got to get them. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like I got my blade, and then you pushing me down. Good, you push me down. Great. You're bigger than me. You're lumbering over me. You push me down. Well, that's your life, my guy. I don't give a fuck. That's your life. The fuck you pushing me down for? You know? That's my bag of chips. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'll fucking do it again. It's my fucking bag of chips. What the fuck you thinking? Your kid's gonna hold my bag of chips, but she's hungry. I don't give a fuck if she's hungry. You better pay. What the fuck you talking about? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never, you ain't never gonna see me in the store getting my card declined. Talking about, well, can I still have the bag of chips? No, you can't, stupid. It's running a business, not a charity. Fuck out of here. You know, of course he grabbed the chips. And then apparently after he grabbed the chips, the woman was knocking shit over. You know? Knocking shit over like some lunatic. And so then she goes against this dude. And this dude, the old dumbass, gonna go get himself killed over a white woman.
And a bag of chips.
It's not over a bag of chips, over a bag of that. Like, see, I'm telling you, man, my woman, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I only date women, date black women. But my woman come to me talking about, oh, he snatched a bag of chips. That's why I knocked them shit over. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Let's get the fuck out of here. You knocking shit over. Or, you know, you snatched the chips and, well, you better go in there and handle it. Handle what? You ain't have no damn money. He's running the fucking business.
Yeah. That's what Mr. Untouchable was kind of hinting at. That battery in the back thing. That's a dangerous thing, man.
No, but like for real though, somebody grabs something from my son that wasn't my son's. Like, I'm not even mad. What the fuck my son have it for? Like, I don't even understand. Like, why do you give the boy a bag of chips anyway? Or the girl, why you give your daughter a bag of chips anyway? What is she holding the bag of chips for?
And even think about the funeral. I mean, everyone thinking at the funeral, this dude died over a bag of potato chips, man. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Bag of chips and a white woman allegedly. Let's welcome in D-Web, man. D-Web, good to see you. How are you this week?
Oh, I'm good, brother. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
All right, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think it was Arab though. I think it was a Poppy, yo. It was one of them Spanish cats, wasn't it? I don't think it was Arab.
Based on the name, when I read it earlier this week, I think it was a Spanish name. Yeah,
he's an Alba or something like that.
Right.
But yeah, this kind of actually case kind of reminded me of something I think you spoke about. You know, at least from the posturing of the you know. Learn, you know, how to where you at type of you know, the case you spoke about, I think in Atlanta when the guy fought the cops and shot the taser back at him when it's like, yo, bro.
Rashad Brooks.
It was just a low class felony, a misdemeanor, bro. Just, you know, and the same thing kind of with this is like, you know, at a certain point, it's like, man, bro, just chill out, quarter bag of chips, you know. The manhood thing, you know, we gotta be careful about that, you know, getting the battery pack put into your back. I think he was totally on with that, you know, and it reminds me actually of an incident I said earlier. You know, I took my youngest to the little arcade around here, and two little black boys, you know, about 8, 9, 10, you know, around that age range, slap boxing in the middle of this arcade over something stupid, you know, and there's a bunch of little kids running around, and their parents are sitting there. And it's like, bro, I had to check them to the point where it was like, you about to knock my little kid. Like, yo, y'all chill out. What are y'all doing? Why am I checking your kids? You know, It's like we're not teaching from jump, you know, like it's a time and a place to handle business. And if you're going to handle business, handle it all the way. Like Oni was saying, I'm talking right now, baby. You see, I'm on the mic. And so, you know what I mean? But it's kind of fits in that vein, yo. We need to teach these black boys. We need to teach our, you know, they're going to be men one day, yo. And we need to teach them like there's a time and a place to exert, you know, dominance to handle business, and there's time and a place. And you're lucky. Matter of fact, when you say he was Arab, I'm like, nah, it wasn't Arab because he got behind that counter. There been 3 of them coming from the back, blasting them out the front door. Like they don't play, yo. We learned that in Chicago a long time ago as kids. Like it is 5 or 6 of them sitting in the back, ready with shotguns. Yo. So, you know, it's just a sad incident overall. You feel me? Like stupid, just pointless. That's all I got though.
Thank you for that, D-Web. Yeah, one time in New York, I remember when you used to have to call cabs and stuff like that. Let's say an Arab showed up. I remember one time in particular, me and 3 friends of mine, we're all big guys, 6'4" and stuff like that. And these Arabs came and picked us up. This was about 20 years ago. These Arabs came and picked us up, and one of the dudes straight up was in the passenger seat with a shotgun, you know, between his legs. You know what I mean? just ready for some shit. It was late at night. We was coming from Queens going to Brooklyn. Yeah, they tend to be the Arabs tend to be, you know, armed up oftentimes. Brother Bakari says, "What's up, Koku Oni, Mr. Untouchable in the chat. What's up, Brother Bakari? Good to see you." I was hanging out with Bakari them last night in the chat with the forecast. That was an interesting live stream last time. Mr. Untouchable was there too, actually, and Tanzan and whatnot. Coach Pete says, "Blessed family." Jay says he's driving someone home, coming on soon. I appreciate that, Jay. Ketter is here saying greetings. KW Don 7 is here saying a BB for Hootie. And the Learning Curve, our sister the matron is here in the chat saying greetings, fam. So I want to thank all you who are here with us tonight. Yeah, I think that's it's unfortunate, but sometimes you need to call the weak, and that includes the weak-minded, man. Like this guy dealt with totally wrong, but I do want to say Eric Adams is a hoe too for how he responded to it as well. Does anyone on the panel have any last words here on this topic? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is white on white crime. Simply that, white on white crime. This came with a link. Let's check it out. I think the link takes us to a New York Post article. Yes, it does. So this New York Post article says Lance Stores arrested after 3 cops K9 killed in Kentucky shootout. Lance Stores arrested after 3 cops K9 killed in Kentucky shootout. This is supposed to have a video. Let's check it out. All right, that video seems to just be a look at the scene after multiple officers were killed in Allen, Kentucky. Allen, Kentucky, okay. 3 Kentucky police officers and a police canine were killed, and at least 4 other officers were hurt in a shootout at a home of what cops called a terrorist on a mission. Lance Stores, 49, was taken into custody after an almost 5-hour standoff with officers who had showed up at his door in rural Prestonsburg with a warrant for his arrest in a domestic violence incident, according to reports. Stores, who was armed with a rifle, opened fire and hit 2 officers in the Thursday evening incident, Kentucky State Police said. Prestonsburg Police Captain Ralph Frazier and Deputy William Petrie were killed along with 1 sheriff's K9 named Drago and a police department K9 handler named Jacob Chaffins, authorities said. The situation escalated quickly as Stores barricaded himself inside the home with his wife and daughter and kept firing at responding officers, cops said. So this is Lance Stores, the person in question, taken into custody after allegedly killing 3 officers and a police canine. This is what his mugshot looked like. The deputies called for backup and several agencies responded, including state police, officers from neighboring counties, and a SWAT team. They encountered, quote, they encountered pure hell when they arrived. They had no chance, Floyd County Sheriff John Hunt told reporters. Deputies had not even made contact with the suspected shooter when the gunfire began, he noted. The shooter apparently had a plan and pretty much executed that plan almost to precision. Hunt said, adding it took several hours to figure out where the gunman was firing from. Several hours. All right, so this is one of these asshole cops who was killed and their asshole dog. The suspect was a shared terrorist. He was just a terrorist on a mission, the sheriff said. Floyd County Attorney Keith Bartley said Friday morning, these are human beings. These are people with children, spouses, moms, and dads. Their world will never be the same. The standoff ended with the suspect being taken into police custody. His wife and daughter were unharmed. So I guess this is Deputy William Petrie. Right, he's one of the people killed as well. All white folks, thus the white-on-white crime thing. The officers, including Slane Chaffins, encountered pure hell. I guess that's one of them with their family. That's the dog again. So that's the story. The prompt says white-on-white crime. Simply that. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what do you think of that story?
It's just chickens coming home to roost. Malcolm X said it. You know what I'm saying? Like, anybody trying to know white folk, you know what I'm saying? Y'all do the world dirty. Well, of course you're gonna get dirty yourself. It ain't complicated. I think Booker T. Washington warned already. He said, when you hold a man in a ditch, you got to stay in the ditch too. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. They hold us down in the ditch. Well, now you in the ditch as well. You know what I mean? This is the society you built, then that's what you get. You know, ain't nobody gonna cry over this. You know, if you see a black man crying over this, you got to check his his mascara. You know what I'm saying? He wearing something. He ain't no black man, that's for sure.
I agree with that. Like, to me, I'm reading this and I'm like, I don't see the problem. But Mr. Untouchable, what did you get from it?
2 words. Oh well. I mean, what you want me to say about that? It's Kentucky. Yeah, it's Kentucky, you know. But what I would say is this: it's interesting how he was able to come out of that situation alive. That's interesting. And also the fact that these hillbillies, man, they know how to use or practice their Second Amendment right, regardless of who it is. You know, they would use their Second Amendment right. But for me, it's an old well situation. I mean, it really doesn't do anything for me. Whatever.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. It's an OL situation. To me, I don't see a problem with it particularly. I expect the white guy to survive because we've seen this example numerous times. Look like they worked him up a little bit. You know, that's fine too. You know, but to me, it's just an OL. I think we could successfully go on and shoot the breeze topic number 3 after that. There's not much to say about that story. Yeah, you guys in the chat who are there, you guys are seeing these stories. You can post your comments as well. As you know, don't just have us talking. You guys can communicate your thoughts on these prompts also. Shoot the breeze topic number 3 tonight. We created black on black crime. We created black on black crime. Before we check out this prompt, let's welcome in Jay. Jay, how are you this week? Jay, can you hear me? Okay, I guess Jay is not ready to talk to us yet.
Excuse me, I was on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can, Jay. How are you this week? Jay, once again, how are you this week?
Jay, you need to get a new laptop, bro.
I'm okay. I'm guessing I was switching from data to Wi-Fi.
Okay.
All
right,
Jay.
Jay.
Today, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
How are you? How are you over there? All of you, my family.
I'm fine. I think that the other fellas are fine. They could answer.
Yeah, I'm good, Jay. I'm good, bro.
Okay.
All right, Jay. I'm gonna put you on mute, Jay, until you get yourself fully situated there. Shoot the breeze topic number 3 says we created black on black crime. Who is the we? Let's see what this prompt. Let's see the link that comes with this. I saw this video earlier this week as well, so I'm glad to see it showed up here tonight. Let's check out this video and then we'll discuss it.
Hey, I was a conscript in the South African Army in 1988 and 89. Used to have to do 2 years. 1989 was the last year of having to do 2 years of compulsory military service, as Nelson Mandela was led out of jail and we moved towards the first free and fair elections in South Africa. But I was based up in northern Zululand near a town called Matubatuba in 121 Battalion, which was a Zulu battalion with a small cadre of white officers, but all the troops and a lot of the non-commissioned officers were Zulus. And one of the things that was going on in my area, because I was the law officer covering a very large area of northern Zululand up to the Swaziland-Mozambique border, was a small group of recce officers. That was like our equivalent of the SAS, Navy SEALs type soldiers, training local Zulu men to go up to the townships and the mine hostels around Johannesburg and in the Transvaal to deliberately foment racial tension and violence with other tribes based in those hostels and townships. And this was a very deliberate strategy of the South African government and the South African military at the time to create black on black violence, to detract from the potential for black on white violence.
Hey guys, so today we're going to be talking about divide and conquer and how Black people were pitted against themselves during colonization and slavery. This is a tactic that was used all across Africa, and it's unfortunate because what they brewed during colonization did not end with colonization. Tribes were pitted against each other until this day. They have still not been able to make 100% peace with themselves. A lot of people wonder why Africa is so tribalistic. Well, this is the foundation of where the whole madness started from. Same thing was done in the diaspora as well. Although they did not use tribe, but they found their way, and we still suffer from it till this day, focusing on attacking ourselves rather than attack the true enemy.
Which in those days was very low because we had a very strong and violent police force repressing that side of things. But there was this massive deflection that went on right up until I left the army at the end of 1989. And a lot of white people don't know that, is that there was a very deliberate strategy, because what white people in South Africa at the time, and no doubt for some period afterwards, were often saying is, you know, these blacks can't run a country because they're always fighting each other. These tribes hate each other, right? The Zulus hate the KWAZ, who hate the Ndebele, who hate this guys, the Pondos, and this kept saying that basically that blacks were too violent to run a country. And what most people have no idea of is that violence, that intertribal violence, was fomented by the white South African government, army, and police force very deliberately. So we need to revise our idea of history, not just the recent history, the pre-apartheid history of South Africa, but the entire history of European and white domination of Africa, and the way that that was presented to us through our education curriculum, the things we believe about the history of Africa and colonialism are not what actually happened, and are certainly not how Africans experienced that. Let's bear that in mind, people. Come on.
We all know that colonization happened and it was bad. But the real truth of exactly what happened, like the cocoa of the situation during colonization, hasn't been told yet. This is one man sharing his story of true life encounters and situations that definitely did not make it into the history books. In the history books, they will say, oh, they were just very violent people that hated themselves. They were always going to war and unaliving one another. They were very barbaric and backward and uncivilized, uneducated, uncouth. That's what they will put in the history books. They would not put all those terrible things that they did. Like I said, this is one man sharing his experience, saying the truth of exactly what went down. Victors write history, right? So we can only imagine the chunk of things that they left out. This is why it is sacrosanct that true history be taught, because a whole lot of things we are dealing with in the present is as a result of what happened in the past. But we have no idea and cannot even make the connection. When you do not know where you are coming from, you may not be able to tell exactly where you are going. There are problems that we presently cannot solve because we have not been able to pinpoint the source of the problem. This is why I hate it when I meet people who want to tackle present day issues without acknowledging what happened in the past. The past can't be exclusive to the past, especially when the past is still the present. They make comments like this, like Europeans were not having stupid wars where they were just unaliving themselves left, right, center, up and down in Europe. They've always had hate in them and always wanting to be destructive and cause mayhem. All they did was channel that hate and desire to cause destruction towards other group of people. Like they hated and unalived themselves for years. I would even argue they don't even presently love themselves. They were just able to unify with their whiteness to go unalive other people and exploit. That's the only thing uniting these people, their whiteness. If you take that away, they hate themselves because history shows us that. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not me saying that there were no disputes at all in Africa. Of course, there were disputes. Where there are humans, there's bound to be disagreements. But we always found a way to solve our problems and made peace. Until they came, that is. And not only were they creating disputes amongst us, they were funding the disputes. They literally created fire and continued to pour fuel on it until the fire blew out of proportion, and here we are.
And I know that I've got guys in the comments going, that never happened. It's like, mate, I was there. And the reason I know this happened is not because 121 Battalion was directly involved in this, but because we had bases at Jacini and Dumu and these places, and these recce bastards would come out of the bush from doing this training and get drunk and talk too much. This was not something being done by 121 Battalion. This was being done by or facilitated by the recce's and other units and covert operatives in that area, because it couldn't be above the line. It was below the line activity. And the trouble was, the only reason I know about this is because these psychopaths would come out the bush when we'd be sitting around a braai on the Mozambique border having a nice time, and they would completely fuck up our lives by their aggression, their stupid games, their drunkenness. These were miserable psychopathic people, man. I used to hate it. There were many, many times when I would rather go and sleep in my truck in the bush than be in the base when these guys came in, because they were awful, awful people. And they were doing awful, awful things. Yes, tribal animosity existed, but we took it, we weaponized it, and many, many people died as a result.
This is one man sharing his truth, and I'm grateful he did. We need more people like him. Bless his heart. See, we are presently working with half-truths and whitewash history, and even that is terrible when you hear it. And I wonder exactly how bad it will be if they actually do tell the truth, the unfiltered truth. Because if the filtered one is this bad, the one we know of, and we know that's not the entirety, how bad was it really if we hear about the real stuff? And we do need to hear about the real stuff.
Hey, this is absolutely true. It's almost as if Africa had no history prior to the arrival of white Europeans. And that, of course, is completely absurd. But what it means is that an entire centuries of history have just been erased as if they didn't exist. And nobody can be bothered to recreate and teach that history because, hey, why bother? But one of the things, just one of the things to note, is that the richest man in history, in all of history, a man whose wealth made Elon Musk look like a fucking peasant, was a king in northern West Africa called Mansa Musa, who was so rich that it is estimated that by today's standards, he would be worth $500 billion. And nobody knows that. Well, I say nobody, but you have to really dig in to find that out, because we think that all culture, all wealth really just emerged from Renaissance Europe. And we point to African history and other parts of the world as saying, look how uncivilized they were. Look how they were always fighting each other. Look how they just killed each other. Look how they hadn't invented things. Look how they lived this nomadic subsistence lifestyle. And we, white Europeans, changed all of that during the Enlightenment and with the Industrial Revolution. But what did we really change? Okay, we upped the standard of living, but at what cost? And that's why I talk about colonialism so much, is that it's as if prior to that, Europeans weren't tribal little groups killing each other at random, having constant wars. Italy was only made a country in the 1800s. We think that Europe's history is unsullied series of developments, and we look at Africa and say, well, it wasn't developing until we came along, and that's just horseshit. It was. We just weren't privy to that history, right? And so we only look at it from that white European perspective, and that's distressing. It's the same for South America. It's the same for Asia. And what Europeans are now calling revisionist history is actually just the discovery of the real history. So come on, people, let's have an open mind to this, and let's look to the source of history rather than Europeans' very convenient rewriting of it.
All right. I know a lot of people will want to call him a zaddy after all of that. Jay, you just heard what he said. We created black on black crime. What say you to that?
Well, I spent the day with a German friend, and you know, it started right away with him admitting that Europeans are not civilized yet. Europeans are not civilized yet. They are not there yet. They are brutal, barbaric, and that's it. They're not civilized. They don't. They are not on a millennial level. Like these civilizations that exist thousands of years. Europeans are not there. Their mind state, their mindset is not there. They are not yet civilized. Point blank.
Is it that they're really not civilized, or is it that they're not civilized to non-whites?
No, they're not civilized because they wipe out each other's history also. The United States is not. People in the United States are not aware of French and Dutch and Spanish history of the United States. It's like, yeah, the Latin people are invading our country. No, you had several wars, I believe. I'm not sure, but the East Coast has a heavy Dutch history.
Yeah,
Mississippi and the South has a French history. St. Louis, the before Dakar was the capital of Senegal. St. Louis was the capital of Senegal, and guess what? It looks like St. Louis in the United States, really? with these iron balconies and such. That's typical French, I don't know, 19th century or whatever architecture, and yeah. They so in the wars with each other, they wipe each other's history also out. They wipe out each other's history also. So yeah, they don't value human history, not even of each other, i.e. their own. White on white crime is also, that's also white on white crime. The English wiping out French and Dutch and Spanish history in the United States.
Right. I just want to shout out Tanzan, who said greetings, peace and greetings to me earlier. She said greetings to the entire chat. The chat is real quiet tonight. I'm almost uncertain if folks in the chat can hear the show. That's how quiet it is. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you today?
I'm great, my brother. How about you?
I'm great. Everybody
on the panel, how y'all doing?
Respect, brother.
Hey, big bro. What's going on?
Good evening. Good night.
Yeah.
Brother Bakari, you see the prompt. I don't know if you saw the video. I assume you did. This white boy is talking about how they created black on black crime. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, they created the it's a myth and not a myth of black on black crime, but we perpetuate it by some of the stuff that we do. But yes, of course, they intervene because that's going to help them win if they can keep us focused on one another and not focused on them, because their mission is to conquer you, control you. That's their goal. And as long as we're fighting each other, we can't ever fight anyone else. I heard Jose say something about how they do each other, and they hide the history of here in the United States. I'm not sure it's hidden. I just think it's in a book, and a lot of people don't want to read it. That's just what I think. But yes, they treat each other because don't care where they go, whoever in charge, they would destroy one another. I think that's almost like, I think every man wanna be in charge. Every man wanna be, I don't know, something like a conqueror. This is mine. And I just think they go all out 100% to make sure. I won't say they are uncivilized. I think the people that's allowed them to treat them a certain way, we would be considered, if you're living in a system and people is constantly doing one thing, so maybe we're the uncivilized and they're civilized and they feel they have to control us. I'm saying they're thinking, right? So maybe we need to have to start thinking like them a little bit and get back to nature. And we want to be the ones that go around and piss on that tree and say, this is my tree. And if you come over here, all this territory is mine. If you come over here, it's going to be a war, because that's what they do. But that black on black, that's something they created and we perpetuated. I hear the mic.
Yes, sir. Sorry for interrupting at the end there. Something I heard Bakari saying on his platform and on the Forecast platform recently, and I wholeheartedly agree. It's one of the things I talk about a lot. Is you can blame the people who are setting up the conditions. Of course, you can blame them, although you can argue that they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to set up the pitfalls for you to fall into. The problem is when you go along with the setup and you take part in the pitfalls, and that's something I want black folks to start to consider a little bit more going forward. It's time to, you can't blame a person for crack when you decide to go do, like I saw someone recently on crack. This is a little tangent, but I saw someone recently out here on crack, a young person, probably younger than me. And I'm like, all this information and examples we've had since the 80s, you still went and friggin' sucked on a crack pipe? Like, at some point, we got to start realizing that we have some onus in what's going on with us. With that said, let's get back to the prompt here. We created black on black crime. Only you just saw that video. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, my thing is this. No disrespect to people on the continent, no disrespect to our people here, but the white man's supposed to fucking create disunity among you. That's how you're supposed to fight. Mm-hmm. That's the whole point of propaganda. If your propaganda is not telling people that you are the good guys, right, then you're doing propaganda wrong. Mm-hmm. If I roll through with a neighborhood and I'm like, yo, guess what? I'm gonna take all your shit. I'm gonna ruin your lives, right? I'm doing shit wrong. And so this white boy, if he come to your neighborhood and he's like, I'm the bad guy, right? And you guys are the good guys. ain't nobody doing that. Mm-hmm. So yeah, the white boy done. He created this unit. He's supposed to. He come down to your country. He don't own. We got to understand this. When the white boy arrived into Africa, he ain't own a single piece of land.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Like right now, you look at me. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm a landowner in America because I'm not. But if I go down to any place on this planet, realistically, especially any place in Europe, I don't own shit. So, and I'm a what they call advanced individual, at this point, right? You talking about these white boys coming out of Europe, ain't never been to Africa before. They ain't own nothing. How you think they're gonna get it? So yeah, they're gonna create disunity. Yeah, they're gonna steal land. Yeah, they're gonna make bad deals, whatever they're doing. But they're gonna be underhanded, of course, because they I forgot what I was reading the Carlos Cooks today, and he was like, you can't make something out of nothing. No, you can't. You can make nothing out of something, but you can't make something out of nothing, right? The thing is this, that they had to basically get something out of nothing, and the way how they do that, they had to be underhanded, and I'm not holding it against. I mean, look, I'm holding it against them, of course, but what I'm saying is this: yeah, they did it, but we can't use that as an excuse. You were at war, and you're still at war, and the only thing is that you have to see what the sister was talking, and she's like, well, I just hope that they can admit, I hope that they can let go of, they can teach us the truth. For what?
Yeah, man.
Like, for what? I'm trying to figure that out. Because
she there praising Jesus. Oh, thank you, Jesus, for this guy. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, right? Shit. Jesus the one who took your land. Like, Jesus the one that took your damn land. What are you talking about? Who you praising him for? So yeah, I mean, I'm saying that like but I believe that white folk did this shit. I believe it, and they like, I don't see why they wouldn't have. I don't see I don't see how they could have done this, how they could have gotten as far as they did without doing underhanded shit, right? Only question now is, what are we going to do? That's all. That's the only question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love it. Only before you go, let me ask you a quick question. Who was worse? The what's that guy name? J. Edgar Hoover for sending folks to infiltrate the UNIA, or the black folks who actually went and infiltrated the UNIA?
Shaking my head. See, that's what I'm saying. Look, my thing is this. See, you know what I'm saying? Well, like, usually I always say this. I say that white folk are the enemy, right? But black folk could be traitors or whatever, right? So I usually don't like the enemy more. But at the same time, it's like, like at the end of the day, it's like, it's kind of like, shit. It's kind of like, what's worse between getting stabbed in the chest and a bullet in you? What I mean? Like I don't want neither. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, we have to be mindful of what, like, it's like, that's what I'm saying. We have to be mindful of how it is. This white boy, he's gonna say who's worse, the Africans. Like that's what I was actually thinking about today. I forgot to mention this in the podcast, so I'm glad you brought that up. But there was a word for, when black folk side with white folk, we don't really even have a word for it. Well, we have coon or something like that, but we don't really have a word for it. But see, white folk have a word for it, right? And they call them N-word lovers. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I remember, if y'all remember when y'all were growing up, and y'all would hear a white person saying, "Oh, you an N-word lover," or something like that. And because we were reading Carlos Cooks, and I was like, he was talking about you have to have a touch of force, like you have to use force on your traders, right? And I realized we don't really do the touch of force on our traders, but the word N-word lover, if you know what that word meant in America, right? That meant that you get that they did street justice. Mm-hmm. You understand? So the same way they would lynch a black man, the same way they'd lynch an N-word lover. Mm-hmm. If you were, and this is like up to this day, if white people call you an N-word lover, right? I don't remember. It was like, it could have been like during Bush's presidency, but there was some sort of dispute between black people and white people, and some white folk were standing up with the black folk, and they were getting death threats to this day. Yep. So I mean, when it comes, like, white people, they don't question between who's where. I mean, they are going to kill. They're going to discipline either way. Yes. But our issue is that we don't do Jesse Lee Peterson could say whatever the freak he want. Mm-hmm. She could do whatever he want. No. And there's no physical consequence. But it's realistically every other group. You step out of line too much, and that's your ass. Every other group. Mm-hmm. They're in a group on this planet where you can step out of line and that's not your ass. If somebody knows one, name one.
We'll run down to a bodega and try to menace a old Spanish dude behind a counter. But these people who selling out our people left and right, we do nothing towards, man. You know,
that Jesse Lee Peterson dude needs to, like, come on. I can't say it, but y'all tripping. I mean, how this dude making bank off of saying the dumb shit he's saying?
Yep. In the chat, KW7 said England and France engaged in a 100-year war. Who was keeping score? LMAO. We got Marcus Garvey, is the way to free minds, back with us this week. She says, good night. I saw this video with the Lice Walker this week talking about how he created division in Africa. The learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron, says, be unflinching in your propaganda. They come with their quote-unquote laws and violence and call it civilization. Brother Bakari, his StreamYard was acting up, so he'll join us a little bit later again. The learning curve says, greetings to Brother Bakari, Tanzan, etc. The learning curve answers the question. She says, the black folks that did it are worse. I agree with that as well. Now, everyone needs to be punished, but you black folks who actually infiltrated organizations and worked for the feds and all that kind of stuff, y'all need to be treated something special in terms of worse. Trigger Happy 262 Plus is here. They say, agree with basically everything. The only partial disagreement is that our people are not going to magically realize that because their conditions are discriminating ecosystems. It all comes down to the material and consciousness, okay? They won't magically stop smoking crack when that's their conditions. This is where organization comes in, but for the most part, spot on. All right. The learning curve says the Eurasians' only concept is their power. That's what they're supposed to do. We must protect each other. It's our duty, but we have lost our sense of duty to each other. Brother Bakari said the black trader is worse. Marcus Garvey says our race not even motivated towards self-preservation. I agree with that too. Trigger Happy says they love Jesse Lee Peterson. Brother Bakari said the SVU, he talked about this on his show this week. He says the SVU, the Special Victims Unit, black people, have built-in excuses. I agree with that. I mean, we got to stop with the excuses. KW7 finally says Jesse Lee Peterson is getting dragged by his white friends. Yeah, that. One thing with white folks too, man, they'll use you up for a minute, but they don't respect you. And as soon as they can, they'll turn on you too. Mr. Untouchable, you heard everything everyone else had to say. You saw the video. What say you?
I agree with the brothers. In this way, you know, the ops, you know, are doing what they are supposed to do. They are doing what they're supposed to do. They are playing a game, a strategy, and in the game, the strategy they're playing, they are doing what they're supposed to do. So what if they send out their useful idiots among us to foment and cause division? And what's interesting about that is we still have these useless idiots, you know, and these minions sent by these people, you know, the unseen hand, sent by the unseen hand, you know, people who we don't see, to come out here to foment division amongst us, even on social media, I might add. And I even go get into the name calling of the groups that's trying to do that right now. But in the game of strategy, we also supposed to be strategic as well. You know, we are supposed to be the thinkers too. You know, and if they could create strategy that will cause and sow division among our ranks, you know, we could play MI5 and MI6 too. Sometimes, you know, sometimes I feel like we shouldn't only be on the defensive. Sometimes we should be, you know, on the offense and doing things to dismantle certain things. But that's neither here nor there.
Great
point.
But
I would say this though, you know, we should be very leery of people, you know, in the spaces that we exist in, who speak the language of disunity, who speak the language of fomenting going our separate ways and being distinctively apart from one another, because it only makes us weaker. And it really defines who these people are. These people were sent by this unseen hand. And this guy, you know, he was one of the faceless ones. He just came out in the sunlight to really express what the strategy in fact was. You know, usually you don't see this face. Usually you would see a face who look just like us and who speak our language. But when you hear that content, it's just to sow the seeds of division and disunity. So these people are sent, and we should really recognize who the useful idiots are, because they in fact are sent. Make no mistake about it. The strategy he used in South Africa, apartheid, is being used all over the world, in the Western world, globally. Make no mistake about that. It's continuous. It's still being used, and it's used in different spaces, whether we know it or not, in real time, and also on social media as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Untouchable. Yeah, I appreciate everything everyone had to say here on the panel tonight. Does anyone have any last word for this prompt? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is, oh, by the way, the matron had a comment earlier, and I like this comment. She says this on her show. Make sure you guys are checking out her show as well, The Learning Curve. The matron says they break their toys when they are finished with them. Being a sellout has no retirement plan. You know what I mean? Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight is enough time for talk. I guess I got to shout out Sister Raw. This sounds like a prompt Sister Raw would have written. Shout out to Sister Raw. This came with a link. Let's check out the link and then we'll discuss it.
Greetings, family. Bomani Tamba here. We're live in Revolutionary Camp family, and we are still in Ghana. We're at Jahadzi, and we're at our Black Star Pan-African Community Office/house. And just wanted to introduce you to our staff and crew that's here. That's doing an excellent job on us building a foundation from this nothing up to what we'll eventually have to be a top-notch real estate office, to where you can come here and we'll have everything set up, and then we'll take you to the property. And what we have here is a beautiful 2 sisters and our brother Azebo. So Azebo is our manager of our office, and he's also the vice president of our organization. And we have Dr. Cassandra, and wonderful sister that's here to help as a secretary. And Sister Fua is an assistant secretary, and she's also here to help with the future of the operation. So they've been just figuring out a lot of things out on their own and working things organically. And I'm letting people know what we're doing right now, and even showing people the empty office, because just like when we showed the land, it was nothing there, and that's how we have to learn to look at things. I know sometimes people, us in the States, we may go to everywhere and it's all well furnished, all well this, but the foundation of everything is empty and blank and nothing. So this is what we're building from, and as years go by, we're going to show you our progress, especially when we transform our real business office to the actual land. Now, what I want to do is ask if any of you would like to say something, or just give an introduction, step by one person at a time, and just smile and let them know how you feel about living in the town.
Well, I'll go first. I'm Dr. Cassandra Mabatho Hawkins, and I'm really excited to be here with this group. I came here a few months ago, and it's just been wonderful, just being able to connect with the land, connect with the people, and learning so much. And as we continue to build, I am just asking that you join us and you support us and just learn some of the things that we're learning also. Thank you.
Just my brother Warrior. I want to give much respect to this brother right here. Literally, it was very hard to find one person that was willing to stay here. And this was the only man, the only true brave soldier, and things like that. So I'm always telling brother, I got your back. We're going to figure it out together. All the struggles, all of the, whatever the situation people may see, and we're going to build it together. So appreciate you, and family. This is what we need. We need more dedicated people to come and fight and work it out. And together we're going to do it strong.
That's right.
Give a good introduction.
Right. Buffalo Soldier dedication. I always redeem myself. I always deem myself as a pioneer. Pioneer meaning that we need less armchair revolutionaries.
Serious. And
we need more boots on the ground missionaries and revolutionaries. We're at the vanguard. This This is as far as the revolution goes. And that means taking back our Sankofa, taking back what has been taken from us. All of this has been taken from us, so we have to take it back. This is what the future generations have to participate in. Taking Africa back to its rightful owners, giving it back to its rightful owners. We've done enough for the world. Now it's time for the world to do us a favor. Give us back our motherland.
All right, cool, perfect. Well, we're gonna put the work in to make sure it happens. So always appreciate you, brother. Our sister, appreciate you being a part of the future, and things are gonna grow. Say hello to people. Say hello.
Hello, I'm
Say something. You're part of. You're part of.
If one makes secretary in training at Black Staff and African Community. What do you do here?
Tell us your profession.
I help them in terms of cooking, cleaning, and other stuff. And what are you running? And also, I'm learning about being a secretary.
What is your current profession?
Teacher.
Okay. So family, she's a school teacher. So family, this is our foundation, and we're building strong, and we're gonna only grow stronger. So appreciate everyone's support out there in the African diaspora. It means a whole lot, especially the people who invested on plots, of people paid dues and contributed so we can build this office, and also so we can just pay for the 15 acres of land and make payments on the 60 acres of land. So appreciate the energy, family, because that's what we need. Land is the base of independence. So now that we have the land, we can build our independence. All right, so family, the journey continues.
Absolutely, the journey continues. So, enough time for talk. It's time for action. Basically, is what that is saying in the chat. Marcus Garvey says Africa, Cameroon, Tanzania, Nigeria, Kenya are my list for the motherland, and Trinidad for sure. So, okay, Trinidad. Why Trinidad? I mean, nothing against Trinidad, but why Trinidad for sure? I'm just curious.
Man, why you hitting on Trinidad?
Nah. I can't hit on Trinidad. Jay, you saw that video just now. What say you to this?
I know the brother from long and from far, not personally. What I find funny in this video is that he forgot to put on his Jamaican accent, and that's no problem, no shade to the brother, because he's actually doing it, right? He's actually doing it. He survived, as a lot of us repatriates. He survived an attack of diaspora people that he pulled in. That he it happens. It happened to me. It happened to people in the Gambia. It's even JT. When he was in Kenya, he also was attacked by one person that he brought in, and yes, and this brother survived it. He's just this military discipline. He just keeps on pushing on. If we, and when I say we, I mean the Ledge Group, which I am part of, we are doing it too, but less in the lens of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
We're active in 6 countries, and we're working on it also. We're building we're not yet in the tourism part, but we are building we are building a resort in Arusha, Tanzania.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the 6 countries where we're active in, but we're not. These group travels, which this brother also organizes. That's not yet what we do. We are busy in agriculture, culture. How you call it? Animals, chickens, but also cattle in South Africa. agriculture in Kenya. We sell high quality coffee from Uganda. The Ledge Group, join us.
All right. Okay. We got to talk about that a little bit more so we get more information on that in the future. Marcus Garvey in the chat says family in Trinidad. Okay. And the reason is because of the mixed culture of African and Asians. Okay. All right. Oni, enough time for talk. What did you take from the video?
Oh, wait, I just realized Jose said the Ledge Group. That's the same group I was telling y'all that my sister was on. Mello.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they're in the same group. Jose was hating on it though. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I was in the dollar store earlier today. Yeah, I know. I think I wanted like plastic forks or something, you know, and I said I'm not gonna pay no $5 for plastic forks. All right.
I agree with
that. So anyways, I'm in there and I'm realizing I go by the candy section. I remember like when I go into the store sometimes, my son, I'm like, what kind of candy you want? He'd be like Skittles. And I'm like, why the fuck this? I didn't say that, but I'm like, why is he talking about Skittles? Like, I don't get him Skittles. He don't have his own store. You know, he don't know nothing about Skittles, but he be talking about Skittles. And it dawns on me, like sometimes he be on YouTube, you know, sometimes he wake up before me, he go on the computer or something, or sometimes he whatever, right? Maybe he gets an ad and the ad is like, yo, eat some Skittles, bro. Right. And I'm like, and I realize when I'm thinking about it, right, that if you're an intellectual, right? No, let's say if you're trying to sell chocolate, you can sell chocolate in two ways, right? You can sell it the intellectual way. Okay, you can sell it the intellectual way and be like, oh, chocolate is good for your blah, 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 right? Or you could sell it in a toddler way, you know, and be like, oh, gooey yummy, whatever, right? And what I realize is this, that everybody was once a toddler. You know what I mean? Like if you're an adult, you were once a toddler, and that toddler is still inside of you, right? But not everybody is intellectual.
That's true.
You know? And so what I realize in that saying, and I probably have to repeat this when I'm thinking a little clearer, but what I realize is that these advertisers be appealing to your inner toddler. Now when I see this video, thinking from that lens, I'm saying to myself, this is not appealing to my inner toddler. You know? And so I'm not saying that I think people should support any African effort, obviously. Right? But that's the intellectual in me. And that's me as an intellectual saying, yeah, you should support African people. But if we're talking about as toddlers, you know, just you want black folk to get behind whatever you're doing, whatever you're selling, whatever you're like whatever it is you're doing, you have to advertise a lot better. And I think that's one of our problems because that's why I think that's one of our problems. Because like I said, I don't know why my son is talking about Skittles. I don't. But he's talking about it. Right? This video right here don't really appeal to the masses. It might be good. It might be you doing some activity. It might be you being active. That's true. But you know, I mean, there was one sister looking pretty. No disrespect to the other sister. You know, no disrespect to the brothers, right? But if I were to, I don't know what you could do, but what I'm saying is that, yeah, you could see the same thing. I don't know what they were selling, honestly. But if they are saying, hey, look, we have this space and whatever, the reality is that you could have had a video, polished, pretty women. Oh, come to our thing, blah, 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 right? And people might, I'll be real with you. People will dig in their pockets.
African women twerking, apparently.
Shit, boy, you be rich tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like this is a real thing. You know, you don't have to even put yourself out there. Like you will, like, because the thing is that you like, oh, you put that. The sister was pretty, but then you put her in front, and she's like, they're like, what do you do? I don't know. I'm just here sometimes. Like what? I mean, no disrespect, because like I would still support. I personally would still support. But the question becomes, well, if you really trying to get mass support, you gotta know that this is not an interesting video. People are not we sat through it. But people are not really gonna sit through this. I already know that.
I think that I want to say that I think this, I would accept the responsibility for this video, because to speak on Bomani Taimbe's behalf, he has like hundreds of videos exposing in fact the different things he would have done inside the Gambia and the office itself and the land space. But I agree with only to a certain perspective, because he was really talking about advertising to a particular market of people, and you have to understand your market and who you are trying to expose your information to. We on the panel as Pan-Africanists, I think that we would have gotten the gist of this particular video is really to expose the world about the centralization and organization of people, strategically around the world, and trying to organize and in fact, build land, and do things of that nature. But I would accept responsibility for the video. My only thing in presenting the video is really sparking the interest in people really taking it a step further and looking more into it. Because if you was to go onto his site, you would see more videos that would be along the lines of what Oni was trying to get at. So I would just take the responsibility for it. Don't blame him. It's just one video. Maybe it's just one of the videos that is just introducing the people, but he does go into more detail as to what they're actually doing and the line itself. So I accept responsibility for it.
No, I don't think it's something you should accept responsibility for. You didn't film it and put it out there. I think Oni hit on something pretty important though, and I think it's something that we gotta.
You got double check. Did Mr. Untouchable film it or something? He didn't set the responsibility. Did you? You direct this person?
No. Because the reality is that there are other things, other videos that he would have shown the office space and the line itself, because you are talking about, in fact, sales and advertisement and people actually being sold based on emotion as opposed to reason and logic, because people buy first off emotion. You are absolutely right about that. I don't disagree with that. And I could have picked another video, but a lot of other videos are much longer and it wouldn't have go with the continuity of the show itself. So that's why I picked this particular video.
Go ahead. Yeah, I mean, first off, if the video is longer, this video was already long enough. Okay, this was a 5-minute video. It didn't make any
5 minutes, bro. It's just 5 minutes.
I'm saying if you advertising something, we gotta realize. No, you gotta realize what generation we're in. Yeah. Like we're talking about. See, because wait, bro, understand touchable. You on TikTok?
Oh no.
All right. Well, look, I downloaded TikTok recently. When you go on to TikTok, you're gonna realize what generation we on. Yeah. This is 15 seconds.
20 seconds.
Yeah, this is 20 seconds or less. Yeah. Period.
Yes.
If you're not constantly engaging people's sensory nerves, they are going to scroll past you. You talking about 5 minutes? You know, like you know what I mean? Classic. Michael Jackson put out a song. It's like 9 minutes, and you're like, damn, right? Like back in the day, you're like, yeah, that's a whole short film, right? Nowadays, you got big artists putting out 2-minute songs, 1 minute songs.
I got you. Here's the thing. Here's what I would say.
Long videos. If you tell me this, I got longer videos. I'm sorry, my dude. What?
Here's what I would say on Oni. Email Bomani Tembe, because he may not necessarily understand the things that you are actually expressing right now, because he is of he's Generation X, I think. So we kind of like a little bit behind the ball and don't understand that the time frame to capture people's attention is shorter now. So even in a 5-minute space, that's still too long. You know what I mean? So many of us don't necessarily understand that, but I do understand what you were saying about trying to appeal to a mass audience. I don't necessarily know if he's actually trying to do that though. I think that he is really trying to appeal to a specific audience of people. But I get what you're saying though.
No, what I'm saying is this: that mass audience appeal is appealing to all of us. We're talking about, because see, even we know about Skittles. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why these white boys are celebrating something. I don't know what the fuck. I really don't know what they celebrate. You know what I'm saying?
I think Oni hit on something that is a thing I think we should kind of study more a little bit too, like this advertising to the toddler inside of us concept. Because when you look at when you look at how they get black folks to gravitate to stuff, it's usually some childish type shit. In fact, in the chat, I'm going to read the comments in a second. Some folks in the chat were talking about grifters. And one of the things you'll notice about the popular grifters in black society here in the West especially is they always deal in some childish type stuff. Like I saw, it came up on my timeline, I guess, the other day. Dane Calloway put out some goofy thing about Tariq Nasheed, and Tariq Nasheed before that had made some puppet parody of him, and this, that, and the other. And when you look at like the ADOS and the FBA, you notice that these folks gravitate to the name calling, the shit that we did like in primary school on the playground.
The toddler.
You know? Yeah, the toddler.
It's
folks
genius.
Like that.
It's genius. It's genius. Koku is genius when you think about it, because as Oni was saying, it appeals to that childlike idea inside all of us. You know, the whole, if you look at the rap industry, in particular, the major artists, 50 Cent and so forth, they create nursery rhymes type of rhymes. Very, very elementary, because they understand that they're appealing to a vast market of people, not necessarily the small sect of the thinkers. You know what I mean? The masses. So
peep this. I'm sorry to interrupt, brother, but peep this. Y'all heard of Super Mario Brothers, right?
Yeah.
The main song from that, from the main song from that Mario stuff, whatever, right? That's from a nursery song in Japan that was based off of some rock and roll song in America. But they do this nursery music.
It's genius. It's genius.
Well, look, I'm not going to say it's genius per se, but what I'm going to tell you is that, you know, it's exactly. And I'm going to say, and so what we're doing is, and what I want to say is this. I wanted to add this too. When Tariq Nasheed put together this thing for the FBA conference, he ain't put his dumb ass, his goofy looking ass inside the video. He put some video of a bunch of, you know, models, more or less, you know, not like beautiful models, but just models, you know, actors playing parts with the American flag around them. It looked good. He didn't put his goofy looking ass there. And I'm not saying he's unattractive or he's this or he's that or he don't phrase right, but he understands put the actors and the models. But see, now you put this aside. You got this old guy. No disrespect to the old man, because I think he's a good guy. You got the lady who's like, I don't know what I do. You got the other lady standing there, like, do you know what you do? And it's like, why am I seeing you filming this? Like you should never. This should have never passed the cut. There's no director. What are you filming this for?
You're absolutely right. And like you said,
conversation you should have had. You know. Nah. You see, you tell me I'm right. I know I'm right. My issue is, why in the world would you even hit publish for this?
Because he doesn't understand, like maybe like to the degree that you do, advertisement, as Tricker Happy was saying in the track. He maybe didn't study propaganda. He didn't study advertisement. Maybe you may have a more of an insight into the science of it than he does. So I'm saying that you need to email the brother.
No, look. Actually, I want to say one thing before we even go on. So this dude, you guys can't see my pointer, but the older man, he's praising the older man by saying, "You one of the only people who stuck around." Why would you say that?
Yeah,
like that don't even make any sense. You're gonna tell somebody you one of the only people that stuck around. Now, what does that mean to anybody? Anybody that hears that is gonna say, "This is not a good place to be."
Yeah, why should I stick around?
Yeah, why this sounds difficult. If only one person of a whole group survive, like, you know what I'm saying? Like if somebody told you,
may I
survive this drink? You know, like you gonna drink the same drink? No, you're gonna be like, the fuck? This one person survive? Oh man, yeah. Sorry, Jose. You can speak. My fault.
Yeah. You know that's I maybe I gave a hint about that. You know, so the brother was attacked by a sister. His sister tried to destroy his movement by trying to arrest him, sending police at him at the moment that he was on his way to the airport back to the States after a group trip, and then there's this black spook in Austria that is throwing shades on all these repatriation movements. So the brother, the brother in the movie, I believe he pays too much attention to the negative stories along the way. So these attacks. I'm guessing. I'm guessing what he was saying is in a long chain of videos that he spends too much time on these attacks, and so I guess what he meant was, this brother stick with me through all the bullshit. I'm guessing that. But if indeed this is the first video that you see, it's kind of goofy. Like, huh? Who are these people? What space are you talking about? Because I'm only seeing a wall behind you. You know, it's indeed. Yes, the brother does not understand marketing that well. But he is a go-getter. You know, he's in it for years. You know, so his selling point, I'm guessing, is that he has this military discipline that he keeps on going, and no matter what attacks and what hardships he has encountered along the way. I'm guessing that's his selling point. That I'm guessing those are the his audience
Right.
are older people that understand that it's hard work to repatriate. So he's not his audience is not the people that look for a snack or a 2-week vacation.
I'll say this because I don't want it to ever come across like we are, shitting on works, right? If you're interested in what the brother in the video is doing, reach out to him by all means. The conversation is more so, it's actually an interesting conversation that it turned into. It's a conversation about how to appeal to folks, how to organize in a sense, right? How to polish your message and the imagery and the branding and all that kind of thing. And it's something that in the conscious community, we need to study that a little bit more, because as I'm about to read the chat is talking about how the grifters tend to use a certain psychology, and that's how they get to be so divisive and disruptive. So let me read some of the chat. Bakari said, only your son might be a beast mode, meaning my Sean Lynch fan, and that's why he wants Skittles. My Sean does the commercials for Skittles. Trigger Happy says, do you think that it's something that grifters do better than Pan-Africanists? Advertising. Brother Bakari says, the Trigger Happy, I would say grifters advertise better. Marcus Garvey says, we support Asians and Arabs without marketing. We give our money and support to everyone but ourselves. Actually, those folks do actually market low-key. Brother Bakari says, and the grifters outwork us for the minds of our people. The learning curve says, the Trigger Happy, yes, grifters do it better. Controversy sells, and they can grasp the attention of the masses. We don't necessarily want the masses. This is for the elite. I agree with that, Matron. Right? I agree with that. Trigger Happy says, I think grifters are very entertainment oriented, and that becomes more exciting than a more fundamental approach. We have to engage in that fun, quote unquote, fun too, but also beneficial. Goes on to say, I remember reading that Cabral would grab kids into his movement by simply having a soccer club, and they would let them play. Marcus Garvey says, people pull up in Africa and plant seeds and was never advertised to us. Can you imagine advertising your home to the tenants? Africa should be what we head to, like homing pigeons. Now, Marcus Garvey, I'll say you are correct. That's what it should be. But with the miseducation and stuff that we received, and for generations now, that's not what it is. So you're gonna have to sell folks. I mean, it's sad to say, but you're really gonna have to sell folks on the benefits of getting organized, on the benefits of repatriation, on the benefits of group economics and all that kind of stuff. It's weird, but that's what it is. Brother Bakari says to Marcus Garvey, agree with your statement, but their stores is on every corner in our neighborhood, so we always see them. I always go past. I don't see the rest of that comment. Trigger Happy says, I can agree to a degree, but no matter what, the elite still has to dictate the minds of the masses, so we have to appeal to them. Maybe not all our people, but a good amount. Learning Curve says, sex sells and only wants to be sold. LOL joking. Okay. Trigger Happy says, we need to study propaganda. We are terrible at propaganda. This is why I want to be a writer. Good on you, Trigger Happy. Good on you. Trigger Happy says, need to study advertisement too. Trigger Happy then says, great point. This type of work is closely seen by the public eyes as grueling, putting more focus on that repels people. Lastly, he says, any great nation or organization has to master mass communication. Absolutely. These last few years, especially with some of the stuff I do in my personal life, like the HR stuff, HR consultant stuff, I'm also in this project management space. I think that we need folks who are utilizing some of this project management kind of knowledge and human resources knowledge to manage our people a little bit too. We got to study those things: project management, advertisement, including solicitation. We have to study project management and how to run things. So, those are some of my thoughts. Does anyone on the panel have any last thoughts on this topic?
Well,
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Jay,
go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Untouchable, you go, and then Oni.
Okay,
I think Jay was saying something. I've been talking too much. I mean, I'll wait.
By all means, brother, if you want to speak. But I would only say quickly. I would only say required reading. For those on the sound of my voice. There's a person named Edward Bernays. I think that the matron read some of his stuff, but he wrote a book called Propaganda. If anyone is interested, that is a very insightful book on actual how to create propaganda and how to do propaganda itself. Or if you don't want to read, there's a YouTube video called The Century of the Self. And it goes into Edward Bernays' life and how he in fact came to America and was integral in corporations and hiring him to induce propagandizing to sell different products in the United States of America, and he created great wealth off of it. So either you read the book by Edward Bernays called Propaganda, or you could watch a YouTube video called The Century of the Self. It goes into detail about the how-tos of propaganda and advertising.
All right, Jay, you next.
Yes, The Century itself is very powerful indeed. But what I wanted to say, and the other brother, please do speak, because it was very interesting what you said about the toddler in us. But what I let's say about 10 years or a little over 10 years ago, I was like, what we need is celebrities going to Africa, and then the masses will follow, right? And it happened. Some ludicrous got I believe Togo passport. I mean the dude with the mustache. The show and quiz master with the mustache. What's his name? He went to Africa and build a house, and it didn't quite happen. Why didn't it happen? This psyop called that we mention often in this show, the FBA ADOS happened. So the mass happening, I believe, is not is postponed, right? And so the targets are really the diehards that really intend to build and not have a snack or a taste, but that would have caused an avalanche, because those people would show their pictures. They would even if they went to Africa for a vacation, just have a look because Ludacris went, or because how is this rapper, this young rapper, just recently went to Ghana. What's his name? So people, the many people that would go on a vacation, have the snack, have the TikTok or the what's this candy that the example that you gave?
Skittles.
Skittles, right? So the people that would have these sweet 2 weeks in Ghana or in South Africa, those people would put their pictures on social media, and the avalanche could happen. But maybe it's not the masses that we need, because there's a lot of people that Edward Bernays created, right? The consumer, and I don't think we need the consumers to build. We need the people that Akon was talking to. Like you could become a Fortune 500 in the coming 5 to 10 years in Africa. Those are the people that we eventually we need harder than the people that go and take a snack of 2 to 3 weeks.
All right, Oni, I'll give you the last word.
I completely agree that you would rather the investors, but the thing is this: I want to say this. If you are an investor and you see this amateur hour, you're not invested.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you're an investor, it's like y'all remember Lauryn Hill was booed at the Apollo Theater. I don't know why. I don't really understand. But if she's not singing the right song, maybe, or she's not holding the right tune, then get out of here. This is not amateur hour. No real investor is interested in amateurs. And so as soon as you say, "Look, I'm an amateur," right? That's it. That's the end of it. Like you go to the bank to get a loan, right? And you go and you say, "Well, I have no success in business whatsoever," right? They're gonna tell you to get the fuck out. Right? Now you go to the bank and you say, "Look, I was successful at this, I was successful at that." Even if you bluffing, I'll tell y'all that, because that's the story I want to tell y'all. Because Coco just said something about HR. And by the way, when I said I wasn't gonna talk, I just meant I was gonna wait for y'all. But yeah. So I remember this brother was like, "Oh, I'm having so much trouble with a job. I can't get a job. Blah, 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 blah." And so I'm like, he's a good brother. He's on my Discord. So I was like, "Look, man, I can help you out, man. Let's show me, because I found out there was this app to write resumes, right?" Okay. And so I was like, "Look, man, you on my Discord, you need a job. I don't really like, people work for this white boy, but if you really need a job, I can help you out. Let me see your resume and I can fix it up." This motherfucker had a resume that was one damn sentence. It was one damn sentence. Like my guy, what in your mind could possibly possess you to think that, I could work for, I don't know what dumb shit it was, but it was legit. One damn, I don't even know if his name was on that shit. Like legit. It was so fucking stupid, right? Now, I also want to tell y'all, y'all might not know this, but there was this younger brother I used to, you guys come, y'all know who he is, but a younger brother, we had Tumblr together, and he always had more followers than me, like much more followers than me, right? I'm talking the good intellectual shit, writing articles on the regular, this is all blah, 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 blah. I'm being me, right? He's posting beautiful black women. And then he sometimes occasionally says some of the stuff that I might say, right? His followers are out of the ass. Now, I had to be like, "Dude, you posting way too many women for me," because I'm like I was a married man at the time. You know what I'm saying? And, it just look a little suspect, I was with a jelly woman, a jealous woman, right? I mean, she was also kind of jealous. But anyway, I was with a jealous woman, right? But the thing is this. Now, if you fast forward to the grifters, and you always go and see it, they always make sure to somehow comment on twerking videos, or somehow comment on what was it? Racial hate videos, or something that appeals to the toddler, or something that appeals to the high schooler, or whatever. But it's something that appeals. So you always going to see, now they're going to act like they're condemning the twerking video, right? This is what black women became. Shit, that's all you value, just shaking your ass, you shit, right? But they know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. I know it is more appealing. Cause see, me, I'm like, I won't even show that thing, right? I'm like, I mean, you know, you guys are too good. I respect you guys too much to show you some ass. But every damn one of us looks at ass. Every damn one of us. Every damn one of us looks at pretty women.
Of course.
You know? You see a one with a tight shirt, you know, you on Tumblr, or you on Twitter, you scrolling through, you see a one with a tight shirt, you look at her for a hot second. And it's every damn one. It's not even just us black folk. You know, I was watching these white boys, they got a video, they was making fun of how I think TikTok always shows them women and stuff, and he was like, oh, why you always show me this? And it's like, it's the algorithm. You pause. Every time you like, the longer you look at these videos, the more they're gonna recommend them to you. You do it your damn self. All of us men. See, because I see my kid when he's scrolling, he don't pass. He don't give that shit, right? But me, if I'm scrolling and then you know some woman's like, oh look, you know, I don't know the song, but there's a song that women are dancing to, right? And I'm just like, okay, and then scroll, and it comes to me again. My point is this. Now, I'm not saying that we should be doing twerk videos, and I'm not saying that we should do the fake condemnation of twerk videos. Why are black women only doing this? But we have to understand that, one, the grifters know. They know what to do, right? And two, right, we have to find a way, because otherwise what happens is that and it's like you might say, hey, man, but, you know, well, that's not the type of people we want. And that's true. We don't want those type of people. But again, if you're not showing that you understand the consumer, right, you're not going to be the producer. You know, you're not.
I got you. With that said, speaking of twerking, Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Twerking to get votes.
You got it.
This comes with a link. By the way, I see I Am African is in the chat. Nice name. I saw I Am African under one of my in the comment section, and I appreciate that. But I Am African. I will tell you something. If a conversation, this is just a general thing. If a conversation is flowing and you're getting something good or some things good out of the conversation, you let it flow until it reaches its conclusion, right? I'll moderate the time that we take on the topic, right? You just hang in there with us. Trust me, it'll be worth it. The forecast is here also saying peace. What up, y'all? Peace to the forecast. I couldn't make that Zoom meeting you had forecast, but we'll talk about it after. Should be topic number 5 is twerking to get votes. This came with the link. Let's check it out and discuss it. Actually, I forgot this was an article. So the title of this article says Democrat Rhode Island State Senator Tiara Mack ripped for video of herself twerking. Let me see if this is the video here. It's taking forever to load up. Yeah, okay, so here's a video here. What the hell? Hold on a second. Technical difficulty. Something happened. I want to show you the video, but this is taking so long to load up for some reason. Here you go. What the hell? All right. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, but because something happened here. Something happened here where this is not. This article is giving a problem. The site.
I think most of us have seen the video though, Joe Coco.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's welcome back Brother Bakari. I heard Brother Bakari talking about this with the forecast last night. Make sure you guys are tuned in to to both of those shows. I don't know why this thing is acting up. So if you guys in the chat saw the video of this Democratic senator twerking, just drop a 1 for me in the chat if you saw the video. With that said, Brother Bakari, you're back. Tell us your feelings about this senator twerking for votes.
Excuse me. Yeah, like I said, man, when I saw the video, I still haven't seen her video. I've heard people talking about it. You know, she's actually twerking for votes. Did any politicians come out and say something about her twerking for votes? Because I've only heard people talking about it. So let's say hypothetically, people in the Democratic Party come out and talk about it. So, but they didn't come out and vote the get your booty to the poll video when they were trying to convince black people to vote for Joe Biden, and they got women on a stripper pole with somebody. Get your booty. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that commercial?
Yep.
Get your booty to the pole. Get your booty to the pole. My thing is, right, they used women for that. Then they had to pretty stroll to the pole. Do y'all remember that commercial, right? So if they used women for votes, right? So maybe this senator felt she looked good enough to use herself. Do I agree with it? No, because twerking ain't gonna get me to vote for you. You don't have nothing on your plate for black people, so why in the hell am I don't give a damn how well you twerk. I might like, damn, she look good on the beach twerking, but I ain't going to the poll to vote for you because you have no agenda for black people. Now, I know when I was on Forecast last night, and I know what I said, but in all honesty, it is, like the learning curve just said, it's disrespectful and it's embarrassing, and it shows how people play on black people stupidity, our ignorance, or our disorganization. Similar to, well, just like Hillary, she take hot sauce with her everywhere she go. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. You know, and we fall for stuff like that. So that was then, this is now. And so now they see our women have been over sexualized. So that's also one of the stereotypes they used about black people back in the day, about how our sex, we love sex. They thought we would rape their women or whatever. So our women is being over sexualized, and they feel they can use women to get black men to go vote. When I first saw it, like I said, I didn't know what it was. I said, okay, shit, but that's stupid. And that's in, she's falling right in line, using, and they're playing, trying to play on black people, ignorance or stupidity, or whatever. I think it's more not ignorance, it's more stupidity if we gonna go vote for somebody because they can do a good beach twerking video, or because they strolled to the pole, or they did the video, get your booties to the pole. I'll hear the mic.
Brother Bakari, there's I saw Zuli's in the chat and some others who said they did not see the video. So on the screen right now, I've been playing it with no sound. I'm going to play it with sound now so you guys can get an idea what the advertisement was.
Vote Senator Mack. Vote Senator Mack.
So there it is. That's the video. I had to go to
Did
Twitter.
she say vote Senator Mack, or she just say Senator Mack? I don't know.
She said vote Senator Mack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's my first time ever hearing her see her video. First time.
Yeah. So that's what it was. So those who didn't see it, there you go. That's the video. With that said, Marcus Garvey in the chat says, how does a twerk equal political discourse? The Democrats let FBA know the level to which they will approach the issues politically. But you see, this goes back to the conversation that we just had before. These guys advertise with the lowest energy material. And let's be honest, it doesn't take much to advertise to a toddler. So the lowest energy material, that's what they do. Okay, put a chick on a beach, with a nice little body, and make her stand on her head and twerk. And they believe that will reach the inner teenager, I guess, right? Or the hot girl summer folks, right, to go out and vote. That's the problem. The learning curve says her white liberal handlers are proud because she waved the flag of her Ivy League education. Learning curve says, I hope they vote her out. Marcus Garvey says, only in America, right? The learning curve says she a whole LGBTQRSTUV member. She is, because I read some stuff about her where she's pushing for children in schools to be taught about queer sex or something like that, right? Daily affirmation by Pauline is here. She said a trigger happy true. KW7 says Tara Mack is an alphabet agenda soldier who sexualizes children by teaching pleasure-based sexual education. Exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you for that, KW7. Jay, did you happen to catch this?
Yes, I happened to catch this and played it a few times. Sorry, and that's it.
Had to
And
make
that's
sure.
it. It's United States politics. I don't have anything sensible to say to it, because I don't see anything sensible in it. And you know, I wouldn't know what to say about it. You know, she's I would do her.
Sure.
I'm sorry for that remark, but that's what the video makes me say.
All right, let's move on from Jay before this goes down a wrong path. Let's go to let's welcome in Razuli. Razuli, how are you this week?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I'm good. I saw the video. I just wanted to see it again, but what we're not seeing. There's another video where.
You gotta speak a little louder. Your volume is low.
Can you hear me?
It's the same volume, yeah. But go ahead.
Yeah, there's a longer video where she's surrounded by her white female friends, and they're encouraging her to do this. Again, I want to blame Two Life Crew for all of this. I'm using a simp book from Mr. Untouchable. I'm blaming the men for this. If we didn't,
I got you. No.
If we didn't sexualize the black woman from the beginning and keep on doing it on TV, now they're using it on their own, and they're doing it on their own to sexualize themselves. And then let's not forget, like somebody said, she's backed by a good. She's doing this because she's backed by a certain group of people that no matter what she does, it doesn't matter. And they said there's nobody running against her anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nobody's running against her. I would say, like Mr. Bokhari said, that's a disgrace. It's nice to see, but it only makes me take any sexual thoughts about her. It doesn't make me think she's smart. Ivy League. What is the Ivy? I have a bachelor's, dude. You only have a bachelor's from my Ivy League. Sit down. You would have thought she had a PhD. No, you just have a bachelor's in public health. So, like, this is a disgrace, but at the end of the day, we can't shame her because you know why? She doesn't respect us. We don't hold no weight to make her change her behavior because she's been funded by people who got money. So at the end of the day, and this is terrible. Like, and then
no, I have to push back against that as well. I have to push back in this sense.
Go ahead.
We need to start deciding what it is we want to see from our folks, and so she needs to be. This lady needs to be shamed. She needs to be an outcast. I wish Gaston Up was here. These are the kind of folks who we can't deal with no more in the future. Once you do this kind of shit here for those folks, it's time to be done with you. We got to get this up out of it, and we got to teach our daughters and the children coming up that this is not the way to do it.
But Miss Goku, I get what you're saying, but look at the TV. Look at the when she's doing that, they think she's more approachable to her constituent. They think she's more reliable. Have you seen some of the things they say? Oh, she's reliable. Oh, I like to see a senator that does the same thing like me. Mind you, if she was twerking and somebody else took the video and nobody saw it, like I would have been like, all right, that's weird, but she's with her friends. But she purposely did that.
Yeah, that's an advertisement.
So what I'm saying is, if you look at the Cardi B, all the rap videos, all the thing videos, all the culture, the pop culture, it's all about this. How could you shame somebody when the status quo is behind her?
Change the culture.
We only 13%, bro. And she doesn't respect us. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Goku. If she had respect for black people, yes, we can. But she doesn't. Her bread and butter is not from us. We're not paying her.
You have some pop-in sound going on, so I'm gonna let you fix that.
I said her bread and butter is not from us. So she doesn't have to change. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Yeah, you got to fix your sound. There's something crackling when you speak.
Man's using only one hand. That's the problem.
But let's go to Oni since he stepped up. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you to all of this?
Well, look, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, man. I ain't never been mad at no twerking video. I'm sorry. I ain't never been mad at no twerking video. But what I could say is this. Yeah, like I said, y'all got to get on TikTok. So this is a TikTok. This is 8 seconds, 20-second advertisement. See, y'all talking, well, if you're gonna advertise, you tell us your policies and blah blah blah. On TikTok, see, when you go on TikTok, the thing I learned about TikTok is that it's like a series of interpretive dance. Everybody's doing interpretive dance videos, and by interpretive dance videos, I mean they have some music in the background, and then they move along with that music. Everybody's constantly. You scroll up, ass cheeks. You scroll up, ass cheeks. You scroll up, ass cheeks. Then you scroll up, and it's a story. And then you scroll past the story and you see more ass cheeks. Everybody's doing it. So her doing this on TikTok makes a lot of damn sense. And you talking about, your constituents don't like that. You have, y'all just got to go and just download TikTok. You got to download TikTok and you're going to figure out where your people are at this moment. Because they're not on this, let me read.
I didn't say her constituents didn't like that. I said her constituents like that.
No, I know. I'm agreeing with you, bro. I'm agreeing with you. I mean, like I said, just use your two hands on the mic. But I agree with you. But yeah, this is the reality. And some people might be like, man, I don't want to see her ass cheeks. I mean, come on. Her ass cheeks look better than her face. I ain't gonna hold you. I'd rather see that.
No, I hear you, Oni. I hear you. And listen, as Bakari said earlier, and as you said and others, I ain't vexed at her twerking in a video. I'm upset that she thinks that is what will get folks out to vote. That she thinks we are, her constituents, and I'm guessing mostly her black ones that she's talking to, that is all it takes. Shake a little ass. That's all it takes to get us to go do something. That's quite insulting.
Look. I think that might be some people's interpretation. For me, I feel like she just put on that vote Senator Matt because how you gonna end the video otherwise, right? I think she was literally just twerking in the beach because the thing is this, that women do this. Women do that kind of stuff all the time. Like this is a normal thing. Women shaking their ass. Women. Like I tell y'all, I went to this lounge the other day, just sitting there minding my business. Women were just shaking their ass. And then they pull out their cameras and shake their ass. And then they grab each other while they're shaking their asses. That's what they're doing now.
Yeah, but that's
it don't make no sense. Huh?
That was in a lounge. I expect that in a lounge. This lady is...
No, this is a beach, my guy.
Yeah, she's on a beach. That's true. But the overall message is vote for her. And
yeah, I think she just tagged it on later, though. That's what I'm trying to say. I think she just tagged it on later. I feel like she was doing twerk, and then just to complete the video, it's like like when you slap on your.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you. She had a previous video that said, "How many nipple slips do I get to get more votes?" She was doing that. It's not just there's another video where she's talking like that.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know anything but this video, but what I could say is that here's the thing about her. Right, as KW Don 7 said she's all about pushing this sort of. Wait, where his message go? What like his comment disappeared?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's right here. Yeah, teaching pleasure-based sexual queer inclusive pleasure-based sexual education. She's on to that. Now, what that basically means is she ain't no damn prude, and she got to show that. You know, so what that does, like, unfortunately, you know, in the I used to know how the liberals thought, you know, so in the liberal thinking, right, when you are doing some radical, some different, some divergent, some over sexualized things or whatever, right, you're pushing the boundaries. You're doing more. So the fact that she's a senator, the fact that she's like, oh, I'm sexy because she said she was sexy, right? The fact that she's doing that right there is appealing to her voter base, appealing to that black girl magic, that transsexual, that so on and so forth. Because, you know, I just looked at her page and she's like, I twerk for trans rights. I twerk for this, I twerk for that. Like, this is appealing. Because if you're like, oh, no, I'm going to respect the area and I'm going to, you know, be a prude, you do that, that's fine. But people are going to say, you ain't that radical. You ain't that tough. You ain't about it. This is her saying, I'm about that life. And that's what it, like, we just have to like face facts that this is what she was voted for. This is what she thinks she was voted for. And not to say that she thinks, oh, well, I'm sexy, that's why I was voted for. But she understands that she's supposed to be pushing the boundaries of what sex education is and how people look at sex and what sexiness is and what senators do and how you, because you're going to hear that all like I'll tell y'all this, matter of fact, I don't want to talk too much, but I'll tell y'all this. I had this African-American friend who was, you know, dropping the N-word all the time. I read this and that. And then I'm like, hey, I don't like that word, blah, blah. And she's like, I got this degree. And I know people with degrees that use the N-word. And I know blah, blah. And it's just like, there's this mentality that if you have a degree, like normal, not like, challenging, like essentially, I think she was like, oh, you think like a white person, like telling me I think like a white person because I think that people with degrees. No, I think that there's only one way to behave, blah, 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 blah. So this same thing that this lady was saying about with the N-word is the same thing she's going to do with the twerking. The same thing she did with the twerking. It's that there's this mentality that these people are actively trying to subvert, like kind of the countercultural, but to a weird extent that don't really add up to anything. And my thing is this: it's better than the N-word. 1, 2. You know, she had the body for it. You know what I mean? Like it's not a bad move.
Yeah, not that I'm thirsty for it, but I'm waiting to see the white liberal woman that they put out here twerking for votes. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Oh, no problem. Speaking for the only monogamous sim for black women here on this show, I didn't particularly enjoy the video because my lady is standing over me right now. And I only have eyes for my own black lady standing up on her head and wiggling her bottom like that and her panties like that, just like how you played it over and over again. So I really didn't enjoy the video. I would rather her be fully clothed. Fully clothed like me and brother.
Even she enjoyed this video. Even she know this video.
Yeah,
nice.
We don't particularly care for women dressing like this because we don't look at them and we just look at our own women. So that's why I start on that.
All right, that was the simp segment of Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Any last words from anyone on the panel for this?
Yeah, just
Yes. Idiocracy. In idiocracy, this is supposed to happen only in 500 years from now. That's all.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Speak up a little quicker before I start talking about moving on. But go ahead.
Yo, I think this is disgraceful because she's a senator. A senator is not supposed to do that. As a senator, you're supposed to be a different kind of person. I'm not. People are saying that, oh, it looks good. Yeah, I've seen better though. But still, she's a senator. That's why it's very disrespectful to me. I've never seen another race, an Asian, a Dominican, or a white person, a Chinese person doing this. This is a disgrace. Forget that she looked good. I've seen better twerking than that. That shit is below average. But if she's a senator. She's not supposed to be doing that. And somebody said she was saying twerking for this, twerking for that. She started posting that after she started doing backlash for this, as a way to, I guess, to clean it up.
Yeah, I think the whole point is that.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think the whole point is that because she's a senator, she's doing this. Like the thing with like I said, one time when I was in high school, this white professor was telling us, well, I didn't know about hip hop history like that at the time, and so he was telling us like, oh, hip hop used to be countercultural, oh, we shouldn't behave like the white man kind of thing. So I think that whole thing, like there is like a deep kind of countercultural narrative that goes on here in America where it's like, just don't do what the white man's doing, speak different, dress different, act different, and then when you're in that role, you behave different, because one of the things the white boy demands that you behave like he does. And so sometimes you would push back on it. And so I think the whole appeal to this is that she is a senator, like you said, it's not like the best damn twerk you ever seen. It's kind of like, not the best angle, not whatever. Right.
It is
but
good though.
You come again?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You said I would? I mean, it's like, the thing is that when she said she was LGBT, I would, but like honestly, I'm not really chasing no LGBT. But like the thing is that it's because she's a senator and then she's doing this, and then because she has a degree, like a lot of black folk, especially black women, are gonna eat that up. Because a lot of black women are like, hey, I'm a professional and I twerk. I'm a professional and I dance. Or I make this much money and I'm still a hoe or something like that. Like they say that, and it. They say that. Like that's a thing that you will hear from black women all the time. And it's nothing against black women. It's just that that's a thing. And so now this woman's like, I'm a senator and I could twerk on I'm upside down. You know what I mean? And that's like the whole thing. And yeah, that's the whole thing.
Next week, Kamala Harris will introduce her OnlyFans page. Go ahead.
If I may, in all seriousness, if I may, the sister is in her 20s, late 20s, but she's still in the 20s. And if we was to go back and consider some of the things that we was getting into in our 20s,
we weren't senators though.
Yo,
hold on.
Stop simping, man. Damn.
Hold on, brothers. In our 20s, some of the things that we was getting into, it wasn't our most proudest moments. And I feel that sometimes that we should give people space to make mistakes sometimes. I think that sometimes we are extremely hard on one another, and we need to consider the fact that she is an accomplished woman. You can't take that away from her, but she is prone to make mistakes and error. I think that when she is in her 40s, she'll look back on this moment and say, maybe I shouldn't have done this. And I think that with us, who are older and wiser men, I think that we should give some leeway to allow 20-year-olds to make 20-year-olds mistakes. And I feel like we are going very hard on her sometimes. And it is inappropriate. I agree. But I think that, we shouldn't make ourselves to be hypocrites, because if we was to think back when we was in our 20s, we was prone to error as well. So I would only say that sometimes with some things we should give the younger people some leeway. Sometimes you can't be so staunch like one of these hard right-wing people. You have to give our people leeway at times. This is a bad decision, but she'll get over it. You know what I mean? And just like how we got over our bad decisions that we made in life, is the only thing is right now it's on the screen, it's on the social media right now. Everything is on the social media right now. Imagine, if you will, some of the shit that we got into in our 20s was on the social media. We'd be hiding our faces. So I would not necessarily go as hard on her, because I understand that people make mistakes. She making 20-year-olds mistakes. That's the only thing I would say about that. Even though she's in fact an accomplished woman, give her that.
Well, I'll say this. Hold on a second. I'll say this. This is my take on it. She might be a 20-something-year-old. She's an educated woman. She's a senator. It's like imagine Marcus Garvey being stupid drunk on a corner pissing himself. Like, that's not a good fucking look. That's not acceptable. And
cool. I think that's unfair, brother. I think that's unfair.
Hold on. Another thing you said just now. Later on, she might regret it. You could be very well right. You know what the problem is with that, though? By the time she gets to later on, how many young girls who supposed to be walking a different path are going to be mirroring what she's doing here in the meantime? That's the problem. You see, folks get a chance to do this stuff in this big public forum with a big title like senator and stuff like that. She could do this, right? And then 20 years from now, she could regret what she did, 20 years from now when they're pushing her to be VP or something like that, right? She could regret it. But how many people did you ruin, so to speak, in that time? You know what I mean? That's the issue I have with it. I think this Untouchable wanted to say something, then Zuli, and then we move on to the break. Mr. Untouchable, go ahead.
No. I hear you, Koku. And I understand. She is in a position where she could possibly ruin many lives, but she could also be the person to suggest that I've made terrible decisions. Just you could go back, and she could even refer to them. Look at the decisions that I would have made. I think that, like I say, I think that sometimes you should allow people leeway sometimes. And I think that with the Black community is an extremely unforgiving one, an extremely critical one, in particular when it comes to each other. And I think that sometimes, like I say, she is in her 20s and she's thinking with a 20-year-old mind, and she's making 20-year-old decisions that she possibly wouldn't make when she gets older. And I am not, because I remember me in my 20s, God forbid that was to be on social media. And I just don't want to be in a position where I don't want someone to weigh me so harshly. Like there's a sister called Sha'Carri Richardson, I think. She's a runner. Yeah. 22 years old with a world talent, global world talent. And some of the things that she expresses at 22, when she turned 32, she gonna really reflect on some of the things that maybe I shouldn't have said that. Regardless of the fact that the Olympic talent that she has, the world scrutinizes her to an extreme degree at 22. And I think that there should be an oasis where she should be able to come to and say, well, at least these people don't judge me the way the world does. In particular, my own community, because they understand I'm 22 years old. See me as a 22-year-old, even though the world sees me and judges me harshly like everyone else. My community shouldn't be so harsh on me. So I would be the person, or me and Brother Bakari would be the simps to grant her a particular oasis, because I know there is a place for growth in her life and the life of Sha'Carri Richardson and young sisters like these. I don't take the position where I scrutinize them so harshly. She's a U.S. senator. I'm not gonna say fuck the U.S., but regardless of the fact she's taking out
fuck the U.S.
She's taking out white men's interests anyways. So if she was a Gavi senator, maybe there's something different. Yeah, but what I would say was I don't scrutinize her the way the white world does. She's my sister. She made a mistake, and I'm prone to forgive her because I know that there's room for growth.
From the word of the simp to yes, that's simp. She's 28. Sha'Carri Richardson is 22. I could understand Sha'Carri Richardson and her issue. If you use Sha'Carri Richardson for that, yeah, let's not judge her too harsh. This woman is 28. She's not going to change her mind because she's being supported by these group of people. Her constituents agree with her behavior. This is the problem with the Black culture, that we are conservative by nature. We are not liberal. Where is all this thing talk about forgive? If they caught you on video doing something when you were 28, you was gonna be judged till today. She's a senator. She put laws in place. What are we talking about? She needs to be to be easy on her. No. Sha'Carri Richardson, different story. She's 22, 23, and she might be a little cuckoo. Yes, maybe her. But this lady right here does not get, because you know what? Her mentality is not going to change. Whatever she wants to implement is not going to change. She's like she's like 1 year older for 30. A senator doesn't know not to sexually objectify herself. She wants that. That's what she is. What are you talking about? Yo,
I'll give the last word to the
Please,
matron in the chat.
I'm sorry.
Quickly.
No, I just want to say I understand what Mr. Untouchable is saying, and to call someone a simp because he said he's giving a sister who's 29 shit. What if I talk about what I did when I was 29 or 30? But saying she have room for growth. But you call him a simp for taking up for the sisters, Azuli. But you damn sure was scared to talk about them Jews like that last week. A lot of smoke for the black folk, though. I had to throw that in there because I hear the difference in how you talk about black folks and when we talked about them Jews. Well, it's okay. Some of the things they do, but how your whole voice and demeanor, everything changed about you. I'm going to throw it in there every time.
Yes, you can throw it in there every time. I agree. It still don't take away from the fact that she's a 29-year-old woman twerking and then saying that for votes. I don't see no other race doing that.
Zuli, what if a Jew did do that though? What would you say?
What if
a Jew did do this video? What would you say?
She's a bird. That's a bird behavior.
Yeah. Okay. We'll look at Israel. We'll look at Israel and see what you're gonna say. He gonna be like, we're gonna look at the Israeli ads and see what you're gonna say. You're gonna be like, you can be like, well, that's a decent political campaign.
All right. In the chat, like I said, the learning curve gets the last word there. She is a senator. The expectation is higher when you have a higher position, and that's a black woman who's saying that right now too. Marcus McGee says, "What up, guys? What up to Marcus McGee?" Forecast says, "LOL." I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, but we're going to discuss it after the break. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is how the CIA uses social media. So I want you guys to hang around. We have this quick break, and also I have this announcement to make. So you guys hang around. We'll be back right after this.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What am I going to do is I want to let you guys know that we added some new shows to KWAZ Radio. So as you see on the screen, you're familiar with the Pro-Black Perspective, of course, the Bitter Medicine Podcast, Harsh Reality, the Queen's Council. You guys reach out to the Queen's Council and say what's up. The Learning Curve, but we just added the Forecast has agreed to join the network, as well as our brother Bakari on the panel with us tonight. And also, Tanzan is actually going to join us as well, doing her own show aside from the Swahili Nation segment that she does. She's joining us as well. So I want y'all to welcome Brother Bakari, the Forecast, and Tanzan to KWAZ Radio as well. Brother Bakari.
Welcome, fam.
Yes.
Brother Bakari, let the folks give the folks an idea what your show is like.
Okay, my channel is Brother Bakari. My show is about pro-black Pan-African. About us. Well, we united. I want us to strategize, organize, and strategize for our liberation. Talk about black businesses that we can use. I support black businesses we can use to build ourselves up, how we can come together and do business. I always support. If you go through my channel, you will see. Even yesterday, the other day, I interviewed a black farmer on there. Just a couple minute interview. I'm going back to get the full interview. But how I interview black business owners, and I try to promote black businesses, so we can start to support one another and look out for one another. My goal is for our youth, and I also want us to learn to take responsibility for ourselves, hold ourselves accountable for the things that we do, not excluding what some. I'm not saying other people didn't do anything, but we have to be responsible for our actions. And yeah, man. So, and I thank you for letting me be a part of KWAZ Radio and everybody on here who's a part of it. Thank y'all. I'm glad to be a part.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We've actually, some of us have actually been on Brother Bakari's show already, and the learning curve has been on. I've been on. Only from the pro-black perspective has been on, and it's a good time. It's a good time, and the Forecast has another good show too. Forecast, you're in the chat. Just drop it in the chat if you will. What they can expect from your show, as well as Tanzan. I saw Tanzan in the chat earlier. You guys drop those comments, and I want to give a special thanks to Mr. Untouchable as well. Mr. Untouchable is the person who really brought us together in a sense. Let us know about you guys and stuff like that, and I thank you, Mr. Untouchable.
Koku, we doing revolutionary work, and it's all about centralizing and organizing our people all over the world globally. We as Pan-Africanists and Gaviites, we are committed to what we are into. We don't have to make pronouncements about it. We don't have to get on a big microphone and say who we are, whatever. It's about the work. And these my brothers. These are my brothers in North America and Tanzania, and all. If I could help it all over the world globally, we about the work. So you don't even have to call my name. Just let me get busy. You know what I mean? I'm behind the scenes, brother. You do your thing.
I hear that. Thank you very much. Shout out to Elutra too, by the way. Top and big. Shout out. In the chat, the pro-black perspective says, "Welcome, fam." So did the Learning Curve. The Harsh Valley podcast is out there. He says, "Making power moves, good shit. Welcome, fam," and we'll be back in August. So Harsh Valley podcast will be back in August. It seems like the Forecast says thanks, by the way. It seems like Daily Affirmations by Pauline is on a delay. She's talking about the last prompt. She says, "Another example that education does not equal common sense or moral values." And then she goes on to say, "Many adults speak publicly about values, but when they are in private, they're all about this." Okay. All right. That's out the way. So the next thing you'll hear from us from one of our shows. So make sure you guys go to each of those channels, subscribe. Tanzan will give us her YouTube channel when she can. Subscribe to the channels and listen out for, we're going to have a little bit of a schedule that we're going to create so that throughout the week you have a place to come to hear discourse about Black empowerment and Pan-Africanism, etc. And I'm waiting to hear from one other group. I hope to hear from them soon. But I think it's going to be a big time thing that we're doing. So look out for what we're doing in the future. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 6 is how the CIA uses social media. So I know they're tuned in. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
This simple ocean miracle can restore vision and change your life. If you wear glasses or contacts, or suffer from any type of vision,
I want a terrorist in the Middle East to have a Facebook profile. That's awesome. Because then you know what he's going to do? His wife is going to have a profile too, meaning she's going to post pictures of her house, both from the United States perspective, but from foreign intelligence services. There's nothing better than Facebook. There's nothing better than social media. We would do something called a targeting study. That means I want to know what you like, where you go at night, where you go during the day, all your friends. Guess what you've done already? You've just handed that to me.
One of the things we've talked about a few times on the show is, you know, the role of kind of U.S. tech monopolies, and then it's not a U.S. tech monopoly. It's now pretty much a Chinese tech monopoly. And, you know, for example, in the U.S., we've seen, the 50 Cent army. China's kind of like, I think it's got to be over 1 million people that are, writing comments and creating posts. I'm sure Russia's also doing this too, because, you know, obviously in the book you talk about, you know, Russia was kind of your main post, right? You were in the Middle East and then you went to Russia. But we've seen the 50 Cent army influencing opinion. But we've also I've seen reports about,
I had some technical difficulty going on. Hold on a second. What's up? Oh, I see. Did you guys see that video just now?
Yeah, I saw it.
There was I had some technical difficulty. My bad on that. I'm having a bad night with this. Okay, I'm gonna play it again. It was only a minute in. I'm gonna play it again. Let me share it. I don't know what's going on with this computer. I'm gonna share it again. We'll watch it and then we'll talk about it.
His wife is going to have a profile too, meaning she's going to post pictures of her house, both from the United States perspective, but from foreign intelligence services. There's nothing better than Facebook. There's nothing better than social media. We would do something called a targeting study. That means I want to know what you like, where you go at night, where you go during the day, all your friends. Guess what you've done already? You've just handed that to me.
One of the things we've talked about a few times on the show is, you know, the role of kind of U.S. tech monopolies, and then it's not a U.S. tech monopoly. It's now pretty much a Chinese tech monopoly. And, you know, for example, in the U.S., we've seen, the 50 Cent army. China's kind of like, I think it's got to be over 1 million people that are, writing comments and creating posts. I'm sure Russia's also doing this too, because, you know, obviously in the book you talk about, you know, Russia was kind of your main post, right? You were in the Middle East and then you went to Russia. But we've seen the 50 Cent army influencing opinion. But we've also I've seen reports about, like the Chinese. I don't know what their secret service is even called, but maybe that's how you know it's like really secret. But like using LinkedIn to try and recruit agents.
Oh yeah.
And so even what you were just talking about, kind of changing the dynamic of saying, hey, how do you even source these people that could become a spy in the future? And it just seems like there's so much change technologically, and I just, I wouldn't even know where to start. I mean, it's not my world, your world, but it just seems like there's so much going on in developed countries and then emerging countries, and how do you even make sense of that?
That's where, intelligence services have to always innovate. I wrote a piece, right before the new CIA director, Bill Burns, was confirmed. And it was an open letter to him. And actually, it turns out he read it and then he called me to talk about it. But there was, I had several different, recommendations for him. But one of them was embracing technology, but also understanding that, there's a new world out there. And so, you gave a great example about LinkedIn and the dangers of LinkedIn. Everybody uses LinkedIn, but so do hostile intelligence services. So the more you put on there, the more someone who may be, actually a Chinese intelligence officer is contacting you, looking like he or she is in a company in Hong Kong, asking you to do a market study, asking you to do some consulting, but it's the first step in kind of going down the road. And so, we always have to be, very aware of what our adversaries are doing. Of course, I can't talk about it. We do those things, as well. And I tell you one thing, there's, both from the United States perspective, but from foreign intelligence services, there's nothing better than Facebook. There's nothing better than social media, because I don't know if you do, and I certainly make the mistake. I'm all over Twitter, but we put way too much information on there. Facebook is going to tell someone your story, your life story. As what we do as a CIA officer, my job, if I wanted to recruit you, we would do something called a targeting study. That means I want to know what you like, where you go at night, where you go during the day, all your friends, and I'm going to build a mechanism to approach you based on everything I know about you. Guess what you've done already? You've just handed that to me. Thank you. And so that's where we are in 2021. But we have to embrace it in terms of, we have to utilize this, but we also have to understand that, from a defensive capability, we got to be really smart too.
So does that mean your kids aren't on TikTok?
My daughter's on TikTok. I've sat her down. I said, this is the Chinese intelligence services are reading your stuff. She goes, Dad, I'm 21. I don't care. And, and she still sends me TikTok videos.
Well, that's it right there. That's right. You can't let go of it. That's the monopolistic nature of it all. And we've seen now the US tech monopolies, Zuckerberg especially, kind of use it as a defense to say, hey, if you try and bust us up, you're actually going to be hurting US influence abroad.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we've seen, and we've talked about this on the show too, some US tech monopolies have a reticence to work with US government, US Department of Defense, which we have, very, very blatantly said that's completely inappropriate. I don't know if any of that resonates, because if it's US and Russia, and China, we've talked about like Southeast Asia and all these other markets, it's kind of like a battle between the US tech monopolies and the Chinese tech monopolies. And I do agree with Zuckerberg to some degree that these tech companies absolutely do help project influence over these other territories, which I'm sure you saw, some of that stuff in the Middle East and in Russia and all these kinds of things.
It brings up a really interesting kind of case study on what happened in 2016. And so, ultimately the Russians really exploited our use of social media to influence the US elections. But if you take a look at some of the indictments from Robert Mueller, there was several Russians who were indicted. They had traveled to the United States, and they had used Facebook and other forums in which to influence the American electorate. So, for example, and the Russians were really good at this. So Facebook would have their chat rooms or their forums in which they talk about really hot button issues, which really riled up the American public. So whether it's the Black Lives Matter movement or Second Amendment stuff, or it just goes on and on and on. And all of this was fake. So it was a fake Russian persona starting this, and of course then kind of it feeds into this cycle in the United States, and that's really hard to battle. And so I think that obviously we're a free and democratic society, so there's a great struggle in terms of how you regulate this or not. But I also think there's an awareness that it is 2021, and it's very hard to kind of regulate things like TikTok or Facebook ultimately. I will say though, as an intelligence officer, so I think the FBI probably has a different view of Facebook than the CIA does. Again, we love this stuff for targeting. I want a terrorist in the Middle East to have a Facebook profile. That's awesome, because then what he's going to do? His wife is going to have a profile too, meaning she's going to post pictures of her house in Yemen. Thank you. Yeah, I'm joking sort of when I say this, but we really can use this to our advantage too. So I think that probably the FBI for kind of internal issues here in the United States has a different view. But I love this stuff when I was in government service.
I will tell you that I guarantee the Chinese Secret Service, which I still don't know their name,
MSS. It's the Ministry of State Security. MSS.
Okay. They have a name, so that's kind of not as cool anymore. But so I guarantee they've got back doors, and I think it's been pretty well documented, into all these Chinese tech monopoly companies, platform companies, which is different. And I think it's probably very good that the US tech monopolies don't just backdoor all the government agencies into these private businesses. But It is very different, and we've covered it on the show. A myriad of examples about the MSS and the tech monopolies. There really isn't much of a barrier in terms of that sharing of information. Hi, I'm Alex. Thanks for watching the show. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, but even better, make sure to follow us on Odyssey, follow us on Rumble, and text us 203.
All right, how the CIA uses social media. Do we still have Jay with us? Yeah, Jay. How did you feel about that information?
I watched it on Discord, this video, and I don't think this is new, right? This is what Dutch people call inkoppertje. This is low hanging fruit in this video. It's nothing really new or shocking, to be honest. I forgot the name of the documentary about how they do it and how lawyers, marketeers, and psychologists has joined forces and offer their joint forces to countries and companies and multinationals, etc. I found that way more shocking than this. This is more like shrugs. Of course, I can do that too when I wanna find out what my ex is doing. I take a look in her friends list, etc. And this and that. I didn't think this video was that shocking. Nothing new.
Okay, thank you for that, Jay. By the way, you guys who are listening, understand that when Jay's on this show, it's very late where he is. If I'm not misunderstanding it, it's very late where he is. So I appreciate Jay for coming through.
Yeah, it's 4:44, but I'm upgrading my Linux box at this moment.
Oh, I see. Okay. Brother Bakari, what say you to this?
Of course, remember they got the brother for what was it? The brother posted a video and he ended up going to jail for what they call him, black identity, extremist. Remember that?
Yep.
So of course they're watching. Oh, I had one of my friends on the phone talking to me. My phone kept messing up. He got off the phone. He said, "Man, you got to talk to me on Instagram or something. Them people watching you, man." He was dead serious. I called him back. He won't even answer his phone. He was like, "Man, those people watching you." I don't know if nobody watching me or not, but of course they can use all of this to find you. They can your location. People post their address, like the guy was saying. A lot of people put up their house, what their house look like, and want to show around on their house. And it's just not what he was talking about. TikTok. You can do TikTok, Instagram, damn YouTube. Now fan base. I feel a lot of people, a lot of toxic black, a lot of our people that's very toxic is using that. So Clubhouse, any of these things and anything you say, they can follow you. That they can find you. That's why I try to be careful of how I say things on other people's panel. But on my panel, I really don't care. And if they are following me, if they worried about something I'm doing or saying, oh well, they just gonna be worried. I really don't care. But I understand how other people feel. So therefore I don't speak a certain way on other people's panel. But they can use all of this. They can use all of this to find you and try to mess with you and harass you and all of that. I've been harassed and I was followed by in the city and the county where I live in for damn near a year. They even started messing with my kids, not from social media though, but it was something in person. And a lot of people might not be built for that, and that is okay. That if you are not, because it can be frustrating and nerve wracking. But hey, they're gonna use it. They're gonna mess with us. So there's certain things I don't say on here, even on my panel, about things that we are gonna do and what me and another guy's working on right now. I never mention that on YouTube. I'm going to mention it in the meetings about some things that we have to do. But I deal with right.
Right. No, Bakari, I agree with you too. I personally, I'm going to speak my mind. I try to be, not too aggressive on other people's platforms unless they give me that latitude. But I agree with you 100%. They're gonna know what you're doing anyway. That's just the situation we're in. Azuli, what say you to this?
I think I don't even have. I mean, they're supposed to do that. Like, if you've been controlling a group of people for a while, you try to hold on to your power, and this is what they're supposed to do. And if they're not doing that, then they must be one of the dumbest people alive. So that's what we should be doing. Or any country who want to maintain, who want to maintain their power, their right, they're gonna be doing this.
Yeah, stiff security.
Politicians are ain't shit. So they want to control the people, control our idea what goes this way for money, for marketing, for power, all of that. So this is like, the only thing is this guy is acting like, oh, TikTok is doing this to us. Stop it. Like, y'all didn't know. Like, y'all could block TikTok. So why don't you do that?
Remember Trump wanted to block it.
Exactly. And they came at Trump for that. So if y'all don't want other so-called quote unquote or Russia or China or Japan to mingle into U.S. politics, why don't you just block them? But you know why? Money rules the world. That's why. So this shit is like, what am I supposed to do that? Oh, I'm shocked? No. They look what they did to the Black Panthers back in the day. Like, this is nothing. They got whatever. That's it.
I think one of the underlying things in this is you can learn, like we talked about earlier, advertisement and what to target. I think, Black folks need to get their own intelligence systems anyway. But also, you could learn from how they study folks on social media and start to aggregate data and use that to your advantage. So I think that's kind of the idea behind this prompt, but we'll see. In the chat, Uwabantuam number 2 is here. Says, nice, powerful network growing. He says he's been on Brother Bakari's show before. Brother Bakari says he needs to come back on. The forecast says you can learn a lot in comment sections because people will say their real thoughts. Marcus Garvey is the way to free minds, says CIA is hype like MU5. CIA is hype like MU5. Earlier, D-Web from the Harsh Alley podcast says, funny, on a similar but different note, I've hypothesized that 90% of these quote-unquote diaspora war profiles are definitely bot PSYOP profiles, particularly the FBA ones if you study them closely. Very interesting. I do believe I do believe the powers that be will use the momentum of the grifters in charge of FBA, and they'll put their bots out in service of that. So I'm not surprised. If that's the case, I'm not surprised. Only, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, so I noticed the same thing. I'll tell y'all this. One time I was new to the whole, two-time and women thing. I tried it out. It's not my thing, but okay. I tried it. And I did this to this woman. Come to find out, when she finds out what I'm up to, she sends me a picture of my kid. I don't even have that picture. Wow. You know what I mean? And she's like, I know people in the law office, but basically she took that picture off my well, I don't want to say my then wife, but anyway, but she took pictures off of this lady's my son's mother's Facebook account, and my son's mother's like, but that's a private picture. You understand? So if this woman working at some law degree, and she was a hot sister, I ain't gonna hold y'all, but if she working at some law firm, or not even working at a law firm, but just know somebody in a law firm, could pull a private photo off of Facebook and then send it to me. Yeah. I don't even have that picture.
Imagine.
You understand? So, I mean, everybody knows the game. It's just a matter of, Are you playing or are you getting played? That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Lero's in the chat.
Yep.
Peace, Lero. So yeah, these white boys talking about, oh, we use this for, I could use this information. That's why it's like hard for me to be dating sisters for real, though. Some of the sisters for real, because some of them is not as cautious as I am. You know, I remember this brother was saying, back when I used to have these meetings in Brooklyn, this dude was like, he was posting shit online, you know, oh yeah, kill these people. And then these people came, you know, these white folk came up to him, opened his door and said, look, man, you gonna keep talking that shit or you gonna stop? That's what happened. He's like, you know, he's like, I don't play that no more. But like, for real, matter of fact, I don't know if you ever discussed her on this show, but there's this sister, I think her name was Empress Sekhmet.
Yeah,
I don't remember if y'all. I've probably talked about it a couple of times, but she was doing that same shit. She was like, kill Pope, you kill. And then they said, yeah, so you want to come to jail with us? And she's like, I mean that shit.
Crying her ass off.
Yeah, but like, that's, you know, the reality is this, that they building up a case for you. They're building up a case for you because, and you make it easy. See, when I had these meetings, I used to tell people, look, man, you're gonna turn your phone off. You know, they were like, it's an iPhone, I can't take it. Then you're gonna leave it in the car. And we're gonna discuss business in person, separate, no ears, nobody else. You know, now here's the thing, you know, I think you showed the technology, right? Where people can listen to people could watch a vibrating balloon or something, you know, and tell what you was talking about. You know what I mean? Or people can read lips, or people could do all sorts of shit. They could see the bag of chips in the corner, and then as you talking, they could be like, oh, well, he was saying XYZ because the chips was vibrating to his voice. You know? So, you know, you're in this highly surveillance, you know, world. But that's the thing I want to say too. just to tell y'all about. So when I was in Africa, right? That's the thing about Africa. It's like, at least the first time I went, you know, I might be different the second time I go, whatever. But like, you are so under surveillance, it's not even funny. Like, you having dreams about, like, you thinking, oh man, somebody's gonna see if I do this. Nobody sees shit what you do. You know what I mean? Like, you could walk outside naked, you know, not that you would, but you could walk outside naked, and if you don't see anybody, it wasn't seen. You know what I mean? Now in America, you walk outside naked, the stoplights is gonna stop and light you up. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is wrong with you, right? But yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like, so you in this surveillance land, and it's like, but like, that's a part of how they control you. You know, if they not surveilling you, they're not gonna control you. So like in Africa, you're not as, I mean, you they obviously got some control mechanisms in place, but you're not gonna be as surveilled as is here, and I could leave with that.
You know, this white guy Vlad from Vlad TV, he was saying something one time. He was filming in a tunnel. I want to say it's the Holland Tunnel here between New York and New Jersey. He was filming. He had a camera in his hand. I don't think he was actually filming. And like, some speaker system is in the Holland Tunnel, and like said something like, "Hey, stop filming because it's illegal to film here," or something like that. I found that to be wild. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, for me, the way I look at it is, me personally, you know, and I don't say this much, but I am, as a Gavi and a Pan-Africanist, I am engaging in anti-imperialist sentiment. So I know, and I fully understand that people listen to what we say, regardless of the fact that they try to shadow ban our algorithms, so where many people won't listen to us. You know what I mean? I understand that there are people who actually listen to us and they decipher the things that we say. This is why I go on the title of Mr. Untouchable, because see, in America there are checks and balances. You know, in particular with the deaths of U.S. citizens, but I understand that it's nothing beyond the realm of the governments that exist in our country. You know, whether embassies or whatever, to pay people to snuff people out. You know what I mean? They're infamous for doing it. So I was listening to a podcast the other day where a particular gentleman was saying how much he was doing for the so-called Pan-Africanist cause, and was trying to belittle the other people on a particular show, that he was doing more than anyone else. And the natural response would have been, well, name and mentioning the things that they were doing in regards to the Pan-Africanist cause. And in doing that, what would happen is you would name and label all the affiliates and associates that you was associated with, and they would possibly take that information wherever have you. You know what I mean? So I understand that the CIA, MI6, etc., are actually listening to our podcast, because this is an intellectual one. This is a warfare of the mind. And I understand that these kinds of information, people listen to and don't necessarily want to get out. So I'm very careful of the things that I say and express. However, we should be fearless. We should be fearless in the things that we do, but we should also understand that, this is a strategic battle. We are engaging in a warfare of strategy, so we should understand, the atmosphere that we exist in, and understand that the things that we say are going to be heavily scrutinized by people we know and people we don't know. People we don't know, probably never see, this unseen hand. But, we are fearless, and we're going to express ourselves, and we're going to give our information out there and influence who we need to influence, regardless of the fact that their agents and agent provocateurs are out there trying to, present counter arguments to what we're trying to present to our people in trying to unify them and create another kind of atmosphere. But I'm not fussed, man. I understand the environment that we exist in, but we're gonna do it anyways in a fearless manner, and we're gonna live out what we need to live out. That's where I stand with that.
I hear you. For some reason, I was on a show just like what you described. Actually, I'll leave it at that. It reminded me that recently in New York, they had some preliminary changes to the Second Amendment rights here, in terms of concealed carry and whatnot. And recently they came up with this thing, and I knew it was coming to some extent. New York approves gun law requiring buyers to provide social media handles. So the law struck down by the Supreme Court stated that gun owners would have to demonstrate proper cause to receive a concealed carry license. So that's where, these guys are trying to get you to actually reveal yourself on social media and your thoughts and opinions. And that's, we could put two and two together. That's really to get the black folks, right, who might say something about a crack-ass cracker, like Charlemagne says, right? That's to get us in a problem. So now we're not eligible, for gun carry rights. So it just made me think of that in terms of how all this surveillance goes on. Let me read the chat before I ask any last thoughts on this. Marcus Garvey says the CIA will convince you they are invincible until there is an attack, a quote-unquote attack they seem unprepared for, like how they say America is great. Say it enough times till you believe it. And she repeats it a few times. Trigger Happy says there is an account on Twitter that looks like an official divestment account. I can bet a lot of money that account is fueled by COINTELPRO as a troll farm. Right? Lero's here. She said, peace, loved ones. You'll say what's up to Lero. Marcus Garvey repeats that a few times. And then she says, reality shows it's not legit. Lero says the U.S. is a police state and most of its citizens are volunteer deputies. Wow. That's a nice way to put that, Lero. Trigger Happy 262 says, thinking about this and how strong America is in its surveillance model, doesn't this support the argument further, the uselessness of revolution in America? And And that is a strong point, one that I can't find much argument against it. Does anyone here have any last words for this prompt?
I have something to say. Let's not all play like we are innocent and all of this, like we don't play a part in it. All y'all who are rushing to get super different phones, different super new TVs, super new cars, you guys are being also.
Wait, hold on. You don't do it too?
What do you mean? I don't know why.
You saying you guys?
Yeah, you guys, meaning us. We part.
Oh, okay. So say us. Go ahead.
So we don't. We go and get the latest technology, the latest cars, the latest phone, the latest computer. So all of this thing is they are. I don't know if anybody ever read the book 1984.
Yep.
This is everything that's going on. This is Big Brother watching. So this is what it is.
Should have been topic number 7 tonight. A further delve into Haitian voodoo and practices. This came with a link. Hold on. Let's check out the link, and we'll discuss it all on the other side.
Usually bras fit small-chested women like this.
Gapping. You guys, look at
Chanel and Jodia. We are going to be talking about the Orisha or the Loi or Bathala. Now, I decided we are going to devote a little bit into African spirituality, African voodoo today, and speak about an Orisha who is also found in the Haitian voodoo religion as a Loi, because I found Obatala to be insanely interesting. And I feel like there's not many people in Haitian voodoo that necessarily serve Obatala. So comment down below, give all the information you can if you have more information about Obatala, because this one, I could say I'm not too well versed in, okay? I got to admit, but I will share the information that I have found. All resources will be linked down below. Shout out to all my Africans and any other people in the diaspora that are watching this video. Obatala is a very, very highly respected Loi. He is actually the sky god, seated at the right hand of the Father. And you guys are probably like, wait, that sounds so familiar. And it is, because he is synchronized with none other than Jesus Christ. Now, there's other Loi that also have the whole synchronization with Jesus Christ, but Obatala, yeah, he kind of has the upper hand with that one. Obatala is a very, very important figure. Now, understand, Obatala is actually gender fluid in most cases. And depending on what culture we're talking about, it could be a lot of different things. So I'm going to be talking about Obatala in a very general sense, all right? So Obatala could be found in Latin American, Caribbean, African cultures, their folk religions or voodoo religions. So depending on what we're talking about, it could be different, it could change. So there can be some conflicting information here and there. You have to do your own research. Again, like I said, feel free to chime in below. But Obatala is a very, very powerful spirit. Obatala is actually one of the very few Orishas that actually was a person in real life. If you guys have not been here, a Loi and an Orisha is equivalent, and an Orisha and the Loi are basically spiritual governance, okay? They are here to guide us through life and help us through life. They are like God's right hand men, okay? Or women, or whatever, because sometimes they're gender fluid, like Obatala. They are here to basically be the mediator between us and God, the ancestors, whatever the case may be. They are not to replace gods like the common misconception is. When you do your research on Loa or Rishas or anything of the sort, they're always going to be like, oh, this is the god of this, the god of that. They're not necessarily calling them a god that replaces God. This is just their governance, their jurisdiction, okay? Obatala is actually the sky God. Before I keep going with this video, I can't say anything right. I can't even say majority things in Creole, right? Let alone English, all right? So, I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm saying anything wrong, I deeply apologize. Please feel free to correct me down below because don't be about that deal, all right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, there's a few things we need to understand before we continue with this video. Now, just like Haitian voodoo, with a lot of African voodoo types of religions, I'm just going to speak in a very general sense here because we're mainly talking about Yoruba culture, but for the most part, most voodoo religions, the way it works is they believe that there is a god. In this case, there's Allah Dumar. Now, again, I'm probably not saying it right. I apologize. And God has assistants in a way. And these people, these assistants, these spirits, the Loa or Rishas are here to help us and guide us through anything that we may need and mediate with us between this world and the world that we cannot see and mediate between us and the spiritual realm. Some of the Orishas were actual people and have then become Loa when they have since passed on. Same thing as Loa. So very similar things as that we're talking about here. Not that much different. You know how they say same slaves, different stock? Same shit here. I've always heard of Obatala being a him. So if I slip and I say him, I apologize. But Obatala is gender fluid. Okay, so keep that in mind. Can be a he, can be a she, can be whatever the case may be. But nonetheless, Obatala is the sky god, okay? Lives in the skies up above and is synchronized with Jesus, but a little bit different than what you might think of the typical Jesus type of culture. What did Obatala do to become a Loa? Like, why is Obatala a Loa? Well, Obatala was actually king and founder of the land in Africa called Ife. And God basically enlisted Obatala to create Earth and create humans. So he gave him a chicken, depending on the origin story that you're listening to in the version of events, okay? He gave him a chicken with some dirt and maybe a few other resources, and he said, look, go create some land. And he did that. God sent a chameleon to go check on what Obatala did. He said, all right, you know, there's some land down there, you know, it's starting to spread or whatever. We got something cooking. God said, all right, good job. Now here's some clay. Now, a lot of you guys are like, oh my God, humans are made from clay. Where have you heard that from? The Quran. Exactly. Now he said, I need humans. Go make people. Gave him clay, went right back to earth, started to create us. And this is why Obatala is so important. He is responsible for why we are the way we are, why we look the way we look, and why we are here today. Now, sadly, Obatala done messed up. Obatala was tempted with some palm wine and he got lit while he was creating us, and he made some not so perfect people. Were they beautiful? Yes. Were they functional? Yes. But they ended up having some deformities, disabilities, and this is why he is the Orisha or the Loa of people with disabilities, birth defects, and just birth overall, because he birthed us, he made us, he created us in whatever image I guess he thought was just at the time, and he's responsible for essentially messing up and making humans imperfect. We all know at the end of the day, just because you have a disability, it doesn't mean you're a horrible person, or you're a bad person, or you're broken. But because Obatala was out here drinking and he had no business drinking on the job, he ended up making some people that had some abnormities and deformities. So that's how the origin story goes. Even worse, Obatala goes and falls asleep and he wakes up to a whole another person taking over his job, because God was like, listen, I don't got time for this. I'm just gonna say God to make things easier for me. When he fell asleep, he woke up to a man called Odudua. Now listen, I can't say that either. I apologize. And Odudua was out here doing his job because, I mean, Obatala, you messed up, okay? You messed up, okay? Odudua had basically taken over all the earth at this point. King of the earth, everything's going well, everything's going smoothly. And of course, Obatala was not too happy about this. So now, Gumepete, Batai Pete. They fighting, they beefing. It's all it is riffraff. Okay, so Obatala gets the credit for making these people, but Adunduwa, I'm so sorry if I'm saying that wrong, gets the credit for breathing life into us because we were kind of just, and Adunduwa kind of was like, let him live. Was running everything, fine and dandy, until Obatala woke up like, hold up, that's my science project. I shall get the A. So they start fighting. Everything just goes really haywire. Obatala's people became the Igbo people. The Igbo people, meanwhile, Odunduwa's people became the Ife people. After long battle and disagreements, I don't know why they couldn't just leave it like that. Sadly, Odunduwa lost the battle. Obatala reclaimed the throne, and all was well. So Obatala, like I said, is the law of defects, disabilities, genetic disorders, and people who actually serve Obatala are forbidden. Because of all of that shit, the people who serve Obatala are forbidden to drink palm wine. From what I understood and what I heard, I don't think they're supposed to drink any alcohol really, but palm wine definitely off limits after what happened back in the day. In the Haitian religion, Obatala is part of the Rada clan, which is cool, calm, collected, old from the motherland clan of Loa. They are usually very, very calm, sweet, don't necessarily communicate with words. You kind of have to read between the lines with those Loa. Most people don't necessarily serve them because, let's be real, we in a world that's very, very fast paced. If it's not in our face, we don't understand what the hell is going on. Obatala reminds me of Dumbala, right? You know, Dumbala don't even talk. Dumbala sitting here hissing at you, and you just gotta figure out what Dumbala trying to tell you, okay? Or even like a Papa Legba. But they gonna lead you to the water, but they're not gonna force you to drink. They're not gonna tell you what's on the wall. You just gotta climb the wall. It's a lot, okay? Obatala is a very calm spirit, a serene spirit, the spirit of pure light, the king and or queen of white cloth. If Obatala ever makes themselves known to you, you will see Obatala in a large white garment with a really big staff called an opaxero. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Can't miss Obatala. Obatala is huge, like really, really, like monumentally huge. Of course, if you guys are not aware, the consort of Obatala, aka wife of Obatala, is Yemaye. Hope I'm saying that right too. And let me just stop saying I hope I'm saying that right. Just understand I'm probably not saying anything right. I hope I'm saying something right. Please correct me down below if I'm not, but if I am saying something right, please congratulate me if I'm saying something right. That'd be great. But Yemawe is Obatala's wife. However, it is believed that in the land of Ife, Obatala had at least 200 different wives. Did we expect any different? I'm sorry, African men, Haitian men, all men, y'all are just, Jesus Christ. Obatala is thought to be androgynous, really long white hair. Of course, like I said, pure white garments. Now, for those that serve Obatala, I will say that that would be a very hard one, and that's probably why a lot of people don't serve Obatala. Although Obatala is a very popular law, it's very difficult to serve Obatala because you have to have a lot of patience and you have to be very tranquil and a calm person, because Obatala does not play with anybody that's a hothead. Like me, somebody like me would absolutely not be a good server of Obatala, because for me, I'm 0 to 100 real quick, okay? I don't think any Loa would want to deal with me in that Rada sector, because I am like 0 to 100 real quick. I'm like, I'm sure I'm a Barrow girl or a Petro girl. I'm very like, don't play with me. But when it comes to Obatala, only comes to those who are very, very calm, cool, collected, sweet, or at least striving and trying very hard to do so. And if you're not, he will not come to you. If for whatever reason you're serving Obatala and something happens and you just mad and you're trying to call to Obatala while you're mad, don't even try it. Obatala's not coming. Nothing is killing Obatala's high, okay? Just think of it that way. So lots of people who serve Obatala do have to like really practice self-restraint and self-control, because it's literally part of their lifestyle when serving Obatala. It's not going to be hard to find people that serve Obatala, because just like Obatala, they will be wearing white, okay? All white head to toe. Often Obatala is invoked to help those with anger management or raging situations that are very out of control. control to cool down the situation. But of course, the person that is asking for the help must be calm when doing so. Can you imagine being mad about something, or like being like, look, Obatala, my daughter pissing me off. My daughter got an attitude. Can you please help? But it's like you got an attitude, so now Obatala looking at you like, you don't look too calm your damn self. Next case! But shout out to y'all, because the people that serve Obatala are literally some of the nicest people that you will meet in the Pantheon that serve, because they know that they will not get anything. When I'm telling you, they will not get anything if they do not maintain a cool head, if they do not act accordingly. You will never hear anything about someone who serves Obatala trying to send something negative after someone or being malicious to someone, because it's just not in their nature, and they know that it's going to basically haunt them in the end, and it's gonna fuck them over. So Obatala is actually very good for legal troubles. So if you have a problem going on in court, Obatala, that's the one to call. Trust me, you'll win. Very good for mercy pleas. If you literally are suffering and you're sick, or just any other situation where you need people to have mercy on you, or you just need a miracle, Obatala will be there for you. If people are really upset with you, say you owe somebody $10,000, you know, little drug dealers out there, you got little nefarious drug deals, Obatala, alright? Obatala is gonna be there to calm those spirits. Obatala is just literally the grand mediator of all things. You never want to just invoke Obatala for bullshit. You don't want to bother Obatala. That's how most of the Radalawa are. They're not here for fun. They're not like the Pitual. They're not like regular spirits or regular Orishas or whatever, where you could just call on them. Not saying that like there's some law that like to be bothered. I don't think any of them like to be bothered, but there's certain law where like you just really only want to invoke them when you truly need something, when you really need help, and of course when your attitude is in order. Because if not, you're just gonna be wasting your time, and the law are gonna be looking at you like, why? Obatala loves offerings that are white of any kind for the most part. White foods that are not seasoned, coconut milk, white costumes, of course. I think regular milk is okay as well. White pumpkin, sandalwood incense is also very good. White candles, silver and ivory charms, or any type of jewelry that has Obatala on it is something that Obatala really, really likes. Animal offerings vary. White hen, snakes, pigeons, goats, slugs, snails. No offering should ever include alcohol, crabs, or beans. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Maybe Obatala got gas problem. But clearly we know why the alcohol is added. The question, but crab and beans, makone. Someone comment down below about that one. And also, all the offerings should be made on white cloth while you're wearing white cloth. Yeah, it's a whole ritual, okay? You gotta be dressed and presentable to present these offerings to Obatala on white cloth. You can't just willy-nilly be wearing some damn gym clothes and think you about to offer Obatala some shit on some Dollar Tree pink plate. Proper things, white food, no seasonings, whatever, white bread, whatever it is that you're offering Obatala. It doesn't have to be elaborate. You know, we're not talking about Agwe here. See, Agwe be out here having people spend their whole check. Okay, it don't gotta be elaborate. It just has to be part of the rules. White, bland, clean, white cloth, and you have to be presentable as well. With that being said, comment down below. What do you guys know about Obatala? Do you serve Obatala? And of course, just feel free to add any information.
You know, I'll say something about that. It was an interesting presentation that she gave. She showed her personality in there. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm speaking for myself now. When I hear Obatala, for example, I have the same reaction, which is not much of a reaction, to like Abraham and Jesus and Muhammad and stuff. Like, and I always feel bad about that. I always feel like, damn, I'm not as connected as I should be, or as I feel I should be, but it's just what it is. Brother Bakari, do you feel a connection when you hear Obatala and discussions of the Orishas?
I guess that's yes and no, and I would say yes because, you know, I went to church a couple times when I was little. And I wasn't made to go to church. I probably went when I was little, but I guess because I learned, you know, voodoo was actually practiced in the black church. I don't necessarily know what Orishas, but if you go back and you just look, I don't know if you went to church when you was little or your
I
age
did.
or not. Okay, so I'm 50. So when you go to church and you see all of the old women passing out and doing all that in church and say they're shouting, right?
Yeah.
It was not. Then once you study and learn, it wasn't 100% Christianity. Actually, it was mostly voodoo what they were doing, and we had to hide it inside of the Christian church. So it's certain things not to show that I see today. So it's some of it when she say, I feel a connection, not just necessarily to the Orishas, but to some of the African spirituality and some of the systems that she was speaking of, just simply because of that.
I
If that
feel you
makes
on that.
sense. Said.
Did you feel like you got anything additional from her presentation?
No, not really. I heard her connect voodoo or whatever with one of the Orishas with Jesus Christ and something with Islam, and I don't know exactly how they would go together, other than I'm practicing the slave owners' religion, and I have to hide my tradition of faith inside of their religion. But other than that, no.
Jay, you're from the continent, but I do believe your belief system is different. What did you take from this presentation?
I to be honest, the sister took some off it. If you understand what I mean, it was like someone. It was like a modern woman speaking of ancient ancient shit.
Concepts, yeah.
And it was it was maybe it's watered down is maybe a word I want to use, but I want to say something funny. Oni said you can go in Africa and nobody sees you, right? And you know, this last trip that I took back home, I went there partially on invitation, because a seer was seeing certain things, and he proposed that I went there to take a treatment, you know, of 9 days, and eventually I spent 6 weeks in his family house, and you know, yeah, again, only people even see what you dream, right? So I would. There was one time I had a dream about two jealous individuals here in the Netherlands that try to water down some things that I made out of jealousy. And in this dream, I slaughtered them bloody. You know, I woke up and even felt shame when he actually described these two brothers, how they looked. He said, you had a troubled dream. Do you have beef with two individuals that are nearly white but not quite? And yes, those two brothers are very light skinned, and they have a green grayish eyes, right? You know us Cape Verdeans are mixed, and those two guys even have English surnames. So but another time when I was there, and I was looking. This was in 2016, and I was looking for a so-called marabu, as they call it in that region. I was looking. You know, I was there for 3 weeks, and the last 3 days I was alone. I had taken two females with me, very troublesome individuals. But when they were gone, I had peace, and I had time to look for one to take a look, right? So actually, I was looking for a seer, and I take that I take that shit very serious. So you know, and I'm you have the dark side, you have the light, the good side, the dark side, and you know, I was too scared in those days, and I was constantly saying, yo, I don't I intend to stay friendly with the Most High. So I didn't quite pay attention, but I was looking for him, and he found us. Every morning I would stand up, wake up very early, around 5, and I would smoke my cigarette. I would drink a cup of coffee to go to the toilet and take a shower immediately, right? So I would start the day clean,
Mhm.
and a cigarette and a cup of coffee would help the process, right? And there were children playing, and there was an old lady sitting in the chair, and toddlers were playing, and I thought, hey, that's a nice scene, and I took a photo. In the background, this marabu, and later on, my friend, my connection over there, he said, no, this one is very strong. I know him. He's been in the village before. But he was actually already making the medicine. So he, on his antenna, or whatever you call it, or whatever the science, you know, I see it as a sort of a science of, you know, I don't know what it is, electromagnetic or whatever. But he picked up. He was in Gambia, and I was in Senegal, right? In the south, the part of Senegal, the south of Gambia. He was in Gambia. He picked up my call. I didn't even know he existed. He picked up my call, and that morning when he arrived, he was already making the medicine for what he thought that I needed. He was he to look. He used black-eyed peas, and not the seashells. He used black-eyed peas. He did something with numerology. He made he made something that when you sum every column or every row, it would end up in the same number. And he did it like that, like you know, like throwing numbers. You know, it indeed, it was a very powerful one, but it was a young dude. He was wearing jeans. He had a Chelsea, you know, the soccer club, the British soccer club, Chelsea. He had a Chelsea shirt. He was smoking cigarettes like he was eating them, you know, and he was listening to Cape Verdean music on his phone. So it was a brutal culture shock for me, right? Yeah, and those guys, they see like see. So don't go naked in the bush because that's a joke to Odie.
Yes.
But you know, these guys, they do have certain powers that at least seeing, but also bend um, flows, bend energy, you know, bend aura, mend your aura, or maybe even destroy, you know. I'm told, you know, and I know a few tricks. My father, let me call it marabu, but of course that was in the 40s on the Cape Verde Islands. One of such a dude was interested in my father, and he used to take him. He used to go pick up my father to go collect things that he needed to do his works. And you know, so via my father and via people in Senegal, I understand that evil is very easy to do, and the good workers, they actually have to do work. It costs them energy. It's exhausting, etc. But to do evil is too
easy for words. I know a couple of tricks, and you know, I intend to stay friendly with the Most High. So I'm not going to share it, and I'm never going to practice it. But you know, it's some sort of science. But again, to react on the sister, uh, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know this type of voodoo that you have certain deities with a name. What I am in what I have been in touch with my life is more about energies, you know. Let me give one more example from the dude that was interested in my father. A sick person, people brought a sick person to him, and he was almost dead, like very sick. And what happened was this dude was a sailor, so he had made a lot of money, and he had bought a car. And a family member was jealous, and he went to an evil one to do evil stuff, right? So this healer, a good one thus. This healer said, "Oh, you remember that on that party when you came back from the ship, your brother became very jealous, and that ring that you were missing, he put it in a water tank. You have these water reservoirs, and that green stuff that grow on stones. I don't know how you call it in
moss.
Moss. Okay, how the moss grows on your ring, the sicker you get. So find that ring. It's in this and that tank, in that and that corner under a stone. Wash it with vinegar. Put it 3 days in the sunlight, and do this and that and some more, and then you will eventually heal again. It's that kind of stuff. So that guy was so powerful that he saw who did it, when it happened, where the ring was, and how to fix it. So yeah, I don't know. You know, I mean, my father was not a joker or a bragger, or my father is was a very humble person. So he didn't make stuff up. And also what I saw in 2016, or what I saw this the 3 months, or the first 6 weeks of this past 3 months that I was in Senegal, it's all very serious. You know, these people do have these powers.
Thank you for that, Jay. Let's welcome in Uwa Abantuam. Uwa, how are you this week? It's been a while. Your mic is muted if you're talking.
I'm doing okay. How about you guys?
Good. Uwa, you have some feedback noise. I'm gonna have to mute you. I gotta mute you. You gotta fix that sound thing. You got a lot of feedback coming in. After you fix it, I'll call back to you in a second.
Cut off YouTube, Ubuntu. Cut off YouTube, and just use the StreamYard.
Yeah. Oni, let's hear from you on this one. Do you connect with the African spiritualities, the etc., the Obatala, the Orishas? Do you connect with that?
Well, first I want to say this goes back to the last one, the other video that Mr. Untouchable was telling us to connect with the brother on. You know, the issue is, like, this is why I say, this is why you don't give, no disrespect to this lady, but losers, you don't give losers too much damn play. You can't keep complimenting them when they do, because like this was a weird video. I know I was, low key, joking with Erduli about, oh, he hating on sister or something, but like for real though, like this was incredibly boring. And the thing is that it reminded me of this. There's this woman. I just looked at her Twitter page. I just looked her up. Like her name is Lexual or something like that, right? And now she goes a little bit too far on the appeal to the masses, But there's this woman, Lexual. She got 113,000 followers. Okay, basically she talks, she's doing feminist stuff and all that crap, but she talks you know, Black history, that so on and so forth. But she does it with a cleavage, you know, and she got a nice pair of tits. No, like, let's be honest, right? So she does it with a cleavage. She's a pretty woman. She probably does a little bit too much on the, you know, sexuality thing. And maybe this is kind of like,
I'm sorry, what's the screen name again?
Everybody's starving, but you know, Lexual, you saw her before. LEXUAL. Well, her at is Lexual underscore or something like that. But you just kind of search LEXUAL, and you probably saw her video once or twice. Kind of reminds you of that one sister in the conscious movement who was, I can't remember her name, but she was fine. You know what I mean? And so she would talk conscious stuff, and people would follow. People would like that. Now, the point being is that you sometimes have to have a good presentation. The thing with this sister is that the sister in the video, she's not bad looking per se. I mean, she is overweight. I'm not gonna lie and say she ain't overweight, right? She could be pretty better looking, and she could obviously, if I had her rack and, you know, her look, I would just show cleavage. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that she has to, and I'm not saying that it's like, and I don't mind if she doesn't, you know, because like most of us, we guys, we don't really be on the video like that. Although today I was showing off the guns, you know how I do. But like the thing is that, you know, unfortunately, that's just the reality. You know, what she's doing right now is appealing to losers, you know, people who are like, oh, you're quirky, I'm quirky, ha ha, you know, and she's like overdoing it, but it's gonna work. Yeah, I see the comments. But it's gonna work. But at the same time, it's like, what I would say is that if you are going to do this, if you're going to present some good information and you don't have the aesthetic, just hire people, you know, because nobody else is going to, like, nobody's really going to look at this video. We kind of just sat through it for whatever reason. Like, how long was this video? Oh, okay, it was long because I thought it felt long, but it was long. But we kind of sat through it because more or less we have to. How many views it got actually?
Sorry, I was looking up Lexual. My bad. Hold on. It got 4,200, like 4,300 views.
All right, that's not bad, obviously, but I mean, it's not the best, but it's not bad. How many followers she got? She got a pretty big page too. How much is that? 40,000.
40K. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. So like, this is gonna work in this day and age because of the loser stuff, you know. But like realistically, if you were like, when I think back to that, you know, not just the twerking video, but also just the reality of how white folk do their commercials, they do their ads. They got the professional setting, and they got the models, they got the actors, they got the emotions, you know, with the actors with the range of emotions in their face and all that kind of stuff. Like, white people put a big deal into their propaganda, and then we honestly, relatively, just don't. And then here, this style that she's doing, like how we do it, you know, on the podcast is okay because we obviously, you know, giving our voices, and that's what people want to hear, right? Or that's the, you know, well, if it depends on how you see that, you know, if you want to look at the metrics or whatever. But all the same, what she's doing with the camera angle, the zooming on the face, the if you blah blah blah, the I'm gonna go into AAVE, you know, African American vernacular once in a while, and then I'm gonna go into he playing and blah 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 blah. That whole methodology, that whole delivery, like, people are gonna like it only on the basis of liking her, you know, and they're not real, and like very few people are gonna like her. It's more so going to be, you know, I don't know if you can look through the comments, mostly going to be probably Black women who have like a persecution complex, you know, and that's like that happens to be a large amount of Black women, but it's still kind of just, and actually it might not even just be Black women. I think, yeah, like other women, you know, like Asian women and white women are going to be, oh, you're so, you know, blah, 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 blah. But like the reality is that it's quirky. Nobody really cares for it. It's not really interesting. And if anything, like what I would do, like it's just not going to work, you know? Like, sure, you know, you could get a few people, you could get your, you know, you get your 40,000, you get your 100,000, you could be whatever, but it's just not going to work.
I'll say this. I got to interject here. I'll say this. if she did it in one of those real snappy type videos where she was doing that little quirky stuff, but it was snappy, like bam, 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 you know, the camera angles shift and stuff like that, it will work. Cause that's what they do on like Instagram reels and all this kind of stuff. It's more snappy, it's a shorter video, you get right to the point. Like Marcus Garvey says in the chat, put up some visuals, you know, that will work. That will be more appealing. But let's forget about that for a second. As far as the practices and the deities, do you connect with those deities and practices only?
Personally, well, shit. Personally, like I want to. There's talking shit. But anyway, personally, I want to, but I've been kind of low key a little bit on the materialist, you know, especially after I read that Nkrumah book where he's just kind of like everything is matter and material. So I've been kind of low key, like not as spiritualist as I want to be. I still recognize the value of spirituality, but I also realize that, you know, a lot of it is kind of stories, a lot of it is kind of just ancestral worship. You know what I mean? And so when she pointed out Obatale was a real human being, it's like, yeah, a lot of people are doing ancestral worship. I think Dr. Ben said it pretty clearly when he said the original spirituality was people worshiping their, like people like recognizing their ancestors. And that's the thing about, you know, I think Jose was talking about, you can see your dreams and kind of stuff. You know, a lot of us, especially those of us who lost a parent, right? We see our parents, or we saw our parents originally in dreams and kind of stuff. And what that does is it gives you some sort of thinking along the lines of, well, what is this experience that we're living and all that kind of stuff. And I could see that running away from itself and becoming spiritualities of today. But at the same time, you know, I also, you know, I'm also like deeply materialist in a sense. So it's like I kind of just see it as, you know, human beings trying to cope with our existence.
Yeah.
And so I don't really like add too much weight to it, although I would love to. But realistically, like me personally, I like when I think about spirituality, I would probably try to connect with like the ancient Africans kind of stuff. Not so much you know, Yoruba, Igbo, even if that was my more
recent,
my more recent ancestry.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah. And that's how I feel about it too, actually. That's exactly I like how you stated that. That's exactly how I kind of feel about it too. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, would say you.
No, I take a different position from the brothers. You know, I understand that the brothers are materialists. You know, and they don't necessarily believe in the spirituality side of the Pan African perspective. You know, they have a materialist bend, and that's okay. You know, I am coming from the perspective that our people are deists, and I am I think I've been consistent with that, and the numbers don't lie. You know, she has been able with the poor video that the brothers were suggesting. She's been able to garner 42,000 views, and she has 40,000 subscribers. So I mean, the numbers is not lying in
Doing
comparative.
better than me, right?
Well, I mean, doing better than a whole lot of us. Yeah, if we really want to be honest with that. You know what I mean? So obviously, she is saying something that has garnered the attention of many people. So you know, I believe that in essence that it has to do with a little bit of the spirituality bend that she takes as far as dealing with the black world and approaching the black world. And I understand my materialist brothers see things differently, but I take a different view. It was for me. It was boring as well. If I was to be completely honest with you, but there are some people who seeking as far as African spirituality, this kind of information, obviously, and the numbers speak for itself. You know, res ipsa loquitur, as they say in the law. But I'm what I'm curious about is my prince from Port-au-Prince, what he has to say about this. But I don't know if he's gonna come on and give his alternative view as to what his Haitian sister had to say about this video. But I think it's I think it's an interesting video. You know, I take a different view than the brothers on the panel. You know.
Yeah. I think it's healthy. I think like I would tell people, man, and I grew up in an Anglican church. I was a church boy till I was 20, and you know I always had questions about all that kind of stuff. It just didn't resonate, and you know that's kind of the term I'm trying to use here. Like a lot of it doesn't particularly resonate with me, and I feel a ways about that sometimes. I feel like it should, but I just haven't found that. I haven't found that frequency yet, right? I'm also curious to hear from Uzuli because this is a part of his culture and upbringing. But I gotta welcome the birthday boy before it hits midnight. Let's welcome in Kevin Carre to the panel. Kevin, how are you tonight?
Hey, greetings. Yeah, it was a great day, beautiful day as usual.
Good,
Happy
good, good.
birthday, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. 21 years old again, man. 21.
21 for the third time. Okay. Yeah. So I appreciate Kevin Carre joining us. Kevin Carre, did you happen to see this whole video just now?
No, I just got in.
Okay. I'll get to you in the next prompt. So let's get to Uzuli. Uzuli is of Haitian descent, African by way of Haiti. Uzuli, a couple of things. When you watched that video, what did you think about the presentation? Number one. Number two, what did you think about the presentation of the deities? Was it accurate? Etc. And does it resonate with you still? Do you still practice this spiritual system? Go ahead.
I'm gonna say the presentation is trash. Like I was annoyed from the second, like from 2 minutes in. I think she's more into, I guess, trying to be quirky than telling the thing. And then she didn't really explain the. If you don't know about the culture, I guess this could be information for you. But me, since I know about that, it was just annoying, and she was just annoying. Like the little camera, the mispronunciation. I think she was doing that because I guess to appeal to her fans or whatever. So, number one, like Haitian people don't practice the voodoo culture. Does not Obatala is not part of the voodoo culture. So,
Oh, okay.
let me not say that. Well, I've never heard people talk about Obatala and the culture. Maybe it is in some different part of Haiti, maybe, but mainly no. Dambala, the person she said, is kind of the representation of Obatala. So there's like the she's talking about the Obatala was the creator of the people, and the voodoo they say Dambala is the creator of the people or the earth or the world or whatever. So those two are different. Number two, it's like she seems to be. She says Obatala is considered Jesus. First of all, this is what she's wrong about that because when you look at Kemet culture, the Kinam and Heket created human from mud, and she blew life into them. Like Kinam is the male spirit who created human with the mud, and Heket, which is I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Heket is the female counterpart, blew life into. So she went straight to the Abrahamic religion. She didn't even go back. So I've never heard that the Orisha people talk about say Obatala is a representative of Jesus. So I don't understand that. So, but after that, you said about the reason a lot of you have disconnected from it is because they took you off from your square. They implemented the Christian culture in your mind, and then after that, when you're trying to get rid of the Christian culture, you fall away from the African or Caribbean spirituality. So it's even me myself. I'm kind of detached from it. I know a lot of the knowledge. I know some of the gods of like when she was another thing she was talking about. She was talking about the Rada spirit. So in the Haitian culture, the Rada and the Petrol. The Rada, she said that this is what I don't like. Like when people don't know what they're talking about and they just spew this, and she has 41,000 followers and they're gonna believe her. So they got the spirit. There's two types of spirit. There's the offensive spirit and the defensive spirit. The petrol is the offensive spirit, which is gonna go and Like if you ask that energy to come, if you ask the energy to help you with something, they're gonna go on the offensive to attack. If you even the Rada are the cool spirit. They don't go on the offensive, they go on the defensive. If you understand, like you might play defense to win the game and you might play offense to win the game. And in the Haitian culture, they say the Rada spirit are from Guinea, which is in West Africa. So the Rada spirit are more royal, more regal. The Petra spirit are the spirit that they had to call on for the Haitian Revolution because of the slavery. So they had to do that. But what she neglects to tell you is that the Petra and the Rada are just the same spirit in different environment. If you understand what I'm saying. So I'm gonna use this one Loa in Haiti. She's called Ezeli. So there's Ezeli Freda and there's Ezeli Danto. Ezeli Freda is the god of love, god of beauty, god of, let me not say God, the spirit of beauty, the spirit of love between men and women, the spirit of looking beautiful, of smelling good. But Ezeli Danto is the spirit of mother and children. She'll cut your throat if you destroy her children. You call for her, she go on the offensive. So it's like this young lady is talking. I gotta give her her little respect because I guess she's reaching to the culture, and then maybe she'll find out later on and get deeper in it. I saw some of her videos, but like sometimes people, like Oni said, they just do this thing for the likes. So I don't know if she's doing it for the likes, but at the end of the day, some people might learn from it. But back to what I was saying, like I feel a lot of us have been cut off from it, including me. So I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm deep into it like a lot of people are deep into it, but I've been cut off from it. And then a lot of things happens that sometimes a lot of people use this shit for wrong against their own people. They don't use it like the ancestors used it back in the days. So it's like I would say a lot of time, and the people, certain people that practice that, they act like the Bloods and the Crips. They destroy each other, but they don't want to destroy the person that's putting them in that situation. If you understand what I'm saying. So
absolutely.
So it's like
word, yes, sir.
You get what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, let's say, oh, my son got a scholarship to go to this good university. They mad because your son got a scholarship. So you know what they're gonna do to mess up your son. So it's like, so that's why it's like very. I'm not gonna lie. I've been in a very weird place. Like, and like I'm kind of not laid back, but it's just like it's like that spirituality is the technology that I believe that could only free us. But we are so diluted, so messed up in the head. So doing stuff for money and all of that is I don't know, bro.
Razuli,
yes.
someone you and I know well, said to me a little while ago that the issue, and they come from a Seventh-day Adventist Christian background. They said the issue with the African spirituality, or vodou in particular, is that you only see people using it for ill will, or far too often. All you
Not
see
true.
is the ill will part. No, this person is speaking from their perspective, right? That far too often, what they usually see vodou used for is ill will. And I remember a time back in college days, Ozuli and I was talking to a Haitian woman. I won't name who it is, but you know who it is, and Kevin Carre knows. An Haitian woman was saying, of course, we use vodou to cast wicked spells on people, because if your neighbor's doing well, you want to be able to do, as well as your neighbor, or you want your neighbor to be like you. So yes, you will put a bad spell on your neighbor to get what they have, and this, that, and the other. So what do you say about that? Like, a lot of people kind of see that the usage of it, and I think this is why a lot of people kind of disconnect from it, whether it's true or not, that's a prevailing thought or deed or action. But for those who perceive to see that this vodou and stuff is just used for bad things, what do you say to that?
Well, I'm going to say this. The power, the Haitian spirituality, vodou, or whatever you want to call it, vodou, hoodoo, I think, let me go, has been sullied, has been destroyed through propaganda. So,
yes,
am I
a spell.
Yes. Am I going to say that when people use voodoo to do well, it's never really published like in the news. But when one story comes out and say, "Oh, somebody did voodoo to do this," then it's over publicized all over the world. And yes, there's a lot of people in that culture who do stuff like that to hurt each other. But this is what I'm just saying, like these people have been programmed by the powers that be to use it against each other. So I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
but also Christians and most Muslims has cast a spell on it, like put it in a dark corner. So people that come from those two corners, they will interpret it only as bad. So when they reach out for it, it will only be to cast spells on other people.
so yes, and so this the spirit the thing that says is that the Haitian Revolution happened and then they forgot the spirits. So I guess the legend said the spirit turned their back on us. So just like the spirit might have turned their back on a lot of us because we neglected them and went to the other religion. So one other thing that this young lady was talking about that I didn't like, she was talking about fluidity, like the
I wondered if you were going to comment on that. That the deities were gender fluid, right?
Gender fluid. That's what that's what she's trying to say. But this is not really true. What is that as a man, a female spirit could come in you during a ceremony, but that doesn't mean that the spirit is gender fluid, because in the culture, Ezuli is a woman spirit. Ogun, which is Ogu. Okay, Ogu is another spirit that came from the Ogu, spirit of war and justice, is a male spirit. Just like that male spirit could go into a female. So let's say a female is engaged in a fight and she can't win. She calls on Ogu. Ogu is a male spirit. Ogu's gonna come inside of her, is gonna what you call it, like mount her and help her fight the war or whatever. That doesn't mean Ogu is fluid. So this is like when she did that, it's like they're very tricky, these people, and this is what it annoy me about that, saying that after she said Obatala is fluid, she didn't say Obatala had 2,000 wives or 200,000 wives. So this is a weird thing, but I do say that yes, a lot of people from our culture, they say they use it for bad. I'm not gonna say that, but there's a lot of people that use it to heal people, to give people like Jose just said, like if your grandfather want to speak to you about certain stuff to give you help, they do that. So yes, what we see in the media, boom, is this and that. I'm gonna say something. I was watching. There's this Neil Hurston. What's his name? Zora Neale Hurston. She wrote a book, and I'm not gonna lie. New Orleans have something called hoodoo, right?
Yeah.
And the hoodoo culture, I've seen them use hoodoo. The way she was describing it in the book was to take another person's woman, take the money. So, like, maybe it's a psyche that we all suffering. Because even though it happened in voodoo, and it's probably happened in African spirituality too. But hoodoo is a supposedly American type, African American type of
It's a derivative of Obia and voodoo. Yes.
Yeah. So thing, and even what you just said, Goku, like Obia, they say Obia in Jamaican people. Jamaicans say Obia is bad, but this is what they don't tell you, and this is why I made the connection between voodoo and the spirituality in Jamaica. Obia, they say is does bad to people, but there's another part of the Obia. I forgot the name. It was just in my mind. So Obia has a counterpart. So Obia might be more the ferocious part, and there's the other part that's the cool spirit. I forget Miao. It's called Miao or whatever. So in all our spirituality, there's the fiery and there's the cool spirit. So this young lady really, like, I don't know if she means good or if she's doing it for clout or she was irking me. So I don't know.
In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says we don't have a culture that is conscious of itself. That goes for all African people, or at least a culture we control or powerful. Also, to address the ill will part, I think a spirituality or practice that is perpetrated and used in a neo-colonial or settler colonial setting will always have those motives. I actually like what Trigger Happy said just now about that. It's a setting. The setting can be an influence on the usage. I actually like that. Marcus Garvey is the way he says, if it worked, why didn't it end racism and enslavement?
So, Marcus Garvey said this. I guess so. I would go with his name, Marcus Garvey. If Marcus Garvey, why didn't? Oh, first of all, it did. According, if you read if you know the history of the culture of Haitian culture, they say they use a lot of that to fight the revolution. Whether it continue, I just said it. After they did that, a lot of the higher, the politicians, the leaders, just said we're not doing it. They did away with voodoo. They blacklisted it and put it underneath the dirt or whatever. So it did work. And if I've seen, you just got to challenge the energy the right way. Just like if you channel the Bloods and Crips the right way, maybe they'll change the society. You just have to channel it the right way. For you to say, "Oh, why we still? Your name is Marcus Garvey. If Marcus Garvey didn't work, why is we did this way?" We could say the same thing about Malcolm X, the same thing about Martin Luther King, the same thing about Nat Turner. It doesn't make no sense.
She went on to say it didn't end the payment to France for 500 years. Trigger Happy says also, just as you can make an argument that it didn't end slavery, it was integral in many of our resistance movements and victories. So once again, that doesn't make sense, nor is it fair, right? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. If we want to discuss this,
can I share some funny stuff?
1 second. If we want to expand on this, let's create another Shoot the Breeze topic for next week, and we can expand some more to have a long conversation. Jay, I'll give you a few minutes. You have the last word.
Oh wait, I wanted to say something too.
Jay, go
ahead. John the Baptist. What happened? Jesus and his fellas heard of him. There's this powerful dude a couple of village along the way. Shall we go take a look? Yes, let's go. Okay, so they arrive at a seer because he looked and he saw that Jesus, his chi was stronger, and that the roles should actually be reversed. Like, hey, you're a stronger seer and healer than I am. You should be doing this to me. And after that, he gives him a bath, like they do in our spirituality, right? The type of baths to channel your energy and in the right way again. So literally, it's a word game, but it's done literally. The Christianity watered it down. Another example is Nebuchadnezzar. He was tired of scammers, so he locked up all the so-called seers, and Daniel was one that actually could see. So he didn't tell the dream anymore, like explain to me the dream. No, he said, you're gonna tell me what I dreamt, just like the dude in Africa did to me. You're gonna tell me what I dreamt, and you're gonna explain what it means. So there's one, and I've been warned by a seer from Mali. So she actually works for powerful people in Mali, and she's a representative here in Europe. And she warned me about this part in Senegal, because it's called rebel territory, right? And the people have become bitter, so they reach out to the dark side because of this long struggle that they have, and so yeah, there's certain, when you go to Africa, prepare, wash. Channel your energy. That's what I wanted to. Another thing, Guinea, what Europeans call Baphomet. So this figure with these goat legs
and a hermaphrodite human with goat heads in this area, they call them Guinea. So it's not one thing Baphomet, but it are many.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to share.
Okay, thanks, Jay, for that.
Well, I wanted to just add quickly, if you don't mind. So yeah, I decided to look into this sister's account. Because I'm like, yeah, that's a lot of followers for being that boring, you know. Anyway, I clicked on it. I looked at her top videos, you know, most popular videos. A lot of it was on mermaid shit, you know. Do mermaids exist? That was like 180 something thousand views. But then you go to her about and you see she has a main channel. You go to her main channel, it's like 300,000 subscribers there, and it's just a bunch of like, you know, bullshit opinions and all that kind of stuff. But like, I think what we're seeing in regards to why she has so many followers on this thing and why so many views is because she is a personality that, you know, a lot of people take to for, you know, nonsense, you know, that she looks into. She just has this separate channel where she kind of goes into her little more personal kind of thing. You know, but like most of it is also just like mermaid shit, you know. And that's where people like mostly gravitate towards. So this was like one of those videos that, you know, like people do ignore for what it's worth. I'm just gonna point that out.
I appreciate that, Oni.
The mermaid she is referring to is in Haitian voodoo they call Mami Wata.
Yeah, Mami Wata.
I think that Erzuli could confirm this.
No,
So-
they don't call them Mami Wata in the Haitian culture, because Mami Wata is from the African spirituality, but which is the same thing. They call them Silen,
Yes.
Rabalen, Simbi,
Yes.
Simbi into the Haitian culture. But,
Yes.
before I'm going to say something. Marcus Garvey is talking about I'm an atheist. She wants to attack the African spirituality and all this thing like that. What did your atheism do for you? Is she Jamaican? Yeah, just got your independence in 1979. Stop it. I'm older than your. Stop it.
No, she's a
Somehow-
woman. She's not Jamaican, and Jamaica got independence in '62. Yeah, 62.
Yeah, and some of our brothers and sisters in the Pan-African and Gaviai movie, they don't subscribe to spirituality, and they have a right to. But I don't want us to.
They don't subscribe to the African spirituality or whatever.
Not all of us, not even Koku. You know what I mean? They don't. I mean, I won't speak for Koku, but some of our brothers and sisters don't subscribe to that shit.
She just said something. We're making excuses for Orisha's shortcoming, but want to give 100%, 100% backing. Okay, I could understand where she's coming from for that, but I just said, if you turn your back on the people, on the spirit that freed you, why should they help you? But then again,
I agree with you.
But then again, she's an atheist. What has atheism do for the freedom of black people all over the world?
But
So
I agree with you.
We're all on some bullshit.
Personally, I agree with you. I agree with you too. But you have to remember that all of our brothers and sisters don't subscribe to the spiritual belief. They call it spookism, and they have a right to. You know what I mean? But we have a spiritual base, and we have a right to too. So
My question is, what did Jamaica do? I'm just trying to figure that out.
No, my bad. The Rastafarians, but they have a right to. They have a right to, brother. You know what I mean? So you can't. They have to have a space to, even though they don't have a spiritual base, they still are brothers and sisters, and they have the right to not subscribe to it.
So what? She's my brothers and sister. I got the right to criticize her too. She said some funny. She said some funny shit. She said talk about if it didn't end the payment to friends for 500 years. What does that have to do with anything? You're atheist. You still oppressed. What did your atheism do for yourself? I don't care if she's my brothers and sister.
All right.
That shit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like she said just now, she respects the Orishas over Jesus, but she takes it kind of like the Anansi stories. I don't knock it. I'm not a fervent believer. I do feel like I should be more connected, more close, but it doesn't resonate with me at the time. And that's just what it is.
It doesn't resonate, Goku, because we've been severed from it. We've been severed and programmed.
We're jaded too. A lot of us who are Pan-African and Gaviites are jaded by it.
And jaded. So I'm gonna say this. There's this guy that I read. I think I mentioned it before. He's an African. I was reading this guy. This guy is from Africa. I forget the phrase. He said, "Yo, he saw somebody one time, let's say, and Goku, I'm saying that because you know the location. Let's say downtown Brooklyn, right? He said, yo, you want to ride? I'm going to Staten Island. The guy said, nah, I don't want to go. I'm good. By the time he made it to Staten Island in his car, he met the guy over there walking. And I have several people in my country that told me the same story.
Yeah.
So for this person to be like, yo, I get what she's saying, but also to understand that it's a complex situation.
Let's bring this topic back up, because I like the spirited, no pun intended, I like the spirited conversation about it. Let's bring it back up next week. And Marcus Garvey, you should join the panel next week. We won't do it now because it's late already, but next week let's come back with some follow up to this. Erzuli, you come through, and Marcus Garvey is the way comes through, and let's have a better understanding, a voice-to-voice understanding on this topic next time, all right? There's a lot of comments in the chat. I won't read them right now. You guys can go through. Make sure you guys like the video. This conversation is dope. Someone was here earlier trying to rush the conversation. You can't rush some of these conversations. You have to let these things play out. We might have to continue it if it goes too long, but you can't rush it. And I think there's a beauty, even in that conversation that we had just now for that topic, there's a beauty in that conversation. So make sure to like the video, share it to your peoples so they could get in on the conversation as well, and so that they could come for the follow-up and bring in their thoughts too. And in saying that, let me thank the learning curve for being here. Marcus Garvey is the way for being here during that conversation, and Trigger Happy for being here during that conversation. We're going to go to Shoot the Breeze number 8 tonight because time. I'm trying not to have you guys here till 2 in the morning. I don't mind it, but I feel like sometimes you guys do mind it. So let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. A warrant found for the woman responsible for the Emmett Till's kidnapping and subsequent murder. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
You see her? She needs to die in jail. Now, I don't say that lightly. Okay? This is the woman who started the chain reaction.
There's an echo.
That got Emmett Till killed when he was 14 years of age. Now, a warrant has been discovered that was never served on her in connection to that murder, which provides a legal avenue for her to actually finally be prosecuted. Carolyn Bryant Donham. Let's show a picture of Emmett Till and his mother. Okay? That's Mammy Till Bradley. I want you to remember that Emmett Till was 14 years of age when Carolyn Bryant decided to lie on him, create a mob justice atmosphere where 2 men connected to her kidnapped him and killed him. All right, let's get into it. Carolyn Bryant's then husband, Roy Bryant, and his half-brother, J.W. Millam, on August 28th, 1955, grabbed Till from his great-uncle's home, carried him away, and killed him. Both men are now deceased. A team searching a Mississippi courthouse, they searched the basement for evidence about the lynching of the Black teenager Emmett Till, and they found an unserved warrant charging a white woman in his 1955 kidnapping. Now, this is important because this is an unserved warrant and a different element of the crime. This is not murder, this is kidnapping. It's a different dynamic of the initial crime that we know on record, all right? This unserved warrant was charging Miss Carolyn Bryant, a white woman, in his 1955 kidnapping, and relatives of the victim. They want authorities to finally arrest her nearly 70 years later. All right, so yeah, she's in her 80s, okay? All right, I don't give a damn that she's in her 80s. You have to remember, Her privilege ran so deep that literally she had a kidnapping of a minor arrest warrant that got squashed. No big deal. You're okay. She was free. You can't even have a warrant for a damn traffic ticket and remain free for 70 years. At some point, you have to answer for that traffic ticket. This woman had a warrant for her arrest for kidnapping a child. There's more. A warrant for the arrest of Carol.
One simple but brilliant trick to cool your home in 90 seconds. Tired of hot and stuffy rooms during summer? This genius
For the arrest of Carolyn Bryant, identified as Mrs. Roy Bryant in the warrant, was discovered last week by searchers inside a file folder that had been placed in a box. The Leflore County Circuit Clerk Stockstill told the Associated Press on Wednesday. So the documents are kept inside of boxes by decade, he said. But there was nothing else to indicate where the warrant dated August 29th, 1955, might have been. They narrowed it down between the 50s and 60s and got lucky, said Stockstill, who certified the warrant as absolutely 100% genuine. So let me tell you what's happening now. Remember your dates. August 28th, 1955. That's when the crime happened, okay? They have that on the record. August 29th, you literally have an arrest warrant for her. They knew what happened. All of them were aware of everything. Within 24 hours, they knew exactly what happened to this kid. There's an arrest warrant. Somebody decides to hide it, ignore it. Systematic bias, prejudice, racism, corruption, all taking place at one time, converging 1955 in the month of August, so that no justice can be served to the family of the 14-year-old who was killed. There's more. The search group included members of the Emmett Till Legacy Foundation and two of Till's relatives, cousin Deborah Watts, head of the foundation, and her daughter Terry Watts. Relatives want authorities to use the warrant to arrest Carolyn Bryant, who at the time of the slaying was married to one of the two white men, tried and acquitted just weeks after Till was abducted from a relative's home, killed and dumped into a river. Serve it and charge her, Terry Watts told the AP in an interview, and I stand with the family. Serve her, charge her, arrest her. Evidence indicates a woman, Carolyn Bryant, identified Till to the men who later killed him. The arrest warrant against Carolyn Bryant was publicized at the time, but the county sheriff told reporters he did not want to bother the woman since she had two young children to care for. Isn't that something? I didn't know that a sheriff could just ignore a felony warrant. I mean, this is a new thing. We learn new things about law enforcement every day as it relates to white people. We really do. So you can have a felony warrant for your arrest, and the sheriff can say, you know what? You got two children to raise, so we're gonna just ignore the fact that you have a warrant for kidnapping a child that led to his murder. Now, in her 80s, and most recently living in North Carolina, Carolyn Bryant has not commented publicly on calls for her prosecution. But Terry Watts said the Till family believes the warrant accusing Carolyn Bryant of kidnapping amounts to new evidence. This is what the state of Mississippi needs to go ahead, she said. So let's go to the DA. Let me bring you to the DA, Dwayne Richardson. Now, Dwayne, he ain't gonna do a damn thing. I guarantee you that. So let's go to the office that would prosecute the case. So they have declined to comment on the warrant. Declined to comment, not even add words to it, but cited a December report about the Till case from the Justice Department that said no prosecution was possible. Now remember, the Justice Department said this under the old statute, not the new evidence presented to the DA's office. Contacted by the AP on Wednesday, the county sheriff, currently Ricky Banks, said, and I quote, "This is the first time I've known about a warrant." Banks, who was 7 years old when Till was killed, said, and I quote, "Nothing was said about a warrant when a former district attorney investigated the case 5 or 6 years ago. I will see if I can get a copy of the warrant and get with the DA and get their opinion on it." Well, let's just talk about it. I mean, listen, we need to have a conversation. Can we all pray together? There's more. If the warrant can still be served according to the sheriff, he would have to then, what? If the warrant can be served, the sheriff needs to talk to law enforcement officers in the state where Carolyn Bryant resides. Once again, another conversation. So the sheriff has literally said, if it's a warrant that I can actually serve, if I can arrest her legally, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk to the law enforcement officers in the state that she lives in, make sure it's okay. What in the hell? This is why many people don't like the police. They don't like the criminal justice system, rightfully so. It takes this much. All of these conversations, even if it's legal for you to do, even if you're mandated by the warrant to do so, all of a sudden we need to have conversations rather than justice. So let's go to the law, okay? Here's what the law says in Mississippi. Arrest warrants can go stale. So this is a stale arrest warrant. That is permissible due to the passage of time and changing circumstances. And one from 1955 almost certainly wouldn't pass muster before a court, even if a sheriff agreed to serve it, said Ronald J. Reichlach, a law professor at the University of Mississippi. But this is a big one. With any new evidence, see why it's important that the kidnapping dynamic is part of it. With any new evidence, the original arrest warrant, absolutely, according to the professor of law, could be an important stepping stone toward establishing probable cause for a new prosecution, a new arrest, a new indictment, according to the law professor. You think they're going to do something? No. Now, let me remind everyone, there are war crimes, war criminals who committed those war crimes many, many decades ago. When governments catch up with them, it doesn't matter how old they are, they go to jail, all right? This was a heinous crime against a child. There should be no grace allocated just because, hey guys, it happened a long time ago. Jessica, thoughts on this?
Yeah, we're already seeing this narrative get pushed that this was so long ago, you're digging up things from the past. This is not a double jeopardy scenario. Let's think about what would have happened if that warrant was served and she was arrested. Do we think that a jury in Mississippi at that point in time in 1955 would have found her guilty? Maybe not. And what got in the way of that was white supremacist people serving in law enforcement. They have gotten in the way of justice for all of these years. And when people took justice into their own hands, now we're finally seeing something get done about it. So it's not digging up an old case from the past. Justice has been delayed because people who are white supremacists have been serving in law enforcement for all of these years. And let's also revisit the extremely racist connotation of the statement for why the warrant wasn't served, because a white woman needed to be home with her kids. Right now, we are seeing a lot of narratives on the right wing about wanting to prevent abortions because they are unhappy with the racial makeup of this country, protecting white women having babies. Think about Emmett Till. Emmett Till was also a child. His life wasn't worth protecting. They didn't serve this warrant because they didn't want to get in the way of her mothering her kids. Again, we see the same racism of the 1950s, even prevalent today. And if we want to do anything to bring a little bit more legitimacy to the criminal justice system in the United States, they should absolutely prosecute this case today because it is one of the most significant cases of injustice in our country. Yes.
Interesting. D-Web doesn't believe, he's in the chat, he doesn't believe that they found this warrant in a basement many years later. Brother Bakari, you came back. You saw that story, Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what are your thoughts on all of
that old wench need to be dead, not rotting no jail. I'm gonna be careful on your panel. She need to be taken care of. And this coon go get a white woman that sat there and talk about white supremacists. And you saw how she tried to bring in the right wing. So she going in with the damn political Democratic, with his punk ass, the Democratic view. Then they want to bring in abortion. All that have nothing to do with this topic of this old wench still being free. Can I speak freely?
Yeah, go ahead. Anytime.
Some damn gas bomb, Molotov cocktails need to be stoned on that old winch house while she laying up in there. She too old to get up and get to the door. Let her suffocate from the smoke for all I care. But trying to get mad with police and white folks do what white folks do. They ain't gonna do nothing. And that's something we gonna have to learn, that they ain't gonna do nothing. It's some things that we gonna have to handle ourselves. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey is the way it says she researched the Emmett Till case and the family members of her husband were listed. She said it told her the Till family didn't want justice. Why? I guess because the Bryant men died of cancer. Go figure. Right? D-Web, that's when D-Web was saying, if you think they found a 65-year legible piece of paper in a humid-ass Mississippi basement, then I got some beachfront property to sell you in Idaho. If you're going to lock her up, do it, but stop the cap. Marcus Garvey goes on to say, tell me the Till family didn't want justice. The Bryant family men died of cancer. I don't know why. It seems like some of her messages are repeating. I'm not sure why that is. She says, tell the Orisha dude to show as much vehemence in his response as he gave me for the Orishas. So I guess that tells me, let me go to Azuli next. So Azuli, what say you to this story that you saw just now?
Well, Emmett Till would have still been alive if the men didn't give him up.
His uncle gave him up, right?
Yeah. So if we're gonna go, like, what do we expect for this? What is this gonna do? This is just for like what? What is it for?
Justice.
Superficial justice. Like, oh, she got to be. She's 85. Like, what? They're gonna trial her? Come on, stop that. Though, if we want
to be fair, though, they go after these Nazis and stuff who are 97 and all kind of stuff. To be fair, they jail them.
But it's not about being fair.
103 this past week. 103, a Nazi from 103 years old.
It's not about being fair. Is this your government? Hell no. So why should they go after that for you? Like, let's be real. Like,
so wait. So should you just roll over and die?
Who? His uncle did. His uncle did.
Yeah, well, his uncle was a BAN, I guess. But aside from the uncle, we're not all BANs. Should we just all roll over and die? That's the question.
So go ahead. What you gonna do about that? What are you gonna do? Like, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not complaining about this because I understand the rule of engagement. Nothing is gonna happen to this lady. Like Marcus Garvey just said, the Emmett Till's people didn't even go fight for it as they should have done. Are the Emmett Till people out there protesting, saying yes, they should arrest her right now?
Yes,
they are out there. They say the grant.
He started the broadcast here. He said, I forget which family member. He said a family member said she should rot in jail.
She should rot in jail. Okay, well, go get her. I mean, I know, like, what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, this lady's not gonna get arrested. So we could protest. Let's start a petition, go in front of our house, and do all of this. It is what it is. What I'm saying is this: the people who control the system are the people that are supposed to go after her. And at the end of the day, Emmett Till happened what, years ago?
65 or so
65.
years ago.
The same thing happened to his father. So is this really even a believable story? The same situation happened to his father. So it happened to him, and then his uncle gives the 14-year-old up to a group of mob. Like, I don't get it. There's something weird about this story. Like, and then the people said that they just found a warrant. Like, what? So I don't know, bro.
Please let me say something, Coco. Please,
yeah, go ahead.
Izul, I can't say your name. And please don't call nobody else no simp for taking up for no black woman, dude. When you go to talking about white folks, and I'm just being honest, and I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but man, you sound weak as wet tissue paper. You have no smoke for them. You got all the smoke in the world for black folk, especially if it's a black woman. But then every time we go to mentioning other people, all that fire inside of you that you have for black people is just doused out. Dude, I'm being honest. I don't want to be disrespectful. I ain't trying to cause no beef on here, but I just sit there and I hear it all the time, just like the woman said. See if he gonna have the same kind of smoke for this woman that he had about the woman with the Orishas. And it is never the same. Never, ever the same. Now he's trying to find a conspiracy. He not even true. Is it a real story? Did this actually happen? Come on, dude.
but Bakari, let me just quickly say that there should never be a beef on this show. The whole idea, the whole concept here is shooting the breeze, kicking back, having a conversation, me hearing what you have to say, you hear what I have to say. Maybe we disagree at the end of what we say, but there shouldn't be a beef. It's just we're trying to understand and get a wider spectrum on these, you know, these types of concepts. You know what I mean? So we shouldn't be worrying about that.
Yeah, that's why I said I ain't want no beef, but
yeah. But Ozuli, I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
I mean, yeah, you can say whatever you want to say. You can say I hear what you said. I don't understand what smoke she wants me to give the old lady. Whatever that old lady should be. I'm saying if this is a correct system, yes, this whole thing should be reviewed and she should be charged. But I know what's gonna happen. So I have the smoke for the Richards. I have the smoke for her. The person, his fucking uncle gave him up.
Listen how you speak when you said his fucking uncle, but look how you talk when you talk about the white woman. You're not even sure if this story is true. It's just the way you sound, bro. I want you to rewind and listen to yourself.
Yeah, because you know why I sound like that? Because at the end of the day, I don't expect anything from somebody who don't like me. I don't expect anything from somebody who's trying to destroy me. I don't expect them to fight for me. I expect my uncle, my father, my brothers to be like, no, I'm not letting this young man go over there. That's no. This is what I expect. I don't expect anything from the oppressor.
Okay, you don't expect anything from no oppressor, but you can't even put bass in your voice when you talk about it.
What do you mean?
But you put your bass in your. Listen to how you sound when you talking to me or talking about the other talking about the people in the chat or a black woman. Then listen to how soft your voice is when you mention them. It's just, and they ain't even. I couldn't imagine seeing you in person holding a conversation with them.
No, you don't want to see me in person, bro. You don't. Maybe if you saw me in person, maybe I'd be more animated. But like I said, and this situation, bro, like I'm saying is, what is this story gonna? Are they gonna put something behind it? If they arrest her, fine, do that. But what I'm saying, what mainly happened, your uncle gave you up.
In the chat, D-Web says something interesting. He says, I get the sentiment, but even if convicted, she's basically going to sit in a state hospital until she dies on taxpayers' dimes. She's not going to do hard time. Bakari presented the needed solution. I don't understand. And this is something, I said this a couple months back, and people thought I was being an asshole about it. But if Emmett Till was a kid from Nassau, I'm being real honest here, and that had happened, first of all, I don't think his uncle would have given him up. But if that had happened, this woman couldn't be living nowhere close around Nassau. She couldn't be on the Out Island. She couldn't be in Jamaica. She couldn't be for all these years. It's been known for all these years. She'd have been drugged out of her house and taken care of. And so I don't understand how the Till family, the people from the area, black folks in general, how is she allowed to be around for 60 to the point where even if you arrest her now on this, like Webb said, she's going to go in a hospital and be fed on taxpayer dime. Go ahead.
But no, she's not in Mississippi no more. Either she left, I think.
She's in North Carolina.
Yeah.
An interesting thing was happening in Nassau now is people who have committed murder or have been accused of murder, when they get bail, soon as they get bail, they end up dead.
Yeah, man. It just happened like 2 weeks ago, right? Oh,
yes,
last
sir.
Week or something.
And judges have been hesitant to grant accused murderers bail because they know that the people are gonna deal with them now. They're not playing the game of, okay, we're gonna wait until this person is actually convicted to deal with this person. So for the sake of the accused life, now the judges have been hesitant in granting people bail. What I would suggest is this. And this is just a suggestion. You know, you pay people who have terminal cancer or terminal AIDS, you know what I mean? Terminal AIDS, whatever. You know, pay them some money and go smother this lady. You know what I mean? Go smother her, man. Go take care of that situation, you know. Right? You know, you can't say these things on YouTube, but you know what I mean? It's like if this lady been hanging out there for so long, him, her, George Zimmerman, etc., etc., etc. They are with. I feel like with us waiting on this so-called idea of this white man form of justice, waiting until this actually occur, we'll be waiting forever. And sometimes, unfortunately, we have to meet at our own form of justice. And I think that we play in this little game of waiting for the so-called judicial system to kick in to give us some form of justice. But I think that sometimes these things need to be shortcut. These things need to be shortcut, and we need to have our own form of justice. Enough time waiting, man. Enough time for talk, you know. Enough time for talk.
For real.
You know, I think that my brothers in the United States of America, they need. We used to do it all the time, every Friday and Saturday night. You know what I mean? We hold court in people who transgress our street law, and we hold our own brand of justice. So I think that these things should be carryovers into people who aggress into harming us and doing things against us. We need to form our own brand of justice, because obviously their system is not working for us. So we need to take matters. So they call it taking matters into our own hands. But we do it all the time. So why are these people getting this idea of why are they getting a pass? Yeah, so this thing has been hanging out there for 65 years. And the people them who know about this case, thoroughly about this case, I mean, come on, man. You know what I mean? It's enough time to talk about that. Either we need to make certain sacrifices, and I would say, I mean, in my humble suggestion, you know what I mean, you have to pay somebody. If you have to pay somebody, you have to pay somebody who have nothing to lose. You know, you take care of him and make that person disappear. You know what I mean? And that need to be a message for all who would transgress against our group of people, you know, living in that situation. And that might be a harsh thing to say, but reality is reality. If the federal government and the state government don't want to do nothing to this lady, then, you know, you need to take your own course of action. What I hear all the time is we built this country. So if we build the country, then we should have some say-so in the matter of what occurs in that country. Absolutely. So enough time for talk. That's why I don't like to engage in these kind of conversations. You know, I like to engage in these kind of conversation, but I transgress and I respect my American brothers and sisters, and I defer to them on this issue.
Only, what say you to this?
Oh, I'm kind of confused, low-key. So, well, one, I mean, first thing that comes to mind when I first heard this was, you know, I thought there was a statute of limitation. And I was like, maybe there's not a statute. I mean, I know there's not a statute of limitation on murder, but if they're now saying it's kidnapping, then I'm like, damn sure there's a statute of limitation on kidnapping. But what I noticed from this video was that times have changed. You know what I mean? Like, this whole video, this whole concept wasn't a thing in 1955 or whatever year they're talking about. It wasn't a thing. But like the fact that this guy is on the air saying you learn new things about the justice system when a white woman will not be charged with kidnapping a minor. It's like, what? Like, do you have no historical backdrop? Do you not understand that in 1955, no, you would not get in trouble for kidnapping? Like they straight up walked after the Emmett Till murder.
Yeah, they
Like they walked. They were in the courtroom. The murderers, the real murderers, were in the courtroom, and they like all the evidence was presented, and then they just walked away from it.
Yeah, the
You
jury
know?
said not guilty.
Yeah, the jury said not guilty. Like that legit happened in plain sight. So I don't know why this guy is like, you learn something new every day. How can somebody, like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, what year do you have no historical connection? But yeah, times have changed, because you would have never seen something like this 60 years ago, 70 years ago. I think he did make a point on them arresting the Nazis, or the Nazi abettors and all that kind of stuff. So that is a point, but like like my thinking, I'm not trying to sound like Azuli, I think Bakari pointed out pretty well that Azuli did change his tone. I mean, and he pointed out so well that I was like, damn, like, because I was afraid I was gonna agree with him, and then I'm like, shit, he really did change his tone. He really did have smoke for for Marcus Garvey. Even when you were like, hey, it's a sister, and he was like, nah, fuck it, I don't give a shit. And I'm like, bro, like calm your ass down. But like, yeah, but like on the real, man, if you lived 70 years after the fact, like, you got away with it, I know people who are in prison right now, but they weren't free for no 70 fucking years. You know what I mean? Like, they were at least hiding or something, and then they were caught, and then they were, pretty quickly. This whole thing of, she you're gonna lock her up right now, or you're gonna kill her right now, and the reality is this, that the people who killed Emmett Till, they're the ones who think. So I'm actually just a little bit confused. I started with that to say that, what was the story, what really happened? Because what we heard when we were younger was he whistled at her, and then she.
Well, they say he grabbed her. Later years they changed it to he catcalled her. But initially they said that, like, he touched her, like physically touched her. He grabbed her.
Initially they said, because I remember, I thought that was the story. So he whistled at her, and then he catcalled her, and then she's like a married woman. Okay, right. So I thought they would like change the story again and saying she was trying to get with him, and I was like, wait, hold on a second, but she's married or something. So you saying he catcalled her, and then she told her husband, and her husband went to his house and took him out of his house, and his uncle stepped aside, and then they brutally. Yes. But my thing is this, that I don't even know what you would like in the like, I mean, I'm just saying in the real sense, like if these were all black folk, right, there would be no charge against her. Like, there's no real punishment for telling your husband, hey, this dude catcalled me. Now the husband would get punished. You know what I mean? And now you might say, oh, he was lying on her. I mean, she might have lied after the fact. Maybe she told her husband, he catcalled me. But then maybe they told the story, oh, he grabbed her. That's why to justify. I don't know. But like, legit, if you were talking to the legalist, now if you just want to kill old white folk, I get that. But as far as I can tell, like, I don't even know. Like, first off, like I said, statute of limitation, she didn't really kidnap him. We all know she didn't. Unless, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know. And the thing is that the rest weren't, apparently they were saying it wasn't even like clear that it was her. It was just for some white woman. So it could have been there was a white woman with the two guys.
I'll interject here and say this. They gaffled up a couple of years back. They gaffled up a secretary who was in the Nazi organization. A lady who was typing memos. They gaffled her up and gave her some time. Much less. So I think the idea is that you're some kind of accessory to this crime. You know what I mean? My thing is, she is a part of the story, and she's a bad part in the story too. Her head should be split for that shit, to be quite frank. But to be honest about it, really and truly, right? Yeah, guilty by association, right? Really and truly, right? The Till family should have dealt with that. The guys in the neighborhood before she left and went to North Carolina, they should have dealt with that. And so we are sitting here now waiting for these white, and this is what I think Azuli's trying to get across, but maybe it's not coming across very well. We're now talking 60, almost 70 years later with this old ass lady now, We don't even know if she has the faculties to even understand she's being arrested or incarcerated and all that kind of stuff. And we're sitting up here twiddling our thumbs, hoping this white boy says, you know what, we're going to punish this lady. When they knew what was up 65 years ago. You know what I mean? We got to start taking care of this stuff like Mr. Untouchable and others pointed out.
I want to say this.
Go ahead.
Just for that. So I was like, I decided, let me look into something. And she did come out with the story, 6 decades later. I think it was in 2017. So there's an article in the New York Times or whatever, where she's like, she's going to break her silence on the situation.
It was supposedly a deathbed, what they call it? A deathbed admission, but she ain't dead yet for some reason. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, she probably has the faculty. She probably knows what happened. But like, that's the thing though. It's like, it's almost like $1 short and a day late. I mean, I get the whole idea of, if we were in charge, we would have done that. If we had a backbone,
right
then, or we had a backbone now, we would have done something. But like everybody else is saying, there's George Zimmerman, who's just walking in. Like George Zimmerman, like I don't know this lady. Apparently, this lady just went quiet and didn't say shit for 60 years. George Zimmerman is signing bags of Skittles.
Yeah, talking about Skittles. This fucker is signing them.
He's selling I think he sold a gun he used. He's going around like this dude is in your face. This woman, I mean, obviously, if you want to get her for this, I mean, because you should have got the men who did it, Right. But if you want to like finally get this lady, you think she's an accessory, sure. I mean, like you said, the Nazi thing, like getting the secretaries, that don't even make much sense. But fine, whatever. Like, but again, that's like who's
right. Mm-hmm.
Whatever. But like, okay, if you want to get this lady for a thing, but even in the real sense, it's like, I mean, I'm not gonna say like, I mean, look, in the real sense, one of the things I tell you, I went to the lounge the other day, right? I keep talking about that one experience. I saw some sisters, that was nice, but I feel like I was in gang territory, low key. You know what I mean? Like guys were just like doing their signs all around me. It was kind of weird. So I did not approach any of the women there. You know what I mean? Like, because a part of me was like, what if one of these women is with one of these guys?
Yeah.
Some
dude posted up on a wall in the back. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I just didn't even approach it because it's like I was legit in gang territory. Now, I'm not like, I mean, obviously, Emmett Till was a young boy. I'm not trying to disrespect Emmett Till or nothing like that. But like, it's like he was in the Klan territory, And then he, like, I don't know, like, did he catcall her? And if he did, and she is married, like, there's like some shit that you don't do. No disrespect to him. And I know it's not.
He said he spoke with a list. So when he spoke, sometimes he sounded like he was whistling. So he wasn't really speaking to her, but it was taken that way.
Okay.
You know she wrote a book, right? It's Stank Heifer. And she stole that book. And according to her, and according to them, she was doing an interview. They claim in the book that she never told nobody. This is her words, that she never told nobody that he whistled at her because he didn't do that. That's what she claimed. She claimed she never told nobody that. That's that's the lie. White people good at lying.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what she claimed. She claimed she never told nobody that.
Finish this thought.
No. I was just wondering because some people, like I said, like when we growing up, we heard like different. Like we heard that he was like, like because he came from, I think it was Chicago, and they was kind of more, the Northerners, they were liberals, they were, interracial and all that kind of stuff. That they was like, he was like chasing hell, Now obviously he's a 14-year-old boy, so it's like, who cares if a 14-year-old boy is doing that? But like back in those days, you were a 14-year-old man, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're saying that he had a lisp and he just happened to be whistling, and then I don't know, but like even that, like this idea is that she lied. I mean, all right, so I guess I'm seeing that now because, like I said, like I didn't really follow the story. It just seemed like it was, like we just took the L and walked away. If we try not to have a whole L, I get it, but it's like it's really late. I mean, I get the the anger, the fury, but it's like, I feel like there's more current cases, and
Right.
and I would just like with the disrespect going on with Zimmerman and them, and not just Zimmerman, but like even things going on right now, it just seems like this old lady is just like, I mean, like, I don't care. I don't really care about this old lady, but that's the thing. I really just don't care about this old lady. Now, I get maybe some people do, and if you do, that's cool. But like, I personally just feel like you should have done this 70 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, you should have done something 60 years ago instead of sitting on your hands waiting for this white boy to do something when this white boy wasn't going to do shit. And the white boy is not doing shit. And reality is, like, this warrant, like I said, a statute of limitation, even if she goes to jail, and people are saying, even if she goes to jail, like, she's just going to, like, go to the hospital. Like, I don't know. Like, if she was on her deathbed 5 years ago, like, what the fuck you think she's doing now? Like, like, she's doing Pilates? Like, come on. It's just, like, you should have, like, she lived a full fucking life. She lived a life longer than almost all of us here, if not all of us. Well, maybe not Jose, because how Jose talk. But like, she lived a life longer than most of us after she killed this boy. Or she was party to this boy. And so it's like, what are you gonna do now? Like, if the whole thing is to punish somebody, how do you live a full fucking life? A life longer than some of us may live, how do you live that whole life and then say, oh, now you're getting punished for that deed? Like, that's a good ass deal, that's a good ass deal.
Let's hear from Kevin Carre 42.
My thing is, man, that should have been, as you said, Coco, it should have been taken care of a long time ago. But in the end, although she was, she lived a long life, she had to get the hell up out of that neighborhood because the business that her husband was running, the blacks weren't supporting anymore, so they end up going out of business. It reminded me of another. Well, I'll come back to that story, but at this point, as Oni said, she has lived a life longer than mine, and this happened long before we were born.
Yep.
So, you put her in jail. They're not gonna put her in general population. They're gonna put her somewhere where where she's frail at this time. She's what, 80 in the 80s?
Yeah, she's late 80s. I still wouldn't have a problem with someone splitting her wig today though. But finish your thought.
Yeah.
All right.
And as I said, I've been in this country long enough to see many things. One thing that reminded me, was that there was two famous cases. One in the 80s, the guy that jumped off the bridge in Boston, that killed his wife, and they said there was a bunch of black men, and the police in Boston went haywire, just stopping and frisking and just harassing all those black men. Then there was a case of Susan Smith in the 90s. The one that killed her kids by driving the car into the water.
Okay.
Yeah, it's no different. Well, what are we gonna do about the situation? All we doing is complaining. We gotta start doing something. And I said, I may not get along with the Uish, but as I said, they leave no stone unturned. Like, as I said, like a good example was the 72 Olympics, right? A lot of the people from Israel got killed. They tracked down every last one of those guys and killed them.
Yep.
But I'll yield the mic.
In the chat, Forecast says they arrested Bill Cosby at 80 and blind. The Learning Curve says, didn't she write a book about this? Did she write a book, or did the husbands write a book? I think they wrote a book. Maybe she did too as well. I'm not sure. I think Bakari says she wrote a book as well. The Forecast says she admitted she lied and she was in the car when they kidnapped him. Yeah, that's an accessory. Marcus Garvey says they get paid to tell or confess. The Forecast says the Learning Curve, somebody interviewed her and made a book out of it. Okay. Marcus Garvey says Zimmerman disrespectful and FBA tell us immigrants re-disrespect them. That's the thing I can't really understand. Resiliism was in the chat saying the dad died the same way. He said that on here. Lastly, the Hot Rally podcast says Darren Wilson, the Ferguson cop, racked up over $400K in donations. And the cop who killed Tamir Rice just got hired again. We are definitely not fared out here. Jay, I don't think I got your thoughts on this. I'll give you the last word on this. Jay, you're muted if you're still with us. I know it's late. You probably fell asleep. All right. Seems like Jay is... not there. Does anyone else want the last word here?
Yeah, but that cop, the lawman, he ended up resigning. Actually, those white folks in that neighborhood didn't want him there.
The cop who shot Tamiris?
Yeah, he ended up. They're making his life a living hell. No matter where he, like for years, he's been trying to become a cop again. Wherever he went, they made his life a living hell.
Okay.
He just got hired.
White folk.
No, he resigned the day after.
He resigned the day after. Okay. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9. That was a good discussion, guys. I really like that discussion. That's why I like these, shows like this. We might not always agree, but we could come away thinking about something. And that's something we should think about going forward as a people, man. We got to step up. The same way these youths could be taking advantage of their own people out in the street, these youths could be putting in this work out here too. I don't mind putting something on your books if you're out here taking care of some business when people trespass against us, so to speak. But that's not what's happening, and that's the problem. Should Breeze topic number 9 is exercising Black power. Let's see what this link says to us here. Let's check it out. We'll watch it out.
As black men, it's like we're embarrassed to talk about black power. Well, I'm going to talk about black power today, beloved. All praise is due to Allah. All praise is due to Allah. Did you know that the Chinese have power? Yes, sir. But they don't have to talk about yellow power. Why don't they have to talk about yellow power? Because they're exercising it, beloved. The Asian don't have to talk about brown power. He's exercising it. So then people, but we shouldn't have to talk. Well, we'll have to talk about black power. Because we ain't exercising a damn thing. You get black people coming to us saying, yeah, but you're not too militant. Imagine. We're too militant. Imagine. We accept that ants are militant. Ants, the lowly creature called an ant, is in Jamaica. We got some ants in Jamaica. We call them soldier ants. Soldier ants. Everywhere the ant goes, they march. They're an army. They protect their queen. They build huge structures. They got guards. They got sentries. They got warriors. They got workers. Oh my God. They got nurseries for the baby ants. But the black people, we're embarrassed about the idea that we're going to exercise the power of self-determination. We're embarrassed over the idea of black power. The power to will. To say, I will and I will not. Do you know that black people ain't got that kind of power today? Somebody else determines our will. They tell us you won't or you will. And then okay. And then some of us are so stupid we talk about the man. That term that came from the 60s, referring to them as the man. Then who the hell are we? Look, oh God Almighty. Look, beloved. See, some people think in the Nation of Islam, we see a black man walking down the road with a white woman and we're just frothing at the mouth. Beloved, got nothing to do with us. We don't give a damn. You can walk with who you want to walk with. Sleep with who you want to walk with. Marry who you want to walk with. It's not our concern, beloved. We don't give a damn. And by the way, see, if a white woman and a black man or a black woman and a white man fall in love, beloved, we ain't got nothing to say about it. That's between you and that person and you and your God, if you're a believer in God. We ain't making no legislation or running out about, trying to encourage anybody to attack you on the street. No, beloved. What we got a problem with is a set of people, our own people, falling for a trick that has convinced us that the only way that we can ever make progress in this life is to integrate ourselves into somebody else's reality out of ourselves. So while we integrate, trying to become white, which can never be achieved, we disintegrate among ourselves. That is foolishness. And how do you know it's a fact? Because of the numbers involved. Everybody else, yes, you will see an Asian man with a white woman. You will see a Chinese man with an Asian woman. You know, you'll get these things happen in nature, and you get these things. But it's not wholesale. Like with black people, where now you're trying to spot the black couple. And that becomes the rarity. To see a black man and a black woman and a black child together. That's rare. That's a problem. That's what we're addressing. And we're saying to our people, this type of brainwashing that we've been subject to has to stop. Because what we're involved in is our own self-annihilation. Is our own self-destruction. Now, I just said that, but let me say something else on that, because I just don't want to be a liar. As much as you trying to self-annihilate, you can't do it. I just want to put that out there as well. See, because understand this. According to the law of genetics, see, black skin is dominant. Black blood is dominant. White skin or Caucasian skin is recessive. White blood or Caucasian blood is recessive. You can take the recessive from the dominant, but you cannot get the dominant from the recessive. Every time you get these mixed relationships, the issue that comes from it is black. You understand what I'm saying? I know we think, we want to point the finger at some of our so-called mixed race brothers and sisters and say, look, man, look, they're messed up. Look, they've gone to the other side. No, I'm telling you, let me tell you from a personal level. Some of the blackest people I've ever met, mixed race. Hear me well. See, if you think that the Nation of Islam, we're so stupid that we're on some colorism, the darker you are, the blacker you are. No. I have met black people with darker complexions than me who are white supremacists. It ain't about no black color. It's about a mind. See, some of our mixed race brothers and sisters, they've lived on the other side. And they've experienced the racism from within the house, in that they have been, because they thought that they were with them, and so they would talk in front of them. And they become appalled by the wicked, insidious racism. See, so don't get caught up in this light skin, dark skin thing, beloved brothers and sisters. You need to test the spirit. It's about the spirit of the individual. Ain't about no light skin, dark skin, because some of us we're too much surface dwellers. Think because you see a black man coming through the door that, man, that's my man. No, you better test his spirit. Look, beloved, the thinking that we've been given is a manufactured thinking. It's not even like we think like Caucasians in terms of rulership or anything like that. They've given us a very selected. Did you know that back in the day during slavery and when they allowed us to begin to read the Bible, do you know that they selected the scriptures for the black preachers to teach. And do you know that the modern day black preachers still stick to the rules? And they won't teach certain Old Testament teachings. And they ain't going there, beloved. They teaching some watered down, milk toast kind of soft teaching about love everybody. But they stay away from the God who says an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth and a life for a life. They stay far away from that God. But he's in the same book. They've miseducated us. And so today, beloved, we don't think about taking charge, especially the black man. The black man is slowly but surely being, oh God, it just occurred to me, the amount of things, the way they're changing us. I talked about us being changed from black to white, but now they're changing the man to a woman. The black man is now being made more and more feminine and soft, to the degree now where he don't want to take charge of nothing. No responsibility. The black man is not thinking about ownership. See, ownership, beloved, in the Nation of Islam, this is our title. We are the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner. Stop. See, that's who we are. We're owners. The maker, the owner, the cream, the top layer of the planet Earth, the God of the universe. That's who the black man is. But today, beloved, we ain't thinking about no ownership. We're not thinking about power.
We're not thinking about ownership. We're not thinking about power. Trigger happy like me. Oh no, not the Asiatic black man. That always irritates me. But something tells me I should start with Oni on this one. Oni, what say you to this? Exercising black power.
Black power. Anyway, but
The Asiatic
like you know, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm all about power. I like power, obviously. But you know, from the video, I would say, you know, the Asiatic black man stuff, the mixed race brothers and sisters, all that kind of stuff. I you know, overall, it just reminds me of the common, like, no disrespect to the nation, but the common grift. I know Mr. Untouchable is going to be on my ass about this. I disagree, brothers. Blah blah blah. Whatever, right? But like, you know, this has its appeal. Like, it has its appeal. And, you know, I was telling you about the marketing thing. I was saying the marketing thing, and, you know, embracing mixed race people, embracing the idea that we are actually from Asia or something. We have better genetics. This all does play well, you know, with our people, you know? And like, you know, you add the power thing, you put into the mix, that's fine. But like this is the issue with the Nation of Islam that we don't address, you know. So I read Carlos Cook's earlier today. Carlos Cook's Malcolm X, you know, he's the spokesman of the Nation of Islam at the time. Ask Carlos Cook's. And by the way, ask thing, there was a white boy who was making fun of me one time, you know, like I was on the political discourse or whatever. He's like, I bet you can't say the word ask. And, you know, I tried to learn how to say it because apparently white folk know that we don't say it right, I guess. We don't say it the same way they say it. But anyway,
we say ask.
Yeah, exactly. Like, well, you gonna ask somebody? Anyway, so I try to like pronounce it right. It's hard. But the thing is that these I went on my own tangent. The thing about it is that, you know, oh yeah, so
talking about Carlos Cook's.
Yeah, Carlos Cook. So what happened with Malcolm X comes up to Carlos Cook and says, "Hey, can we work together?" And Carlos Cook tells him, "When you get a program." And the thing is that we kind of are under the impression that the Nation of Islam has a program, and the reason why we are under that impression is because most of us don't have a program. So when you see a little bit, you know, it looks like a lot. You know, when you got nothing, a little bit looks like a lot. You know, it's like if I go into my bank, if you go into your bank account, you know, like it's like back in the day. You know, if you know when you was younger, you had $5,000 in your bank, you was like shit, you know. But now you probably, I mean, maybe some people are like, yeah, $5,000 in my bank, that's good. Some people are like $300 in my bank, that's good. You know, it always looks good when like the less you have. And so I think this individual, he looks good. And a lot of people, Tariq Nasheed, you know, so on and so forth, all of them look good when you coming from the public school system. Now, only question is, how do we, as Pan-African nationalists and so on and so forth, how do we bridge that gap so that not only do these fools not look good, but then we look good to the people who have less? And so that's why I also urge our people to like get active in you know, the political economic system that we may find ourselves in, you know. And of course, obviously, I wrote a book of Power. Go check it out.
Yes, sir. Yeah, check out the Book of Power. Check out Oni's podcast tomorrow. Well, this morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well. Is Jay back? If Jay is not back, because I know it's like early morning where he is. He's been up all night with us. Let's go to let's go to Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what say you?
Yeah, what's up? You know the crazy thing to me, people that always talking about racism, he can speak good, but he was speaking some BS. The Asiatic black man, your mixed race, I haven't seen him more blacker than me. The black gene is dominant. We teach a whole lot of feel good nonsense. How the hell somebody gonna follow that into black power with all that feel good nonsense with all that gibberish? Because I'm being honest, he speak well, but he was just speaking Nation of Islam gibberish that anybody who sit and think, and while you listen, if you can think while you're listening to them, you'll know they're not saying nothing, they're not doing nothing. He talking about black power, then the next breath we ain't thinking about black power, all praise due to Allah. He would be the same black person that would say fraud Muhammad is what's God on earth, but we supposed to listen to them talk about black power. I don't get it. Only say no knock on the Nation of Islam. I ain't gonna knock on the Nation of Islam, but but I'm just gonna be honest, man. The Nation of Islam is for the Nation of Islam. They don't care about if you're not Nation of Islam. They had this restaurant down here on it was on the west end of Atlanta. Now, I wish black people would come together against everybody else the way they did the Nation of Islam. The food was good, but you couldn't get no job at that restaurant if you wasn't a Muslim. You come into a black neighborhood, but you know, I wish we did the same thing to them stinking Arabs. I deal with the Nation of Islam before I deal with them, in all honesty, because I ate it. I'm not Nation, and I think they teach bull crap, but the food was good. I would go down there and eat, and it was healthy. So I would go eat, but they shut down because if you wasn't Nation, you couldn't work there. So I don't understand what they mean when they talk about black power. Your genetics are stronger. So if you're black and you somebody else, the baby is black. That's BS. I have two, and it's hard for me to say, but I said I have two mulatto grandkids right now. That's the same thing my son said. I'm like, dude, if you wanted a black child, you should have got a black woman instead of being with that white bitch. Pardon my French. Because them my grandkids, but they ain't black. I love them. But don't tell them they black, because they ain't. Because can't no white woman give birth to no black child. But I do tell my grandkids when they talk to me, they getting old enough now, they probably done told their white grandparents, hey, black granddaddy tell us every time we see him, white people ain't shit. But that's what I tell them all the time. They ain't shit. Hang with your black side, deal with your black side, but that's gonna be hard because obviously there's some cooning going on because he got a white woman. You know, I'm just saying, and that's my son, and I love my son, and I love my grandkids. But it is what it is. They're not black. They're mixed, and we shouldn't teach that, and he shouldn't be saying. And I think that that nonsense that they're teaching. Next, he's gonna talk about the tribe of Shabazz. The tribe of Shabazz, they gonna spew a whole lot of like the Wesley Muhammad dude the other day, went back and there's a whole lot of that corroborate the tribe of Sabbath. That's just some bull, and y'all stand there. It is very irresponsible of them to tell black people that you are for black people and you're preaching black power. And black power, praises due to Allah. I guess Allah is black. Then God on earth, Allah on earth is the master fraud Muhammad, who is absolutely a white man. It's very irresponsible of them to tell black people that, because they know the conditioning that a lot of black people's in, black people mind, all of these grifters, they know the mind of black people. They know we're searching for, a lot of black people searching for something. So we'll fall for just about anything that sound good and that's entertaining. I'll get it, Mike.
Thank you, Brother Bakari. In the chat, Marcus Garvey is the way says, ask the white man what race they are. And that's a part of the trick bag, right? This white guy, this white boy knows that the mixed kid, he knows where that allegiance is going to go. History has shown that. I don't know what this, what my man here is talking about. History has shown the allegiances of the mulatto over and over. And it's not a good one for Black equals African people. So that white guy, yeah, the white guy will say, yeah, those are black children, because they don't want them, but they know where ultimately where their allegiances are, especially if they have a white mother. You understand? So KW Don 7 is still here. He says the NOI took down white Jesus and gave us his cousin. Funny. If you're still here with us, and I know Trigger Happy had a bunch to say, like he said, to play a neutral position though, isn't it effective to attach ideology and identity to economics and security? So I'll let the panelists respond to that as we go along. Erzili, what say you to this?
Well, I'm gonna dab a page from Marcus Garvey's "The Way to Free My Mind."
Wait, say that again.
I'm gonna dab a page from Marcus Garvey is "The Way to Free My Mind."
Okay.
Until the Nation of Islam corrects what's going on in Chicago with all that murder rate, then I'll pay them attention. Until what's his name, Farrakhan. I saw a video of Farrakhan saying black people look the way they are because they are cursed. I don't need, like, if your leader is saying that about black people, why should I even pay you attention? Oh, dominant genes. So what? We're still oppressed by the recessive gene. Give me something more tangible. So that's what I have to say about that.
I appreciate that. Kevin Carre, what say you?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't follow a group that follows a white group called the Scientologists. That, you know, but at the end of the day, you know, I used to listen to these guys when I was younger. I didn't know any better. But as over time, just like with this guy, when you know, you start to hear certain bullshits like, yo, nah, this ain't for me. As I said, I'd rather build with like-minded people than to be following another group.
All right. I guess that's the end of that. Okay. Thanks for that, Kevin Carre. Let's finish off with Mr. Untouchable.
Okay, let me first start here. The fact that we could get my good brother Erzuli to quote Marcus Garvey for me is a win tonight. You know, I love hearing him defer to Marcus Garvey, and I'm really happy about that. But I digress, as my brother Kevin would say. Let me first say this. I would only say, you know, to the brothers is to eat the meat and spit out the bones. And I understand the brother was referring to the Asiatic black man. It's not, you know, something that the brothers want to hear, and I understand that. But something else he did say, which is true, is that the Asians don't stand up on platforms giving grandiose speeches. You know, they just exercise their power. And today I was in the grocery store, and there was 5 Asian guys, Chinese guys, came into the Asian store, and this security guy was basically saying how that he's afraid that the Chinese was taking over the country. And what I said to him was that you must prepare in a way to where that whatever skill set that they are trying to introduce into the country, that you are so competitive that their skill set is not necessarily needed. And I believe that we as a people should be more prepared, so our enemies or people who would try to stifle our growth is not necessarily needed within our community. You know what I mean? We need to prepare. We need to get our hands into the soil and do what is needed, so these people are not needed. But if we don't do that, there will be shortfalls. There will be shortfalls in any nation that we would try to build, because we have needs that need to be met. Our people have specific tastes. And if you don't do it, and if you have not prepared your society to do it, then you have to look without. So my only thing is you prepare your society with this idea of independence and going for self and doing for self, where these people are not necessarily needed. So if I understand your role as a security guard, but after them 8 hours, what you are doing after that 8 hours of work is the most important thing. Whatever field or industry that you decide to delve into to progress your country forward is most important. Is most important. Because if you have the fear of someone else taking over your country, then you need to get your foot into the soil. You can't do the 8 hours and go watch Netflix and then complain about the Chinese taking over your country, because they ain't watching Netflix. So you must outwork them and try to see if you could out skill set them. Out skill set them, because we are in a competition. That's why it's called race. If you're in a race, you must prepare for that race and do what is necessary and needed, to eventually win that race. You can't complain about it. You can't complain about it if after the 8 hours of your work, you want to just relax when the whole world is doing something more so than job. We call it just over broke, because they're doing much more than the 8 hours. So I feel like some of the things, like the brother was saying, they exercise the idea of yellow power, and the white folks exercise white power because they are focused. And for me, I feel sometimes that we are not necessarily as focused. We in the business of arguing with one another and doing all manner of things for entertainment purposes and whatever else. That's how we get off. You know what I mean? So as far as being serious people, I think that he was right on about it. They exercise power. They don't make grandiose speeches and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. After the talk is over, then you must take action. You must take action. And I feel like that's where our shortfall is at times. So like I say, I feel like sometimes we need to eat the meat and spit out the bones. You're not gonna agree with everything the brother is saying. That's fine. That's fine. I understand that my brothers don't necessarily have a spiritual bend, and I respect that. But indeed, in action, if we want to see our people progress, that's where the work comes in. That's where the work comes in. You know what I mean? The hard, not respected, unsanctimonious work. You know what I mean? And that's what we don't necessarily engage in at times. And I feel like we could do more. We could do more.
Wait, can I add on that? Let me just say quickly. So yeah, it's not so much it's a spiritual disagreement here. The thing is that the dude's just lying. Like the whole dominant versus recessive. White people are not recessive, and black people are not dominant. And so when you go with that narrative, what you're doing is you're just lying to people, and you're just kind of giving them this false scientific. You're making it seem like you're scientific, but you end up with black folk who are confused, who are personally genetically annihilating themselves off of this off of this lie. And so that's really like what it is. It's not so much, oh well, you know, he's a Muslim, that's why. Because it's not even about that. It's just legit. You listen to the guy, and he's just lying to people, you know. And
I will
yeah.
add though. I will say though that one of the reasons why I like Shoot the Breeze on this panel forum, this panel discussion, is because it's true that I might see something and I might not like it because of its NOI or what have you. But what I like is another panelist, like Mr. Untouchable in this case, will come along and refocus or recenter the conversation around what the brother said about exercising and living power on a daily basis is a strong point. I agree with Oni with all the other stuff. I think everyone knows that about me when it comes to the NOI. But that conversation about living power every day, every moment, I think that's a solid point. And I like what Mr. Untouchable said to address that point. I think Mr. Untouchable wanted to say something. Go ahead.
I understand. Listen, brother, and I understand Oni's point because Oni is very specific, and I don't want to disrespect what the brother was saying as far as him not as scientifically. You know, we could debate about the whole genetics argument. You know, we could debate about that. But what I would say is this: we never questioned the fact that these brothers were saying that Christopher Columbus discovered the Americas for hundreds of years. But we question the fact that what this mind is saying is a lie. We're so specific when it comes to us. If he want to invoke that level of propaganda among his people to make them act in a certain way, permit him to. Because
I think hold on, Mr. Antonio. I think the issue with that ideology is you then have black dudes laying up with white women thinking that they're gonna make black children, and they clearly don't, oftentimes. So I think that's the issue.
If people take the information that he gets, that they receive from this brother, and was to do that, I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. But if we say that we should have our own propagandists for our own interests, then I mean, I feel like sometimes I understand only being specific, you know, and it's right, it's just and right to be specific. But we are I'm gonna call it a war, but we are in a competition. You know what I mean? So if our propaganda say something that is counter to what you know to be true, but at the end of it, it has some productive value for us. Let it ride, brother. Let it ride, because they lie all the time. Every commercial you watch is a lie.
Yeah, let me just interject though.
Can I ask? Go ahead.
I just want to say it's not productive. That's the whole point. You know, it's just not productive. You know, it's actually counterproductive to tell people that that biracial people are monoracial. That's just counterproductive. All it does is it encourages black folk to mix. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
So let me ask you a question, because I'm gonna say this, right? So he was talking about how Asians don't stand up and give these great speeches like he was giving. They just exercise power. Then he say he Asian. So he must not be Asian because he giving that damn grandiose speech and they ain't practicing them damn power. Are they really Asian then? I'm just asking. Because he said the Asians don't have to give speeches. They just practice power. The Nation of Islam say they're the Asiatic black man. Do they practice power? But they give a lot of great speeches. Him, Where's Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan, and whoever the hell else.
Yeah, and another thing that, like, if you're being real, like white folk and Asian folk do give speeches. You know what I mean? The thing is that this whole idea of black folk not exercising power, that's like really just like kind of localized in America, and that's partly because we're like a minority in America. You know, that's not to say that black folk don't, you know, because like we were just talking about, I guess you guys are talking about NASA. I don't know where that is, but it sounds like it's probably one of your country. You know, it's probably your country or something. But like, you know, it's probably the capital of the city. I don't know. But the point being,
Nassau is the capital. New Providence is the island that we're from. Yeah.
Is it what?
Nassau is the capital.
Okay.
Of the Bahamas.
Yeah,
New
but like
Providence
the
is
whole
the
point
island
is that you exercise force in that country. You know what I mean? And just the same, like, you know, back when I was younger, I heard about, like, my brother was telling me, he was like, you know, Jamaica's the only place where you could legally kill an homosexual. Like, I had no idea, but it was just like, yeah, you just do your own shit in your own country. The issue is that you're in somebody else's country, you know, and that's why when I was talking about power, you know, originally in one of my earlier books, I was saying that you realistically you really should have the government apparatus. And as long as you don't have the government apparatus, right? Like the government apparatus is going to have power over you, you know, and that's what we see countless times. So then, you know, all of this kind of talk, you know, I mean, like I see Marcus Garvey is constantly saying he's pointing to the stars and just saw his fingers. The reality is that he's not pointing to the stars. You know what I mean? The reality is that he's just kind of telling you stuff that is not going to work, hasn't worked, won't work. And on top of that, there's lies inside of it. So like, if we're being authentic and we're being honest, you know, this is not, you know, some star language. This is legit somebody just telling you, just lecturing you, telling you that you wrong and you bad and he's right and he's good and you know, and his propaganda is blah 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 blah. And then meanwhile, they're like really selling you nothing. You know, like nothing, because you can't walk away from this. You can't walk away from this and really get anything here. You know, you just can't. Like it sounds good. You know, you can be like the Asians don't talk, but the Asians do talk power. They have a freaking prime minister. They have a whole government. You know what I mean? The Americans do talk power. You got Trump. You got this. You got that. They do that. They all do it, but then they exercise it because they have a nation state. They have a government. And then you don't have a government because you're a minority group in their country. You know, whereas if you go to other parts of the world, they have governments. Black folk have governments. You know, are they the best governments on the planet? No. You know, but white people got some shitty governments too. You know, but again, you're talking about the minority group, and it's like the gypsies. You know, what are the gypsies going to be saying in Europe? You know, what were the Jews saying in Europe? You know, a lot of times, or what were the Irish saying in England? A lot of times when you're a persecuted minority group and you don't have a government apparatus, you probably are going to talk shit, but realistically speaking, you know, Irish is not free, you know?
Yeah, but show me a political leader, you know, including the United States of America, who's ever told the truth on any public platform. They always lie. They always lie. You know what I mean? To sell to the mass, their mass citizenry, a particular image of what America is. They always lie. They create a narrative and sell it to the people. And
but
then
is the outcome their annihilation though? See, with this lie about the dominant thing, again, you have people like Nkrumah and them who by the third generation, you can't even recognize these people. You can't even recognize Nkrumah and his grandchildren. I just saw this thing on Twitter. It was making the rounds. They were showing a black man standing next to his biracial son, and the biracial son holding his child, which is a pure white baby. I think that's the problem with what Muhammad was saying here. But go ahead, Mr. Untouchable. Sorry.
Well, I have an issue with Nkrumah, to be honest with you, because I think that he betrayed the principles of Garvey. But that's a whole completely other matter.
Now, Nkrumah's the guy who actually exercised power. But go on.
Let's not go there. That's another argument. But the only thing I would say is that I think that this whole idea of selling a narrative and a myth, you know, is not necessarily synonymous with us and us alone. I think that various governments have done it. You know, in particular, you know, the United States and the UK as well. All governments have done it. And I think that they use it for their particular interests, for a particular reason, as far as the masses of their people, you know, to sell us this idea. And I think that with us, I agree. I think that you should eat the meat and spit out the bones. However, if you are a thinker, you should go beyond the initial repulsion of the fact of the scientific fact that it might not necessarily be true, and understand who he is selling this idea to. You know what I mean? The idea itself could be effective for the minds of the people who he is speaking to. and make them necessarily move in a certain way. You know, and I understand the thinker's perspective, but you also have to understand the masses among us don't necessarily think in the way that you do. And if you want to, I digress. I'll just leave it alone.
Wait, bro, let me just say this.
But
Let me say this.
right quick.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to say, but he did tell some lies, a lot of them, like they're not colors, they're not colorists. It also show how he feel about himself. He can follow somebody who say, if you dark skin and your wide nose and big lips and kinky hair, that's an ugly curse from God. But you still rock with that. So now you have to think about how he feel about himself, right? So now watch this. Would anybody be defending Creflo Dollar and TD Stakes? If we can call out the Christian pastors in the Christian churches and all that for their stuff, it shouldn't be a problem with us calling this guy out. And like I said, he's a great speaker. Even though I know he lying, I can listen to some of the stuff he say because he speak well. But why is it a problem for us to call out the Nation of Islam on their damn lies when the Christian church has actually done way more for black people in the United States than the Nation of Islam has ever done? I'm just wondering.
Crickets. But yeah, that's the thing though. It's like, you know, Mr. Untouchable says eat the meat, spit out the bone. The thing is that there's no meat here. You know, and the more you learn, the more you realize there's no meat here. This is just a classic grift. This is just a classic grift. And the thing is that we kind of just ignore it because Malcolm X was a part of it. But these are the same people who killed Malcolm X, or who looked away, looked to the side as they killed Malcolm X. So it's like,
same
I got no
people who
sympathy.
killed Malcolm X. You said it correctly the first time. Same people.
You know, well, some people say the police did it, so I don't know. But you know, the thing is, you know, these are the same people who definitely put a car bomb in his car. You know, the same people. So it's like, you know, as much as, you know, in honor of Malcolm X told you, Malcolm X summarized it himself. He said these people are just trying to take advantage of ignorance, like black ignorance. And that's the thing I wanted to point out too, you know, that realistically, this is the backbone. This sort of mentality, this Nation of Islam, this kind of stuff, these are the backbone of why we have this FBA problem today. You know, this whole thinking of, oh, let's just ignore this stuff. Let's try to eat some meat, you know, when there's no meat, but let's just eat the meat, whatever. This is the reason why we have these nativist movements right now, because for too long, ignorance just circulates and just repeats itself and goes into different breaker groups and this and that, so forth. Right now, the Nation of Islam is rolling with Scientology cult. And instead of saying, you know what, enough is enough, we keep saying eat the meat, spit out the bones. You got Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed says blah, 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 eat the meat, spit out the bones. You got Umar Johnson, he's all blah, 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 blah. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. You eating all this meat, and it's not even meat. Right? You eating this, this, whatever they call the fake meat, right? You eating that. And then when you have a lot of ignorant black folk walking around now, today, some black folks saying, man, it ain't no slave ships. I ain't never seen no slave ship in the museum, right? And the reason why they can say that is because we kept ignoring the fact that you just gotta stand up and say, you know what, that shit's wrong. And that this is not even fucking meat, and it's not gonna freaking free you. You got black folk now talking about, I don't believe slavery happened.
I don't think, I see Marcus Garvey is the way, is saying this a lot in the chat. Personally, I don't think we're looking for some flawless leader. I think, in fact, I remember reading a paper on the weekly show where Africans, one of the things that was in opposition to this white boy is that Africans believed in their leadership having flaws, and it's okay, right? The white folks, they tend to put up this image that all their leaders are these flawless people and pristine, and we know it's not true. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's that. I think the sentiment that's being discussed here is the idea that one thing, for me anyway, that one thing about shit, what's it called again? That one thing about the dominance of black genetics. I mean, we've how much times have we seen this already? We've seen this play before. Haiti had a whole big issue with this play before. We've seen this in Africa with the so-called mulatto and whatnot. So we got to stop falling for that. And if we're not careful, we'll breed ourselves into complete whiteness. You know, and so that's a problem. This Asiatic bullshit, like KW Don 7 was saying, is based in Shabazz is based in Pakistan. Like, nah, we not on that. We not on no Asiatic stuff. But if you're talking about the concept of exercising power every day, I'm with that. That's fine. But the other stuff is the issue. Who wants the last word here?
Nation of Islam worships a white man as a god.
Yeah.
Like what? You worship a white man as a living god, and we talking about just eat the meat, spit out the bone. Like this is a freaking cult. Like a cult that turned against Malcolm X and like tried actively to assassinate a good, honest man who gave his life to the organization, who put the organization on the map for no reason. And he went back and said, damn, I regret this because it's just converting ignorant people. And then we sitting back talking about, oh, well, let's just eat the meat. Look, what are you talking about? Like legit, Malcolm, they killed a good, honest black, like we talking about Emmett Till. And like no disrespect to Emmett Till. I mean, obviously no disrespect to Emmett Till. But what I'm saying is that Malcolm X was a good man too. And you talking about you want to split this white woman's head for whatever. Malcolm X was a good man. You know? And the fact that we just gonna sit back and be like, oh, well, the organization that he exposed as ignorant, as preying on black ignorance, right? The organization that had all these different breakaway groups that has pure black ignorance running rampant. The organizations, all of that, we're gonna just ignore that and be like, oh yeah, let's get this. I mean, I don't mind this 80-year-old white woman. I don't mind, but like realistically speaking, Malcolm X was. I mean, I'm not saying he's. I mean, obviously Emmett Till and Malcolm X are equally valuable. I'm not even going to. I don't want to give that impression that I'm saying otherwise. But because they're equally valuable, what I'm saying is that if y'all were really going after the killers and the abettors and the so on and so forth, where's the nation for that?
That's a good point. There's a documentary on who killed Malcolm. The guy's looking at the NOI, and I tell you, man, one of the most upsetting things I've ever watched when guys were nonchalantly saying, "Yeah, Malcolm insulted our holy apostle, so we took him out," and dudes was living right here in New Jersey. And Cory Booker and all these guys knew he was there. And one of these dudes was an imam. And the guy tried to talk to the imam about the dude. And the imam was like, no, we don't talk about that. And he walked off. Like, nah, I can't fuck with that.
But can I say one more thing? I remember that. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
They ran off. The Nation of Islam ran off Wallace Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's son, right?
Yeah.
Listen to the interview with him, and Farrakhan was sitting there with him, and that man said they need to stop lying. None of these people never met Fraud Muhammad. I did. He used to be in my house. That is a white man, and he said he used to question his dad about that. That's when him and his dad fell out, because he told his dad, "You taught me the white man is the devil. Now you teaching me to call a white man God." And this white man has told us, our whole family, not only is he's not God, he's not worthy of being a prophet. He's just a regular man. But you want us to put him out in front of everybody. So they ran him off, right? Now watch this. Have y'all ever heard of Medina, Mississippi? If you look up Medina, Mississippi, that was started by, I want to say, by Wallace Muhammad. But Muslims started it, right? But it was for any black people that want to come there and live on their land. They actually created their own town. You ever heard of the Son of Man? Another Muslim who was once NOI, or he might be in a different set of the NOI, who actually in Mississippi got his own place and started they got some land and started their own community for any. You don't have to be Muslim for any black people that want to come live there. But the nation who's doing all these grandiose speeches and still telling people they from Asia, and Asia
If people don't talk, they exercising power. I wonder why these black Asians still standing their ass up doing all this talking then. But the Nation of Islam won't talk about them. The Nation of Islam, well, these people, Farrakhan, them is bigger, but these people actually created small communities for any black people that want to come and live there, and you didn't have to be a Muslim. So the problem I have with what this guy was saying was the lies, talking about black power, exercising black power, walking past all these foreigners, going out of your way, even if you have to drive an extra 25, 30 miles to fill your car up with gas to a black-owned gas station, even if you got to go an extra 20 miles to buy watermelons from a black farmer, even if you understand what I'm saying, that's exercising black power. But he's doing the same thing that everybody else is doing, giving these grandioso speeches, but Asians don't have to do it, but then they tell you they Asian. I'm still trying to figure out why they got to do it then. Shit.
The majority of our people, if we being honest, they have a white person as their God. So I think that is not necessarily completely intellectually dishonest to point to the fact that these people have a white representative as their God, when the majority of our people do. We call him Jesus Christ. And then most people in the minds of so-called Christians, when they think of God himself, they think of that picture of Michelangelo with Jesus Christ touching the finger of the white God image in their minds. So I think that that's intellectually dishonest to believe that because these people who we believe is, because they would say that he is black, but that's even debatable there. You know, that's a whole other argument. But the majority of black people have this image in their minds. Christian people in the West have their image in their minds of the white man as a god already. So and also let me also say this. For the black gods that we have, you know, the people who worship, you know, the so-called black religious sects, vis-a-vis the Rastafarians who consider Selassie as their gods, and the Haitians who have their gods and their pantheon of what God is supposed to be. You know, they synchronize it. And I agree. There is some psychological exorcism and purging that we need to get, you know, from on our ranks. But I would still hold to the fact that we need to eat the meat and spit out the bones. What the brother said, in fact, was true. You know, as far as exercising power, the Asians, they don't necessarily make grandiose speeches. I have not necessarily heard platforms of the president of China always giving these speeches. That he may do it to the UN, but you really rarely hear from him. I mean, unless you speak Mandarin. You know,
you don't speak Chinese, man.
Unless
ain't he Asian? Ain't he? But according to him, isn't he Asian?
Yeah, he's an Asian man.
But
sure.
The black Asians can give the grandioso speeches.
No, big bro, I don't agree.
I'm just asking.
I don't agree. I don't agree with the Asiatic black mind theory these brothers them come with, but there are some kernels of truth that these guys profess, and you can't disagree. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. Me personally, there are some kernels of truth that these brothers profess. I don't agree with Scientology either, but in the 60 years of teaching by the minister Louis Farrakhan, I can't say that nothing he was saying to the people was true, was false. That would be dishonest of me to even agree with. There are some kernels of truth in his message, and like I say, and I agree that you should eat the meat and spit out the bones. You should eat the meat and spit out the bones. You know what I mean? Take with you what you feel to be as productive to your life or your community, and then spit out the rest. I'm sorry.
Mr. Untouchable, quick question.
Sure.
What happens to the people who don't spit out the right bones and who eat the wrong meat, so to speak? What happens to those of us who take on the nonsense, right? Now, we as Pan-Africanists, as Gaviites, what have you, we have enough sense to I believe, to eat the meat, as they say, and spit out the bones here, where we don't worry about the nation stuff and Fad, Muhammad, and the black genetic dominance and all that stuff, and we just focus on the power the power dynamic of what he's talking about. But what about many of the same NOI followers, the people in that room, the people who are watching this on YouTube and whatnot? What about those people who don't spit out the same booms?
Well,
what do we do with that?
Sure. So what I would say is this. My grandmother, she gone to her grave believing in white Jesus. So did my dad and my grandfather. They believe in white Jesus, and they believe that when they die, they can go to a white heaven. You know what I mean? And no matter what I would have said to them, they still believe that, even going to their grave. And they're gonna be some of our people who gonna have this delusional belief or belief system that this is their reality. You know what I mean? This is their reality. On my end, all I could do is take action in a way to show people, hey, this could be done in a productive way, and here's how we do it. There are going to be some people who come along with it. There are going to be some people who fall away. Say, well, I can't take that. I'm gonna stick to what I know to be true. You know what I mean? Listen, I don't take the sacrificial lamb standpoint to believe, like Wesley Muhammad did in an interview, that we could rescue and save all black people. That is not my goal. That is not my goal. There may be some people's goal. That's not my goal and mine. You know what I mean? The Bible say, let he who has an ear, let them hear. You know what I mean? I am not the savior of the world, and I don't have that mindset in mind. You know what I mean? For the people who would take direction and listen through my actions and deed, you know what I mean? Let them come on board. But I don't have the belief that I could save everybody. Buddy, I feel like that is a foolish errand propagated by the Christian church, and you are prone to failure with that.
All right, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Untouchable. You see, we beat up the Christian church, and we don't mind beating them up. But the Christian church has done way more for black people than the damn Nation of Islam. The Christian church has fought back physically with guns and everything, way more than these people propagating this. So the question I ask is, why is it they can get a pass with their small kernels of truth, and the Christian church can't?
The Christian church
has done way more.
Let me answer. The Christian church, as far as feeding people when they are hungry and creating clinics, I think that's a good thing. And I would be a liar to suggest that is a horrible thing. However, and this is important, for me, the most important thing of a human being is the mind. And if you destroy the mind of a human being, you have done him a grave injustice, even if you feed him every day. And if you tell me that my God is something outside of myself, then you have destroyed me more so than any so-called Nation of Islam. And that's what the Christian church, I feel, is the shortfall. You know what I mean? That when you destroy the minds of your people, you have created, for me, the greater destruction, as opposed to making me believe in myself. And for me, what I could see from the Nation of Islam, these brothers, them talking about self-empowerment and doing for self. You know what I mean? So if you take me out of that experience, I feel you've been more destructive than the Christian church. That's me. That's just my perspective, brother.
Let me show you something. But let me show you something right quick, right? Remember when we were talking and I told you what the men in my town did, how they just got together and built the boys, not a Boys and Girls Club. I say that so people can know, built our own rec, right? Those were Christians, deacons, and people in the church. Whenever you read about a book about down south or anywhere, but mainly down south because there were more blacks, and you see black people with guns forming militias and fighting back, that come from the black church. And the point, and what I'm asking is, the only thing I said was, other than the black Asians having to talk and give grandioso, because I'm gonna stay on that, they got to talk and give speeches with no power. When did they ever fight back? When did they ever do anything other than bump their gums? If we can give them a pass, the Christian church deserve a pass, because not only did they feed people, not only did they have clinics, it was the Christian churches that was helping create schools. It was the Christian churches that was hiding guns. It was Christian churches that was fighting back, that's when the black men was in the church, and a lot of those people was in church weren't necessarily Christian. The church was a meeting place for black people, not like the mosque. That's a meeting place for the nation of Islam. And if you're not part of their cult, you can't go. They don't do anything for you. I even showed you how they shunned other Muslim groups that really went out and got land and started building their own towns. And they don't want to deal with that because they're not out here preaching fraud Muhammad anymore. The only thing I'm saying is I can understand there is some truth. Okay, about 4% of stuff they say, about 2%, about 1.5% of the stuff they say is going to be true. Everything else is just imagination, feel good, and false. But let's look and see what they have done for black people as a whole, not just for the Nation of Islam. Then look and see what the church has done for black people as a whole, black people, period. And the only thing I'm saying is if these bow tie wearing folks can get a pass, the church should be allowed to get a pass because the church history has done way more than these people. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I don't give neither of them a pass personally, because I know that their ideologies are anti-African fundamentally. We've been able to shoehorn ourselves in some of that stuff with the AME church and all that stuff. And like I think Mr. Untouchable was the one who mentioned syncretism, where we hit our original beliefs, within these systems. But these groups are anti-African. Just the NOI saying Asiatic just turns me off completely. And the church and what it did, its role it played in our theft and whatnot. I'm good on all of them personally. Only I'll give you the last word here because we got to move on to the next prompt. So go ahead.
So I was gonna say first off to the chat, nobody's looking for flawless individuals. We understand humans are flawed. We get that, but I think that we as we as quote unquote conscious people have a responsibility to speak up. I kind of wanted Mr. Untouchable to touch on that, but what I want to say is that what is it that you want from conscious people? Is it that you want us to see this video and say, cool, share it, like it, subscribe? You see Tariq Nasheed, he's talking all this nonsense shit. He's like, oh man, freaking Jamaicans are pieces of shit. But we black people, we need to fight. We need to fight for our land. And you're like, hey, you know what? That's some good meat right there. Let's share that video. And the thing is this, we've done that. We keep doing that. When Hidden Colors came out, a lot of conscious folk were like, you know what, there's a lot of bullshit here, but might get the youth connection. And now Tariq Nasheed is one of the biggest voices in the movement, and he's an idiot. He's an idiot, right? We keep trying to overlook the fact that a lot of these people are just not they're not vetted enough. They shouldn't be they shouldn't be propagated by us, and we should be critical of them, because at the end of the day, if somebody's listening to any of us, right, they're listening to us because we can see, we can see through the bullshit. We had the experience. We've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. It's like if you see something, say something. Because we have a responsibility to our people, we can't just sit by and say, oh well, there's something there. Because the reality is this: everybody you look at, in fact, the ancient Egyptians, they have it in the book Ptah. I want to do an analysis of that. They said you can find truth anywhere, even among the people doing the grindstones. You could go to a homeless guy and he could tell you, yeah, you got to invest in technology or some shit. And it's like, yeah, that's right. Right. And he's going to tell you, but you got to beat your wife whenever she says ketchup. Because if you don't, and that's wrong. But you don't then say, he does have good investment advice. Let's put him on the freaking podium. No, you just say, you know what? Thank you for the investment advice. And you move on. This guy, he's not even saying anything. Right. Especially, somebody in my background. I'm not going to say he said anything. But that said, the responsibility is on us to say, okay, people are listening. let's discern it. Would I watch this for entertainment? Probably not, but maybe some people might see this as entertaining. However, we have a responsibility to our people, and that responsibility includes letting them know when there's bullshit amiss. And that's all I could say about that.
All right, we can return to this conversation in a similar form in the future, because we get in a spirited conversation in the chat, and that's something I always like. It's coming from Marcus Garvey. Trigger Happy 262 earlier asked the question about the mulattoes marrying black, dark-skinned people, if I'm not mistaken. And I do believe that the mulattoes should. I believe that we all should be trying to marry back into as dark of an African as we can, right? To kind of breed out the whiteness that we do have in us because of what's happened to us. But that's my thought. Should be topic number 10 tonight, the final topic tonight. This has been a long show.
Wait. I've been away, and thank you for the finish of this topic. And that's how I landed in Senegal.
Okay, Jay.
The mother of my child is black as soot. That's all.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, cool. I thought you were sleeping. Should be topic number 10 tonight is innovation and mass production. So Jay actually is living out what I just said. That's interesting. Innovation and mass production, leapfrogging into the 21st century. This came with the link. As always, we will watch the video, then discuss it afterwards.
And look at this cable bill.
Well, what if I told you that you could get home internet from Verizon?
Verizon does home internet?
Verizon does home internet.
Rapid rotation and a sharp blade work together to expose the concentric rings on a new saucepan. A foundation of oscillating poles works in unison with a rotating arm to wrap a hay bale in just seconds. Tricolored ice cream is packaged up neatly every single time with perfect timing. Five mechanical parts move in perfect synchronicity to bind the links on a heavy-duty chain. A triangular metal template moves vertically to perfectly score triangular cuts that form a piece of expanded metal. Power wash with an adjustable arm is used to remove brown sludge from a clogged pipe. An arm with a flexible blob on it is dipped into a silkscreen pattern to decorate a bowl. A curb full of weeds is cleaned up thanks to a rapidly rotating wire brush that is attached to a street cleaner. A double-armed machine shears noodles to their exact size and launches them into steaming water for cooking. The arm of this pasta cutting machine rotates in a circular motion to cut ribbed elbow pasta. Two parts of this machine rotate together to craft the same exact size thread every time. A chain link fence is constructed in just seconds by two parts of the same machine that are moving in different directions. Different size arms of this machine cave in on themselves to bend pieces of metals to desired shapes. Identical pieces of ice blocks are cut to size quickly by the use of a vertical table saw blade. A mechanical arm scoops up a wrecked car and drops it into a car compactor that turns it into a cube of scrap metal. An automatic arm drops down to fasten, rotate, and peel a coconut in under 5 seconds. A comforter is tightly spooled on an automatic arm for packaging and delivery purposes. Six separate arms of this machine all perform different tasks to create a perfectly coiled heavy-duty spring. A circular pipe is inserted into a pipe deformation machine that transforms the pipe into a square shape.
couple of funny things in there. They don't show you how dangerous a lot of those jobs are because a machine don't know a finger from a piece of metal when it's bending it and twisting it. They don't talk about that this stuff looks good with machines and whatnot, but they don't talk about the slave labor that does a lot of the other little tasks that then feed the machines and all that stuff. It's very funny. And lastly, which one of you would like to have that ice cream job? My God, that's your job all day to just catch ice cream into a tub? Jesus. Is Jay still here?
Yes.
Jay, did you see that video on innovation?
I found the title of the video art. But you know what's my view on these type of videos is?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times you see these videos with Asians working.
Mm.
That's my take on these quote unquote satisfying videos. That's what they're called sometimes also. And what I mentioned these type of videos to counter the type of videos that are shared in our community. Um, wretchedness, for females fighting by the dozens in the street, young men knocking out random people, or other wretched stuff, almost our young men gay and acting wild in that manner, or dressing wild. In our days we used to a pair of jeans would pass from a larger brother to the smaller brother, and they say that's how baggy hip hop clothes started. And nowadays you see these boys, wear clothes that passed down from their mother, it seems. And to counter those type of degenerate or humiliating clips that are passed, that are shared among ours, I prefer that these types of videos are shared. So I didn't see the negative in it. I see, in these type of videos where you see Asians do all kinds of hard work, or such hard work, or um, um, boring, or whatever. You could also see, you could also see it as programming their own, like, hey, that's us, we built the world, so it's not like I didn't you surprised me with your comment. Let me put it that way. You surprised me with your comment, because I usually refer to these type of movies like, I wish this is what was shared among ours, especially on the continent. Like on the continent, I experience, when I am there, I have a feeling that people don't believe that we work in the West. We don't in their eyes, we don't work in the West. The money just arrives, or something like that. So I wish we would program ours with these type of videos, like this is how it's done. It comes out of a factory, and this is how it happens.
I was just giving my immediate initial thoughts on it. You make a good point in here. I will say one of the things I was thinking about while watching the video is how it must have been fun. Number one, it must have been fun doing the research and development to create those machines, because I've kind of worked a job before where I had to prototype stuff, and it was kind of fun in a sense to see how the change of a degree or 2 degrees and of an angle can really change the outcome of a product, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, I understand what you mean with fun. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, and so I also took what you took from it too, in that it's good to see some of this stuff, because then you start to realize that it's some work, but it isn't the most difficult thing to reverse engineer some of this stuff.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So let's go to Kevin Carey 42. Kevin Carey, what say you?
Well, I look at it more lightly. That was a very satisfying video, man, especially watching that ice cream.
Yeah,
But
Trigger Happy said the same thing too, I think.
yeah, and the power wash. But the one thing I look at too, and I also about technology, is eventually you won't see any humans working those jobs anymore.
Yeah.
There's something called IOTA, right? IOTA. It's a term in crypto. It's called the Internet of Things. But you have seen it before. You know, you can use your Apple Watch to turn on your TV or whatever.
Yeah.
That's called the Internet of Things. So now they're eventually gonna start replacing humans, and it's gonna start using the AI to, let's say, your car needs to be, the oil needs to be changed. It'll notify the car to go get a change. So, although it was satisfying, as I said, one thing when I look at it, man, I just see automation and human replacement, and most importantly, what's coming down the pike, they're gonna have to eventually do it. Our UBI, Universal Basic Income. But I pass the mic.
In the chat, Marcus Garvey says it was innovative ideas that had trash around the planet in outer space. Innovative ideas took out half the Amazon, so they can use technology to tell us the planet needs more trees, cleaner water. She goes on to say innovation in the wrong hands, example Whitey, is letting a child play with fire. Innovative ideas is great. In the wrong hands, it's children playing with fire. She goes on to say machines pollute the planet. Technology that benefits us as humans get undermined for profits. And then lastly, she says an African built a car that self-generates. Means it could have been done. They choose not to do it. Hey, if you guys are still listening, hit 1 for me. Let me know who's still around. Also, don't forget, tune into the Pro Black Perspective at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's just in a few hours. And again, remember that we now have the Forecast Radio on the network with us, Brother Bakari and Tan Zan, who you've all heard on this platform before and on this. So you guys just know that we're building, we're working, and you guys should make sure to stay tuned. Let me go to Azuli. Azuli, what say you to this? Innovation and what you saw in that video. What say you to this? Is Azuli still here? All right, Brother Bakari, what say you?
Hey, the first thing I want to talk about, what the one guy said, machines replacing people, but some of those machines must not be must not be worth the time it took to film it, because you saw the machine that cut the tree down from the top and how quick it did it. And you know how many companies I see every day
hire people
out here cutting down trees? Nobody has that machine, right? Nobody had that machine. Saw the machine, the pressure washer that the guy was walking down the street and it was coming out of 4 different things at one time. I know that is no good. I gave it to my oldest son, my pressure washing business. So some of this stuff they're showing, yes, it's innovative, but I just know a couple of them that is with no good. But I also talk about what Jose said. We don't ever show us doing that, people in Africa doing that. Well, I've seen the videos. Did y'all see the video of the lady? This lady, and I think she started, but there's a guy working with her in Africa where she is they're cleaning up the streets. I want to say they were from Kenya,
but they're making, I guess, substance stronger than concrete out of plastic.
No,
So
no, I didn't see it.
yeah. So yeah, you can look that up. Yeah, that machine that's showing right there. I've never seen nobody with that machine, so it must not be no good, or must not be in America, one or the other. But they showed. Did you see the video where people in Africa were showing how you could use the same plastic bottles and stuff that you throw away, and they were using that to build houses, like real houses? So we have those videos. We don't watch them as much. I like watching videos like this. Don't get it twisted. I was just watching one of these videos today about, about these machineries and how they work. I was watching the ones that doing it, cutting the wood. I actually like watching. I actually like watching stuff like this. So yeah, it is innovative. It will cut out. It will probably eventually cut out some jobs. So that means we need to have our kids looking at other things, but or well, we also need to start looking and see if we can make some of these damn machines. Because when you go out here to these construction sites, I'm going to tell you what you see. You see white people owning the construction site. Then you see all this heavy machinery made by Japanese, the Komatsu, right? You see a lot of Hispanics that's starting to control like the concrete, laying the concrete and all the sidewalks. You're starting to see them. You see a few black people with jobs. Now I can say we are starting to see more black people owning dump trucks. But as far as building and making stuff, like I said, the Japanese, you see all their machines, the skid steers, the backhoes, the dozers, and all that. You see all that, and they're made by Japanese. You see the dump trucks and everything made mostly by all the dump trucks here was white companies, white owners. But we getting in the trucking industry, so that is something that we are being part of. But I do think we need to have, if we can find our kids that want to do stuff like this, and we have to invest in our youth so we can start building. So we can start building and making things. Because if you build and make that, when you look at the people that building and making these machines, they have also built and made stuff for the military so they can protect themselves. So, and on that note, I give it a mic.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. I like your points that you made. I see we still got the Hot Shotty podcast in the chat, the Learning Curve, KW Dawn 7. Of course, Marcus Garvey is still there with us. Trigger Happy 262, even though they didn't type 1. I guess they're rebels. Tanzan just returned. She says, you all are still on. Wow. Yeah, we're a bit long-winded tonight, but it's all good. It's been a good conversation the whole night. So I thank you guys for it. Let's go to Oni on this next. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, engineering is interesting, and this is one of the things that we as African people should try to develop. Obviously not to the detriment of the environment, but but all the same, you still got to clean your streets. You still want to drink juice. You still want to drink liquids or whatever, or eat ice cream. I guess I don't know. What I would say is that as much as I like this video per se, I found it interesting. How they kill them trees for nothing was kind of like why what did tree do to you? You know what I mean? Like the tree's just living its best life. Some of them living for like thousands of years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like or hundreds of years, whatever. Like before any of us were even as they call it, the apple in the eye or something. I don't know. But yeah, they just like butchering them for like no apparent reason. So, but it is what it is. I'm surprised Jay is still up. I don't know if he's like, I can't even tell if he's like, I don't know how, honestly. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
I was gone. To be honest, I'm back.
Yeah, isn't it like 6 a.m. where you at?
Yeah, but this is my natural clock. I don't know how it works, but yeah, it's.
Okay, you one of them people.
Oh, it's late. It's late. No, usually I wake up 6 o'clock, but it's 8:30 almost.
Yeah, I don't get how you do that, but all right. I mean, you sound coherent enough. Anyway, enough, right? But yeah. So, yeah. I mean, like, cause I'm losing my rationale. I can't hold y'all, but yeah. What I would say is, yeah, it's pretty interesting video. That blob thing right there is pretty cool. I think we should, we should, have our own machinery in Africa, and this is like a really important thing to do. Obviously, we don't want to be polluting or whatever, but we also have to face the reality that, you're up against these other people, and you need machines. These are not the machines that you necessarily need per se, but it would help with labor and all that kind of stuff. And like with machines replacing, like that lady with the ice cream, she needed to be replaced. Like that was like you could have had a machine to just say, like that was legit. Like you should have replaced her. That she really, because I be saying that, like some people be saying that they proletariat, they work, and it's like, look, man, you really just pressing a button. That lady was just scooping ice cream all day. That's the other thing. Like you said, like you could cringe and watch and be like, there's a lot of workplace accidents happening because as soon as you fall asleep, or like this guy right here, you go get knocked out. The guy with the can, you already know he lost a finger before.
Oh yeah. Them people bending steel girders and all that shit. Oh yeah.
I would just like, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not saying I'm afraid of machines, but damn well, I'll be, I can't. That's why I got my degree. I'm sorry, like that. You gonna lose a finger, man. Shit. All right.
Yeah. My brother lost a piece of his finger, and I got angry. That's ours.
All right. Trigger Happy in the chat says modernize without westernizing. The Harsh Rally podcast says to Tanzan, she must not have seen any of those old Matron After Dark episodes. That just would be a good time, by the way. Sun would be coming up. We spent 12 hours or more one night on the matrons, the learning curve. So yeah, we can be long-winded folks. That's one thing I'll say about KWAZ Radio. We can be a little bit long-winded, but we're not boring.
That was an iconic 20-some hours, man.
Yeah.
Swahili Nation be long too, though. I don't know what Tanzan's talking about. Swahili Nation be. I be like,
oh yeah. That episode you on, I see you have to dip at one point and just get out of there. But yeah, it's Swahili Nation, and they do like a lot of shows a day and stuff too. So shout out to them. Last person for the night, that's Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you about all of this?
Yeah, I think that this is a good video. I think that some of the things here, in particular in the so-called third world countries, we should really think about implementing in leapfrogging from the so-called idea of third world status, because this is how, well, people say the West is won. This is how the West is won, through innovation and mass production.
Sorry. 1 second. Like if you're looking at the screen right now, right? Like for a second, you mean to tell me? I mean, and of course, we are doing some of this stuff already, but the idea that I can't bend, just metal and stuff like that, and build in your own nations is just weird to me. But go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
And no, I completely agree with you. As far as sometimes we have broken down cars. That's a big problem here. Broken down cars. We could have smelting facilities to really smelt that metal down and mold it into maybe forks and knives, and then sell it back to the hotels. You know what I mean? It's like simple things we could do. We have a lot of sand here because of the beaches we have. These things could, and a mass production could be made to make glass. You know what I mean? And build solar paneling. I mean, these ideas I feel like would really help leapfrog these so-called third world countries into first world status, man. I feel like some of these things should be implemented. We don't necessarily need to creep, and in particular with Africa, who has the majority of the minerals, the the minerals. You know, if they had a so-called industry-based economy, you know, you could take the metals. Look at the coconut. How much coconut we have around here, Coco? And we have none of that shit. Not a goddamn one.
I was thinking about gin and coconut water. Like, you mean I
Oh
can have gin
goodness,
and
man.
coconut water in 5 seconds?
Goodness, man. Oh goodness. We have one like that, and it's a crying shame. But yeah, but as far as the minerals, you know, as what Africa has, imagine if they could take these minerals and set it to a factory and mine these things and create the products that the world needs and then sell it back to the world, as opposed to selling it to other countries and letting them do it. You know, this is, for me, this is the way you leapfrog your economy into so-called first world status. You need good innovation, because these are simple and innovative ideas, but they need to be mass produced. Like the brother we saw the other day who made that car, you know, in the hood, you know. But the only problem with that is I think the first person who to produce a car was not only Henry Ford, but it was a black man.
The Johnson brothers, I think.
Yes, but it's just that Henry Ford mass produced the cars. That's why he was able to win the game. And I think that's where
more specifically, a black guy helped him with the idea of the plant, right? The whole mass production is
Did he? That's interesting. That's interesting.
Carver.
Yes. So, Carver. Yeah. But I think that's where our shortfall is. I think that as far as mass production is concerned, it's not the fact that we are short in innovating certain things, but you have to innovate it and produce it to a world economy. That's how you compete on that level. But that's what I could appreciate from the video itself.
There's no last words. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Thank Kevin Carre for coming through, even though it was his birthday. He came through at the end there, hung out with us, gave some good insight as well. I want to thank Zuli, who seems like he fell asleep, probably with his thumb in his mouth. But I want to thank Zuli for having showed up tonight. Thank Oni. Thank Mr. Untouchable. Jay, I got to always give Jay a lot of love and respect, because Jay literally stays up like all night with us, you know, where he is. And so I appreciate the brother for being here. And our brother Bakari, thank you for being here as well. Brother Bakari, let them know, if you know, what do you have planned coming up this week for your show?
I don't know. You know, I've been trying to learn how to use that Discord a little bit better, and I want to, you know, put something there, but I don't even know how to get stuff. I don't even know how to go through it. I'm trying to learn how to use that better, and I let people know in that. But right now, I really can't say anything. I was planning on doing a show tomorrow, but I don't know what time. I was up to 4 o'clock in the morning last night. Then I'm up to damn near 3-9. Man, I'm dog tired, because I was going to talk about. I actually wanted, my next one is still going to be about us accepting responsibility, to show what me and Forecast was talking about last night. Then a question that you asked someone earlier, and I wasn't able to get on. You was like, who's worse, with the Trader or J. Edgar Hoover? Because I want us to learn that we have to accept our responsibility. We can't, if we are at war with people, we can't say that their military is wrong for attacking us. So we have to understand that we are wrong if we are joining forces with them, help them attack us. Some, you know.
I know the matron is Monday evening at 8, I believe. So you guys could tune in on Monday. Oni is like in 2 hours. No, Oni is at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oni, what are you talking about this week?
I think y'all covered some of the topics already about the twerk team. And what was it? Oh, the Sri Lankan thing. I mean, I'm gonna tie it in with something else, but like legit. Oh yeah, some people are acting a fool in some restaurant, but like legit, yeah, that Sri Lankan thing is pretty big, and you know, almost wish it would come to a town, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about, so I'll be tuning in. I'm not sure what the Sri Lankan thing is, but I'll be tuning in to check it out.
Yeah, they're very angry over there with their government.
Yeah, they took over the palace.
Yeah,
okay.
but a few weeks ago they killed like 200 politicians and burned a few rich people's houses down.
Damn.
I didn't know that. Okay. Trigger Happy in the chat says, with the many inventions Black people made, it makes you think if we had a nation, what could be accomplished too. I think that's a good last thought for tonight. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back on Saturday with another Shoot the Breeze episode. Join the Discord. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. It's also down in the description. Join the Discord. If there's things you want to discuss, you can join the Discord. Shoot me a DM. I'll give you a role. Make sure to shoot me a DM when you join. I'll give you a role so that you could access all the parts of the Discord. There's a part where you could go called Shoot the Breeze Topics. You go there, post your topics. I will discuss it in the next Shoot the Breeze. All right, guys. I'll see you guys during the week on the other podcast. I'll see you in a couple hours on Oni's show. Until next time, peace.
Good night.
Peace and one love.
Peace and love.
Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.